Maybe it was the chill wind or the moonlight, but my assassin senses were screaming. I was totally gonna bite the dust tonight. Ryan had just crushed another job, getting props for it, and the hype man was none other than Lord Darius. That's Darius Robert, the guy who brings doom, especially on spooky nights. Darius was like, killer work, Ryan. True shadow boss material. He claimed Ryan's hustle was leveling up the Robert family big time. Ryan played it cool though, just doing what I gotta do. Darius wouldn't let it go, saying he's been thinking, and asked if Ryan thought shadows deserved to be free. Ryan gave the robot answer. We just follow orders, boss. No feelings, no brainwaves, no heartbeat, just tools. Then Darius hits him with, so wide, you go rogue? How'd you beat the code? Ryan froze. How did the boss figure out his secret? Then the whole doctrine thing made sense. The doctrine is House Roberts messed up. Recipe for cooking up shadows. They snatch kids and brainwash them into loyal killers for life. Basically, they're Robert's lap. Ryan went through that nightmare too. But one mission, he found a glitch and snapped those mental chains. Even so, he wondered how Darius knew. Then the boss spilled the tea. He said, everyone has two prisons. First is the brainwash. Ryan escaped. The second, he was about to show it off. Darius snapped. Boom. Ryan felt insane pain in his chest. He hacked up blood, feeling his heart about to pop. Darius goes, that's the rage worm. It eats your heart and only listens to me. Totally shook. Ryan gasped. Wasn't the brainwashing torture enough for you? Darius just stood there acting like a saint. Total psycho behavior. Not crazy, just careful. Darius shrugged. You did escape the first trap. Everyone's faking it. Darius just had a better poker face than the rest. Ryan flashed back to being a kidnapped tot, raised as a literal weapon. Even as top dog, he lived like a zombie, without feelings. Then he caught a lucky break. He learned Flame Ring, a move from a legendary sword. That skill let him burn right through the brainwashing. He thought he could finally ghost the shadows and be free. He finally had hope. Now, just the Grim Reaper knocking. What did he do to deserve going out like such a loser? Nope, he wasn't having it. If it's game over, he's going down swinging. He shakily stood up. Darius actually looked impressed. Ryan wasn't dead yet. But Ryan swore, I'm taking a piece of you with me. No way I die like a punk. He went full send with his last bit of HP. Ready to end a real? But joke's on him, he got decapitated. Darius was actually Rayon tanked the brainwash and the worm pain, yet still threw hands. Wild, it had been literally ages since Darius took damage or leaked his own blood. Getting bit by his own trainee dog was sus, but whatever. Rand's deleted now, so zero worries left. He told the squad to trash the body. Dying thought, yet Darius is the server's top player. Honestly, it was GG from the start. Darius was cracked. He was trash. Hard pill to swallow. Hated living as a useless NPC, just Darius's toy. Biggest regret, flunking the flame ring skill. Right then, he didn't care if God or Satan pulled up. Anyone works. Just needed a revenge arc then, the system went ping. Chosen by wrath. Rage mode activated, even though he was dead. Next scene, weird pretty lady holding a kid. She was gushing over the baby, calling him a plot twist. He's the baby. Reincarnated mom is Sylvia. Ron totally respawned as her kid. Assassin memory stuck. Thought it was a dream. Slept 100 days. But the nap never ended. Finally admitted it. He actually Sylvia liked the weather, hoped the Lord returns to name me. Rand thought it was weird, being nameless, but maybe the dude's swamped. Missing 100 days? Sus. But hey, rich fam alert. Perfect for funding his revenge. Only clear memory was the salty regret from dying. Now he's got to play the long game. Stuck in one room. No map, no status, no date. Plus, his flame ring tech was still buggy. So, maximum patience needed. Used to be the MVP assassin. For revenge, gotta be cold. Even so, curious. This crib wasn't just rich. It was a maid walks in. Miss Sylvia, the Lord's here. She grinned. Daddy's home already. Baby, realization. Not the son, the grandson. Sylvia tried to prep, but maid said, too late Lord's, at the door. Room suddenly got super heavy. He got closer, and boom. The great Lord announced. His aura alone was crushing. Dude was definitely leveled up. Even with past life XP, baby was shook. He knew that guy. Dude asked if I was the kid. Looking up, I knew it was him. Gold hair like the sun, red eyes like straight fire. Boss of the strongest spam around. The king of northern destruction. Glenn Zegard himself. Somehow, I respawned as the grandkid of the scariest guy alive. First time Gramps held me. He dubbed me Ryan. Meant I was supposed to live quiet, like a shadow. Even after dying, I got my name back. So, yeah, I was Ron again. That night, while everyone snoozed, I thought about it. The last 100 days sucked. But now I had a shot. Always sleepy, waking up to Sylvia. Still couldn't use magic or pull any moves. But hey, at least I had a crib. Baby steps. With some grit, I started charging up the flame ring again. Unlike basic breathing drills that just suck up nature juice, this ring was a rare skill I snagged. Just like wizards build magic circles, this makes a ring around your heart, boosts stamina, makes you buff, and toughens your mind. That's why people say it builds the ultimate fighter. Best part, it has a massive cheat code. Not even a genius like Darius can spot a flame ring. If I buff my stats with this and learn the Z sword style, payback on Darius is totally doable. Then I noticed something weird. Maybe because this new body is odd, my circuits were super cold. Slept 20 hours and still felt like an ice cube. Plus, the clog was spreading. If I didn't stop it, I'd freeze up and game over. Had to smash the ice using the flame ring, but wasting that cold energy? Nah, that stuff is potent. So I mixed it with the fire. Slow, but didn't blow up, but bam, fell asleep right after starting. Body's too wimpy. Next morning, I'm crawling when Glenn shows up. Sylvia was hyping me up big time. Honestly, this was super hard for me. Adult brain stuck, acting like a drooling baby. Still, Sylvia kept saying Ryan could do anything. She believed. I usually tough it out solo, but then this guy walks in. They call him a saint, but he was like, just call me sir. Wondered if he was that famous ragged saint dude? His healing skills are OP. Best medic on the map, but he's always traveling, so good luck finding him. Said he was roaming and heard Sylvia had a kid. Took one look at me and said the gold hair, red eyes, yeah, total mama's boy. The guy even called him a cutie weird praise, considering Glenn's usually scary gene pool. His name is Rayon, Sylvia announced. The saint smirked. Rayon, ... like a shadow. She nodded, spot on. The saint wondered aloud why Glenn would give a kid such an edgy name. Clearly, this dude didn't do the whole bow to the boss routine. He just called the big bad family head Glenn like they were drinking buddies. Rayon knew the lore, though the Northern King and the Ragged Saint were old pals. The saint leaned in to inspect the little guy. A quick peek at the mana lines confirmed it. Things looked pretty trash. Curse of Iced, he told Sylvia, not bothering to sugarcoat it. Frost junk is clogging his system. He won't drop dead today, but he's on a timer. And becoming a swordsman, yeah, that dream is officially toast. Sylvia looked like her entire world just imploded. The saint promised some meds to hit the pause button on the curse. Suddenly, a maid burst in. The Lord demands your presence. Now, talk about root. The saint groaned, rolling his eyes. That guy has the worst timing. I gotta bounce, but I'll be back. So, Rayon had an ice curse. Big deal. He'd seen worse. But his internal monologue cut off when Sylvia started sobbing. She was a total wreck, refusing to let her kid check out early. I'll fix this, she vowed. Whatever it takes. Classic mom energy. It actually made Rayon's chest hurt a little. Seeing her breakdown sucked. He just wanted the waterworks to stop. He reached up, wiped a tear from her cheek, and dropped his very first word. Minutes later, Sylvia crashed her dad's meeting like a boss. Glenn barked at the intrusion, but she dropped to her knees. Save him, please. I know you already know about the curse, she screamed. You have to help. He is my entire life. Glenn stayed frosty. The brat can't fight. He's useless to the clan. So why should I waste my time? If he can't serve the house, he doesn't deserve my help. How can you say that? She cried. You're his grandfather. The grandson you dragged back after running away? He snapped. I've already been plenty generous. He sneered. He has the Sieghart name. That should be blessing enough. Get her out. Guards grabbed her, but she kept fighting and screaming. All she cared about was keeping her boy breathing. The saint watching from the side, still, a stubborn old mule. Huh? Why can't you just talk to her like a normal human being? You summoned me to check the kid, then act like you don't care. Pick a lane. Shut up, Glenn growled. Just give me the diagnosis. 9 mana lines are frozen. As he grows, the ice gets more dangerous. For the moment, though, he's safe. Only because you already secretly blocked the cold yourself. Like he said, Rayon becoming a warrior. Totally impossible. Glenn heard that and was basically like, whatever. All that mattered, the kid surviving? The saint was shook. Glenn acting tough but secretly loving the grandkid. Why-oh. But if he cares, why name him Ron? Means shadow. Sus? Glenn's like, chill. It's not just that. 1,000 years ago, that name was legendary. Later, Sylvia feeds Ron that leftover Saint elixir. She warned, it's bitter. But Ron didn't whine. Asked for seconds. Sylvia beamed. You're so tough handling that gross taste. The maid thought he was epic. For Rayon, this juice was vital. Fire vibes kicked in, chasing the cold from his mana veins. Sylvia watched him, wondering if he caught her feels. He just demanded, refill, please. 2 years of grinding and chugging elixirs later. Boom, his flame ring hit 1-star status. Fast gains, 2 more years of hustle. Mornings meant playtime, with Sylvia and Helen. Bet no other kid on this continent is this booked. Nights weren't for sleep, they were for cultivation. Rayon turned 5. System pinged. Second flame ring acquired. Soul mana, willed y'all stats skyrocketed. The 2 rings now spun in a cross, making him a total mana radar. Helen walked in. Shocked. Whoa. Up already. She asked for laundry. Rayon gave a nod. Tried testing her. But nope, only he sees the gamer HUD. Ever since hitting flame level 1 ring, he unlocked stats and system D. Confused at first, but realized it's actually a cheat code. Judging by Helen, this info is VIP access only. Despite the gains, that ice curse and weak HP lingered, made him tire out fast, even doing basic stuff. Still, he knew that Saint Elixir, plus Sylvia and Helen squad, carried him these past 5 years. He's just a kid, plenty of time left, no need to speedrun this. Ice curse sucks, but he's got the server's best skill. Past life, top assassin for House Robert. With the flame ring, those debuffs are gonna vanish. Plus, if he snags the Ziggurat sword style, Darius is dead meat one day. But rushing is dumb. Darius is basically the final boss of this continent. Rage quitting for revenge now would just wreck his focus. Gotta wait for the perfect moment to strike. People who could actually end fill, tops. Slow progress, whatever. Gotta level up carefully. One chance to win, that's the straw. Then Mom walked in. She said, "Suit up, kid. We're heading to the big house." Then it hit me. I knew exactly what day it was. Basically, 6 kings and 5 demons run this server. My house, Zeke, total royalty among the 6 kings. Kings bring order. Demons bring the drama. Simple. Other factions hold Judgment Day events to check stats too. Today was ours. Ziggurat's turn to judge. Place was packed. Felt like a stiff costume party. Mom entered, and the gossip train started instantly. Treated her like an outcast. Said she shouldn't even be here. Claimed letting her in. Lowered the bar. We totally ignored the shade. The main family line looked kinda weak sauce to me. Maybe there's some lore. I don't know yet. Roast me all you want, but disrespect my mom. It's on. Mom was chill though. We're just watching, she said. Then the Ziggurat boss arrived. Hadn't seen the guy in 5 years. Glenn Z. He started the show and unveiled the magic sword. Let the games begin. That sword was sick. Touch it, and it reveals your mana stats. Burn went first. Direct line. Golden child. They say a kid's skull hardens at 4, and that's when mana so they test us early. Pre-development patch. Burren touched it, and wind, attribute, excellent mana quality. Apparently, Glenn hyped him up. Wind is great for swords. Follow the flow. Next up, run on from the Solian crew. I watched, trying to figure out the game mechanics. Blade light equals purity. Hilt shows your element type. That's how they rank you. Another genius for some. They're obsessed with stats. I knew I'd probably bomb this. 2 stars, in Ring of Fire. But my circuits are still frozen. But hey, no sweat. Just need to find my element to pick the right build. When the list ended, everyone glared. Rayon Z. My turn. Stepped up, cause Mom smiled. But I expected 0 loot. Sylvia asked, "Yo, did you watch how the other kids did it? Just had to tap the blade." Rayon grabbed it. Flash. A bright light shook him. Vision time? Monsters versus a huge glowing sun. Blonde dude with a fire sword one-shotted them all. Rayon was like, "What the heck?" Felt epic. His light barely lit half the blade. They roasted him. 0 talent. Dude, you a Z. Doesn't look like it. A total flop. Sylvia was chill, but the crowd kept roasting his DNA. But Glenn stood up. "Quiet, y'all. Too loud. Wrap it up, folks." Everyone bailed. Just Glenn and his butler stayed. Glenn figured that was his cap, but he expected zilch anyway. Suddenly bomb. Gold light. Glenn knew the vibe. Sun, aura, like in the old logs. ... Old Ziggurat boss energy. OP enough to bust demon fire. Golden, lit, mana, rare flame. Seen once ever. Never seen it IRL. Only read the wiki. Seeing the glow, Glenn thought. Who is this kid? 7 years later, Rayon checked his stats. No title yet. Debuffs still there. Ice curse, noodle arms, low mana. But hey, leveled up. Fire ring, 2 stars. Water resist, 2 stars. Rayon bet he'd hit ring number 3. 7 years later, now 12. The grind was finally paying off. 2 rings bout to hit 3. If he could fix the ice, he'd speedrun this. Water resist buffed to 2 stars. Ice gone. Limbs stiff, but not frozen solid like before. Moving sucked, but way better than his noob days. Time to start gym class, too. Sylvia saw him lagging. "Yo, get ready. Gotta go." Rayon realized it was Judgment Day Part 2. Gonna deal with the drama again? Fast ceremony. Only side characters there. Last up, Rayon Ziggurat again. Glenn noted he got the invite for family boot camp, but asked why ghosted the invite for a whole month. Ryan was totally lost. Mom had to break it down. It was just built different. The ice in his body was basically killing him way too intense. Doubt Mom knew the deets. But Glenn dropped truth bombs. Ziggurt land? Ziggurt rules. No exceptions found. Can't walk. Better crawl your way to training then. That's the Ziggurt, Veeb hardcore, or nothing. He asked Sylvia, "You gonna bail again? Run away like last time? Around here, you gotta be a real Ziggurt to survive." The gossip squad whispered she'd definitely ghost them again. Suddenly, Ryan got why everyone treated her like trash. She'd quit the fam and smashed her own power source. Wild, knew the moves, sure, but had zero magic juice left. She bolted, then got hitched to Ryan's dad. But Dad died. She got preggers and had to crawl back home. Since she'd already tossed her royal status in the bin, even the distant cousins threw major shade at her. Everyone judged her, but Ryan, he wasn't having any of it. That's his mom. No way was he letting that slide. He jumped on stage and yelled, "I'm training next month, deal with it." Dinier, the big brain from Marshall Palace, claimed the kid would get absolutely wrecked by basic drills. Told him to quit, but Ryan was like, "Nah, I'm good. I got the name, I'll do the work." Glenn glared. "You really get how heavy this name is, kid?" The pressure hit so hard Ryan literally coughed up blood. Felt like the boss's stare was shredding him to pieces. Hurt way more than getting punched in the gut. Now he knew why they called this guy the Destruction King. Mom panicked, screaming, "He's just a baby. He doesn't know." Dare begged them to chill since the kid was clueless. But Glenn snapped, "I'm talking now. Zip it." Mom kept insisting. Her boy would snap like a twig out there. Hearing all the drama, Ryan thought, assassins vibe with death in the shadows, not the spotlight. They hide, but he wasn't about that secret life anymore. No more ninja stuff. He was Ryan Ziggurt. Now, on a mission to fix things. He remembered growing up in the cheap seats, not the fancy VIP main house. That's why he didn't realize how massive the family brand was. Training was his ticket to figuring this crazy place out. He'd protect Mom, save the good vibes, and win it all back himself. Glenn scoffed. "You really think? You can judge us just by doing a few push." Ryan fired back. "It's the only way I can learn." "Fine," Glenn said. "I'll get you a teacher. Don't come crying later." Glenn's pressure was way too insane, so Rayon literally passed out. Before he blacked out, he remembered his past life as the absolute GOAT of assassins. Now, he was basically a walking legend. If he used his cheat skills, impressing the fam would be easy. Time to show him this useless pebble is actually a gem. Later at the gym, Big Boss Karun was like, "Is that chubby kid really gonna work out here?" His minion nodded. "Yeah." The maid spilled the tea on the Saints drama. Everyone knew Rayon had some super rare, nasty bug. Karun took one look and knew this kid ain't no NPC. Main character vibes. Still, surviving the boss's scary aura. Pretty wild. Then his brain finally clicked. Sylvia was totally OP compared to the rest too. He told a lackey to plant a spy in the guest house. Stalk him 24/7 and text me every little detail. Meanwhile, at Zyart's 5th training zone, the big boss popped in to chat with a certain dude. He visited Rimmer, who faked a nap but got busted fast. Radiant Blade Rimmer just laughed it off like a chill bro. Glenn was like, "Everyone's grinding. Why are you slacking?" Rimmer claimed he was just following protocol. "You're the brain, we're the muscle. Fair game." Glenn sighed. 50 years and you're still a toddler. YOLO. People don't change. Rimmer grinned. Here for the kid. Sylvia had come too. Beg for the boy's safety. Didn't think Grandpa would show up though? Rimmer said if this visit was just to baby the kid, don't bother. Total waste. My gym, my rules, not even the boss can mess with it. Grandson or not, no special treatment. Period. But Glenn wasn't there to ask for easy mode. Actually, he was down to crank up the difficulty. Gotta see if he's a winner or a loser, right? Rimmer teased. Wow. Showing love, trying to make up for the Sylvia mess. Glenn snapped that, without his buddy, he'd have gone totally psycho ages ago. Don't go easy. Kit needs a reality check on right versus wrong. No noobs allowed, only the worthy get XP. Rimmer promised to go hardcore and wished. The boss bite. Let's see if Ryan survives the grind. Checked his stats. Our finally hit fire, ring level 3. Body and soul got a sweet buff from the level up. Strength, agility, mana, will, everything leveled up. Nice. His water resistance stat also bumped up to 3 stars, and a strand of that icy curse finally vanished. Rayon felt the difference. Immediately, 3 stars was no joke. His senses were razor sharp, his mind totally locked in. Sylvia saved his muscles from shredding so he could keep leveling up smoothly. Plus, that magic status window was speedrunning his growth. But honestly, he was just getting started. Ziggurt training was legendary for being absolute torture. Hitting 3 stars just meant he was officially a newbie apprentice. You need a rock-solid base if you want to build a killer future. He'd crush them all, shut the haters up, and wreck the sword Saint Deri. He wouldn't quit till he slashed that guy's throat. Then Sylvia walked in. Still up? Rayon blinked. Mom, why are you here this late? We need to talk, she said. Do you really have to go tomorrow? She confessed she wanted to pull the plug on his training, because he always stayed quiet when hurting. She was terrified he'd get wrecked. I'm not saying quit, she whispered. Just hit pause for a bit. Rayon shook his head. No way, he could wait. Every nasty look from the main family, every insult at her it burned. The rage was so massive, he felt like he was going to explode. If he got strong enough, nobody would dare trash-talk Sylvia again. She sighed. He was way too sharp. For a kid, you know why we're outcasts, right? She met his dad on a job and totally fell in love, even though he was just a regular knight. Risky move. So she smashed her own mana circuits and bolted from home. Turns out, Rayon had a big sis named Shia, 2 years older. Life was chill until an Eden squad spotted Sylvia and jumped them. His dad wasn't strong enough to fight, plus Sylvia was pregnant. Total disaster. Dad had secret guards, but by the time they showed up, too late. Everyone died but Sylvia. She had to crawl back to her family. That's why the house labeled her a total failure. She had zero excuses for Grandpa. Rayon thought that was harsh. To them, she ditched her duty to chase happiness, then came crawling back to beg for safety. But she gave him a second shot at life. She actually loved him. Even if the world called her selfish, was the only mom he had across 2 lives. Do you regret it? He asked. Sylvia didn't blink. Nope, not one bit. Rayon decided he didn't care what they said. She was irreplaceable. Down the road, he might get payback, but first, he'd earn the status she deserved. Right then, Sylvia burst into tears. Later, while she was catching Z's, Rayon realized she took forever to chill. Time to peep the Ring of Fire stats, then I can finally crash. Barely any time left before training starts. Ever since hitting 3 stars, the ring spin speed is totally glitching out. Bet they'll go super at 4 stars? Wait, weird magic vibe popping up? What gives? It's go time. Something creepy just spawned inside me. Some angry dude calling himself the King of Essence shows up. Mr. Hateful claims he's repping the Demon Monarch to get revenge. Rayon's just like, bruh, who even are you? Feel in the heat. He triggers 2 special skills. One is literally called Wrath. Woke that bad boy up. Voice demands my body and soul. Then pauses like, it sees a kid and gets all confused. Why a brat? Rayon's shook too. You'll identify yourself. Wrath says, kid, your rage levels are way off the charts for a normie. Says the anger isn't mine, but it's buried deep in the feels. Dude loves it. Gimme your soul, I'll handle your revenge gig. Rayon wonders if this freak showed up because he hated Darius. Even so, too late, buddy. Hard pass. Said he'll clap back on his own terms. No help needed. Wrath's like, wrong answer. Not asking, kid, decided already. King of Essence is jacking this body now. Demon Fire starts munching on felt like freezing fire, turning him into a popsicle inside out. Totally suffocating. Soul in the danger zone. Tells him to rage out. Claims he could wreck a literal god. Rayon thinks he's barely surviving, cause of water resistance, but nah, it's not just a temp. Fire's trolling him, poking the angry bear inside. Wrath yells he'll smash his face if he doesn't quit. Give it up, but Rayon figures. If he folds, Sylvia and the crew are toast. So nope, not quitting, even if he Wrath goes, just give up the soul. Find peace, resistance is futile. Was going easy to save the ride, but gloves are off now. Rayon feels like he's gonna go boom. He's hitting the red line. Can't hold on much longer. Then, light bulb moment. If water blocks ice, maybe Ring of Fire can counter this clown. Only shot at not dying. Sparks the ring to fight the fire. Wrath's jaw drops. No way. Impossible. Some noob. Human resistant his power? Insane. But Rayon isn't quitting. He was like, nah, I'll handle my revenge solo. No body snatching allowed. Wrath got salty. I'm not just some spirit dude. I'm a demon king. Rayon smirked. A king? With that weak sauce power. Scary. He caught the slip. Awakening meant the demon was currently Ding. Suddenly, the system dropped some sweet bonus skills. Wrath flipped out. That admin access belongs to me. I coded that stat window. You're hacking my gear. Rayon ignored the tantrum, checking out his shiny new stats. He teased. So, is this system your old side hustle, or what? I made it. The ghost confessed, but zipped its lip on the why. Whatever. Rayon had already cracked the code anyway. It was basically an auto-level up cheat for his growth. No wonder his mana circles were OP compared to his past life. Makes sense? Give it back, Wrath shrieked. My body, my authority. Joke was on him, he was the one getting gobbled up. Rayon charged his mana, and bam, punched the ghost right in the feels. Weird, why didn't the spirit just eat him instantly? Glitch. Huge power spike. Yet ... crickets. Nobody else noticed. Guess this angry ghost was a private show for Rayon only. He swatted at it. Wrath fumed. I am not a mosquito. Then poof, the demon morphed into a bracelet on his wrist. My seal broke, Wrath grumbled. Just wait until I recharge. Once I'm at 100%, you're toast. Kid, stuck with you until you die. Ah, talk about a clingy parasite. He wanted to yeet it, but losing Wrath might brick the system. Plus, he couldn't risk it going rogue on the neighbors. Safer to keep it leashed. Like they say, keep your frenemies in your pocket. Rayon rolled his eyes. But a flower bracelet. Really? That's your vibe. Don't judge my drip, the entity huffed. Next morning, sun's out. But Sylvia and Helen were stressing hard. Training day, Rayon looked hype. Time to get catch ya later. Helen practically tackled. At the door, don't die. Chill, Helen, I'll be back in one piece. Helen nudged Sylvia. Why the long face, my lady? Is that the vibe for a Sylvia choked back tears, forcing a smile. Be safe, sweetie. I won't overdo it. Scout's honor, he promised. Once he dipped, Sylvia panicked. He'll be okay, right? Totally, Helen grinned. Kids leveled up big time. Sylvia nodded. Then Helen spilled the tea. According to rumors, his teacher was the Zagart family's beast mode instructor. High risk, high reward. He promised no oushies, so mom shouldn't stress. Still, Sylvia crossed her fingers, praying he wouldn't break a leg. Later, at the Zagart family's 5th training ground, the place was packed. Mainline kids, collaterals, and Alizeverin who as anyone showed up. Rayon wasn't shocked. He knew it'd be a total zoo, not just a family reunion. Helen mentioned there were 6 grounds total, and this was just number 5. Not even the main stage. Didn't take long for the trash talk to start flying. Rayon's so frail, some whispered, bump him, and he'll snap like a twig. Others bet he'd quit before lunch. Why is he even here? They even dissed his bracelet. Ah, so tacky. Who wears that? Wrath lost it inside his head. Asterisk these peasants. I'll crush their skulls. Rayon, though, he just chilled and walked right up to them. Got something to say? He smirked. Say it to my face, not my back. Talking smack in secret. That's just embarrassing. Guys, one kid snapped. Shut it. An annex reject doesn't get to talk to us. You're not even main line. Know your role, loser. Rayon raised a brow. And you are. Last I checked, you're collateral to big talk for someone picking on the weak guy. Triggered. The kid lunged. I'll teach you some respect. But before fists flew, a shadow cut in. Enter Burns, a legit direct ascendant. The bully scrambled back instantly. Oh, snap. Baron glared at Rayon. You're clueless, too, useless. I could crush you. Stick to the shadows or get kicked out. Your choice. He figured Rayon was just an attention seeker, hogging the spotlight at the ceremony with zero skills to back it up. You weren't even going to train, he sneered. Just leave. You'll fail anyway. Rayon didn't even blink. Blah, blah, blah. Heard it all before? Who are you again? Direct line with zero clout. Who made you boss? Want a cookie for crying too, daddy? Get real. Burin turned red. You collateral filth. Dare talk to me. Bam. The door flew open. Rimmer made his entrance. Yo, fighting already? He interrupted, scanning the room. Kids these days, so much energy. He laughed. Rayon knew him instantly. Reimer the Radiant Blade. Legend said he retired after his energy core got wrecked. A fallen star. Why not save the drama for after the show? Rimmer teased. Baron shut his mouth and stepped back. Smart move. Rimmer grinned. I'm your new instructor. Try to survive. Can't wait to see what you got, he said. Heard there's about 160 of you nuggets here. Way too many. I hate crowds. Let's thin the herd. Pop quiz. Only 40 of you stay. The rest, bye-bye. Jaws dropped. Panic mode activated. Just toss in the trash. Rimmer shrugged. No hard feelings. Wrath was absolutely triggering inside Rayon, screaming about the guy's nerve. Rayon mentally backhanded him, hitting the mute button real quick. Rimmer made it clear. His playground, his rules. He's the law. Got beefs. There's the door. Bye, Felicia. Crickets. He kicked things off, asking why they were just vibing there. Start jogging. Don't stop. Said fighting needs cardio and guts. The whole squad started hoofing it. Wrath complained. Why are you lagging? If we gotta run, be first. Rayon was like, chill. It's not a sprint. No need to flex. He figured Rimmer was scouting potential and vibes, not just speed. Only the ones who didn't flop would make the cut. Up front, Byrne and Runin were totally crushing it. They were keeping a crazy, fast pace. Everyone was hyping them up, saying they were next level OP. Meanwhile, they roasted Rayon for barely moving his legs. No shocker, he's dead last. He's toast, soon. Be glad when you fail, they thought. But Rayon felt weird. Why was this training just an endless marathon? In his past life, he sprinted from starving beasts to survive. Compared to that nightmare, this was total weak sauce. While others gasped, Rayon looked bored. Rimmer got curious. This kid was built different. His tank should be empty. Ages ago, but he kept going. It wasn't just grit, just the insane will of a warrior who's seen death on repeat. Why's the kid so intense? Then Rimmer spotted something sus. He could see aura colors showing everyone's power level. But Rayon, 0 color, meaning his potential broke the scale. Absolutely wild. Others called Rayon cocky for jogging last. Bet he'd quit. Rayon's body was wrecking, but he didn't flake. He wondered why this warm-up was taking literal ages. Exhausted, he pressed on. Tons of kids had already bailed. How was the sick kid still moving? He looked unbothered. Honestly, Rayon was cooked. Heart and lungs felt smashed. But he recharged, using his Ring of Fire cheat code. He grinned, seeing the ring leveling up so fast. He had to go full tryhard mode to max out the skill. Still, Wrath roasted him, calling him totally pathetic. You have the King of Essence and still suck. He scoffed. The entity inside demanded the keys to Rayon's ride. I'd dust that blue-haired kid and put everyone on ice. He tried to hijack the body, but Rayon fought back hard. Vision blurring, but he had to play it cool. He battled for control, refusing to let that creep drive. Meanwhile, Burn was getting salty that Rayon was still standing. Dude was totally lost on how this kid kept moving. He bet Rayon was way too weak for gym class. Reminded him of some gossip he caught. Apparently, Sylvia's kid was doomed. 0 warrior potential. But watching Rayon jog along, it really ticked him off. Time to flex. He'd pop his aura and make Rayon quit. Zoom. He blasted past the whole pack. Rayon just cruised next to another kid. Burn was acting like a baby. Runando? Chill. Real talk, this wasn't PvP. It was player versus self. You gotta beat your own high score. Watching others just messes up your grind. Later, while others dropped, whispers started about Rio. Ignoring the haters, he kept on trying. Talk is cheap, but his legs were turning to jelly. Inside, screaming stop. But he pulled juice from his ring. The skill was leveling up. Had to milk every second. Essence King kept nagging. Let me drive. I'll end this. Rayon didn't fold. Worst time to go, AFK on his body. Had to hold on and play it cool. Brain fuzzing out. Whatever. No body snatching allowed. Essence King stopped giggling at Rayon's grit. Humans shouldn't handle his rage. It's glitchy. Nobody tanks this pressure. Yet Rayon stood tall. King got curious, decided to strike. Rayon gripped tight. One slip and he's monster chow. Instant game over. Danger level. Critical. He knew the score. King wondered, why won't this kid quit? My rage wrecks pros. Why is he immune? Meanwhile, Rayon, hurt like crazy. Doorstep of death vibes. Bodhi went rogue. Eyes blurry, lungs on strike. Then, Rimmer yelled, cut, everyone, freeze. Baron hid his relief. Mumbled Rayon was tougher than a roach. Inside, shook. That test nearly deleted him. Realized this new save file was on hard mode. Runnin actually looked interested in Rayon's show. Essence King was totally stunned. What kind of beast is this kid? How's he tanking it? Rayon already told him. Not gonna happen. Even wrecked. The grind boosted his ring and buffed his stats. Pop-up window. Extreme limits. Broken. Energy cap surpassed. Boom. Stats up. King got even free XP for this kid. Ridiculous. Later, Rimmer huddled him up. GG everyone. Nice work. Psych. He admitted the whole elimination threat was just a massive troll. The crowd was salty. All that running for literally 0 reason. But Rimmer got real. Keep slacking like that, and you're actually toast. You could hear a pin drop, total silence. He was like, I told you to run like you meant it. Out of 160, only one guy went try-hard mode, even used hacks. Then he shrugged. Whatever, water under the bridge, past is past. The real boss battles haven't even started yet. Listen to him, you win don't, game over. It won't be a cakewalk. Congrats, you are all officially temporary noobs now. Survive 6 months, and you might actually make the clan. He's picking MVPs, but keeping the leaderboard hidden. No spoilers. Finally, he let everyone go so they could crash at the fancy new cribs. The family set up. There's a gym to the left if you want to get. Later in the woods, Rimmer sensed a VIP camper chilling at his nap spot. It was Glenn Zegart asking for the tea. Rimmer rolled his eyes. Bruh, you were spectating the whole time. That's literally why you came here. Glenn nodded. Okay, you got me. Good eye. Burn and Runnin were obviously the top-tier picks. A few other kids might be able to carry the squad later. But Ryan, that kid's stamina bar is glitching or something. He should have been out of mana at the starting line. Haven't seen stats like that since I was a rookie. Since my energy core got nerfed, life's been pretty boring. But now, things are finally getting spicy. Glenn was like, you chose this job, so stop daydreaming and focus. Rimmer just smirked. You got it, boss man, anything for you. But Loki, he felt one of these noobs might be the chosen one. Glenn waved it off. Fluke. Kid's never gonna be a main tank. Rimmer wasn't buying it. Hey, never say never. Meanwhile, Ryan's thinking, tutorial's over. Time to go grind. The King of Essence called him a sweaty The other students were hating hard, trash-talking him behind his back. The rumor mill was spinning. No way. Sick kid runs a marathon and then hits the gym right after. Krinzigert bet it was juice. Performance enhancers, for sure. Heard some hobo saint dropped him a legendary potion. Now everyone's screaming. Hacker. Claiming he only cleared the level because of the buff. Krin decided Ryan needed a serious vibe check. They jumped him later. Ryan was clueless. Like, why do I have aggro? They got in his face, accusing him of being disowned scrub stealing elixir juice. The sheer nerve, Ray just scoffed. Total nonsense. Seemed petty, but they called it a chat with fists. Crane tried playing it cool. Throwing hands is how brothers bond. It's chill. Then he just rushed him, fist first. Wrath watched, curious if the kid would eat that. Nope, Ray wasn't having it. Wham. One hit KO. Even Wrath was shook by that power. Ray didn't blink. Nice talk, he said. Great convo, who's next? Guy one missed, got a knee to the gut. Guy to panicked, he's weak. Smackdown he goes. Total stomp. 3 versus 1 and losing. Wrath loved the drama, just enjoying the beatdown show. Finally, they were gassed and pleading. Crane tapped out. My bad, we messed up. Ray stomped his hand. Wait, one question. Who sent you? Was it Byrne? Nah, Byrne's innocent. All us. Ray paused. Thought Byrne hated him. Guess not. This little chat, our secret. Crane nodded fast, terrified. Ray yanked his hair. Cross me again. We chat again. Crane swore they'd vanish. Lesson learned. We're gone. Cool. Now get lost. Reimer watched from afar. Best show ever. Reminded him of the boss back in the day. Genes don't lie. Razagart was a beast. A hidden gem. Legit, elite potential. Rimmer was hyped. Later, Ray checked his stats. New achievements unlocked. Wrath grinned. Agility up +1. Wrath flipped out. This system is bugged. Ray, Wrath. Yeah, but never tested it. This is only CUZ ... You jacked my powers. You ungrateful brat. Still, Wrath had an idea. A bet. Ray wins. Stats. Ray loses Wrath points. Quest popped. Rank first in the cadet test. Win +2. All stats. 1 trait. Fail. +10 Wrath points. Mission. Become Rimmer's top student. The essence, King laid out the deal. The results would be Crystal, and the random perk is his. Just nerf it to fit Ray's scrawny self. As for the 10 Wrath points, he said, it's barely a blip, but keep stacking M, and Ray might turn into a total raging psycho. Sketchy stuff. Ran thought, hitting top spot is impossible for normies, but he's got that Isekai cheat code? A walking time bomb? Maybe, but he had the hacks. He took the bet. With his past life XP, taking the L wasn't happening. Later at the gym, the whole squad was wrecked. Rimmer's drill was straight up torture. The torture du jour, horse stance. Looks chill, but it's the bread and butter of fighting. Rimmer lectured that riding an invisible pony takes serious grit. He told him to freeze there until told otherwise, then bailed to nap, leaving everyone shaking like leaves. Rimmer claimed he wasn't the one stressing them. They'd feel the crushed himself. This was just the tutorial. Some kid winded was insane and asked for the cool sword move. Another claimed it sucked to just squat and run. Might as well rage. Quit. Byrne heard the salty tears and told him to shut it. Official grind was over, so it's free roam time. He warned that skipping skills makes your sword game trash. Everyone dipped fast to do their own thing. Essence Dude saw the sword fest and asked why Ray wasn't joining. But Ray knew with the skills he already packed, swinging a blade now was a total waste. He needed serious gains and energy control. That icy curse in his veins made him weaker than the other scrubs. So, the basic reps mattered way more than flashy moves. Can't speedrun this? Gotta focus on the physical build. Runnin' lurked, watching him, are leveled up, crazy fast. He was lifting way heavier plates than yesterday. Heard he was sick, but he keeps upping the difficulty. Dude was absolutely maxing out. His growth stats were totally glitched. Bench up 10 kilos in a week? Is Ryan built different? Curious. She walked up. Kid had weirdly cool vibes. Ryan spotted her and asked, what's the deal? He noticed she was actually pretty tall for a girl. Runnin' realized she'd crept up without even thinking. Awkward. So she sat and started benching to play it cool. Truth is, she stalked his routine, copied, every single rep. Runnin' was sure that fresh smell was coming from Ron. That scent, pure vibes. She felt lighter than air. Smelled like energy. She was ready to lift a car. Rayon saw her lurking. Sup, Runnin' just blinked. Nothing. He was getting weirded out by her 24/7s. Stalking. But Runnin' knew he was special. She'd stick around. By afternoon, the whole crew came back with Byrne and saw Runnin' still glued to Rayon. Her, with the outcast, Major Son. Byrne scoffed. Total waste. Grinding basics is for losers. He sneered. He thought Rayon was just broken, stuck on level 1 while everyone else advanced. Byrne shrugged off the next test. Sword skills. Guys, not this gym class nonsense. He figured ignoring a flop like Rayon was best. Scoreboard won't lie. Later, some new kid walked up to Ray. I'm Dorian. Can I join? I want to learn the real deal. Rayon shrugged. Dorian smiled, holding out a cookie. Treat. Rayon passed. But Runnin eyed it like it was gold. Her eyes went huge. Silent scream. Feed me. Rayon sighed, grabbed it, and fed the beast. She munched away. Great. Now he had two weirdos. Still, it felt kinda cool to help out. The trio trained daily. The rest just fanboyed over Burn. 6 months since kickoff, Rayon trained like a man possessed. The haters left in the dust. He exhaled, focused on the last two rivals. Just Runnin and Burn. Finally, showtime. Stadium was packed. Intense vibes. McYelled Guardians are watching. Look sharp. The Essence King smirked. You good, kid. Remember the bet. Win, or I wreck you. Rayon, though, was like this isn't what we prepped for. Nobody knew what was up. Suddenly, Dorian collapsed. Yo, you okay? Just nerves, Dorian squeaked. Big day. Do know, if a weakling like me can make it. Runnin tossed him a cookie. Eat chill. Rayon caught Burn glaring. Why is he so popular? In the stands, Sylvia beamed at her son. Her and Helen were total fangirls, whispering hype to each other. Sylvia was like, he's got swag. And Helen nodded, citing his 6-month boot camp from hell. Plus, rockin' net. ... Killer charm. He actually scored a squad. Helen called him an M. Mom just loved that he wasn't a loner anymore. Suddenly, the air got stupid. Heavy. Boss mode activated. Big Gramps, the main character and family boss, just spawned in. Every single person started sweating bullets. ... Single quotes, cause the big cheese never crashes these noob events. Seriously, dude has a 0 attendance streak until now. Rimmer, totally shook, was like, yo, why are you here? Glenn just glared. This is it. The make or break moment for our He peeped the weird vibes. ... Asking if he was unwanted. Rimmer panicked. No way. Bruh, we totally stan your arrival. Huge honor. Rimmer cut the awkwardness and kicked things off. Alright noob, the selection games begin now. He said he'd use some wicked magic to weed out the weak. Boom! Giant wind blast. Kids nearly face-planted right there. Even Rayon, who eats pressure for breakfast, was like, whoa. Rimmer smirked. Rules are simple. Kiddos, just walk through my wind tunnel. Easy peasy. Just my aura crushing you. Kinda like real combat trauma. You'll deal with this stress every Tuesday as a warrior. I'm testing your guts, and if you'll cry under pressure, cue the whining. But we're newbies. This is impossible. Others chimed in, crying that, not everyone, ... unlocked aura yet. So unfair. Rimmer just rolled his eyes. Listen up. Real pressure isn't about shiny magic tricks. It's about your soul's XP and how much you've leveled up. You earn it by grinding, sweating, and not quitting. It's the vibe of someone who's seen some serious stuff. Gramps nodded along. Your life story creates the pressure. Don't need magic to be heavy. Your history speaks loud. Rimmer hyped up the boss's speech. See? Quit yap. He told them to zip it. ... Ignore the drama. Test starts. Right now, Runnin got picked first. Everyone else scattered. I'll adjust the difficulty. Tag me, and you win. He turned on the pressure dial. Runnin froze solid. Total sensory overload. She shut her eyes tight. Use aura, and you're disqualified, he warned. Power through with pure grit, like we practiced. It was a struggle, but she inched forward and finally tagged him. He grinned, ruffled her hair, and said, you passed, kid. He gave her props for the heavy grind she put in these last few months and told her to keep slaying. Next up, Dorian. Dude was shaken so hard he might pass out. Rimmer asked if he noticed Runnin's run. Said he needed guts to survive. Dorian was like, I have 0 guts. Truly, gutless. But Rimmer kept it 100. No try. Big fail. Test starts. Dorian gets flattened instantly. Face meet floor. Rayon noticed the hack. Rimmer tweaked the difficulty per kid. Teach was watching every little pixel. Dorian barely scraped himself up, stumbled, and tagged Rimmer. Teach shouted. Passed. Said his problem was no confidence, not 0 skill. Told him to flex that pride. Then Dorian puked. Gross. Other noobs went. Then Burn. Rimmer cranked the pressure to max. Burn felt that nerf immediately. Way harder than it looked on screen. How did Runnin tank this damage? He folded, feeling crushed and laggy. Rimmer said Burn was a steer talent. Super rare drop. But he and his crew, total XP waste. Their sword skills were just flashy glitches. Should have trained their brains and bodies, not just moves. Rimmer exposed him for spamming aura when stuck. Try that now. Instant rage, quit. Burn panicked, losing wasn't an option. Remember Dad kicking his bro out with that cold stare? Fail this, and he's evicted too. Tossed like trash. So he grinded for approval. Rimmer told Burn to stop acting grown. You are 12, Bro, chill and train. Tunnel vision makes you miss the loot around you. Finally, boss level Rayon stepped up. Rimmer asked if the main character was ready. Rayon said bet, and Rimmer hit the switch. Heavy vibes. Sylvia worried, even Glenn was confused. Rayon wondered if this was a bug in the test. Rimmer shrugged. This kid's potential smoked, burn, and run in, so he had to suck it up. Despite the lag, Rayon pushed forward. Soul level isn't about the body, it's the hardware. Right then, he wasn't just young Rayon Sieghart, but an assassin legend. He walked on air. Reimer's jaw dropped. Glenn just watched, cool as ever. Rimmer was shook. What is this kid? Rayon tagged him like it was nothing. The crowd went dead silent. Even the big boss couldn't believe his eyes. Rayon's like, we done. The others were mind blown. He tanked that pressure. Totally unreal. The crowd had 0 words. How'd the crippled kid with no aura pulled that off? Everyone was confused. Rimmer, still reeling, wondered who this kid actually was. Rayon just stared. Then Rimmer realized, oh right, I've watched him for months. It was definitely Rayon. But still, how'd he break his limits? That pressure should have crushed him. It was just supposed to trigger him. Never thought he'd actually pass. In the quiet, Rayon, the last guy, officially ended the tryouts. Time for the big reveal. Top student of Ground 5. No surprise there. Rayon Sieghart, obviously. Sylvia got all teary. My son's the GOAT, she cried. Helen was sobbing, happy tears too. Helen couldn't believe he actually pulled it off. Meanwhile, everyone else was having a hard time swallowing it. Hard to believe Rayon, the loser, was now top dog. Burn raged. I don't accept this. Rimmer's lying. Rimmer blinked. Say what now? Burn claimed Rayon was weaker, slower, and untalented compared to him. He wouldn't accept that guy beating him. It's a trick, he yelled. Some of the crowd started nodding along. Whispers started. Rayon has no aura, and Rimmer's tight with the boss. Nasty rumors started flying. Burn wanted a duel. Where's it? Let's throw hands. Rimmer smirked. You want that spot? That bad? Burn denied it, but Rimmer shut him down. Test's over, dude. He asked the boss what to do. Glenn paused, eyed Rayon, and noted the salty crowd. So, he asked if Rayon was down to duel Burn. Burn grinned, hoping for a yes. Rayon said, nope. No prize, no fight. Why fight just for ego? Glenn blinked. Didn't expect Burn to look this pathetic? Burn screamed. You jerk? So Glenn switched it up. Duel for top spot, he said. Win, and you get a bronze tablet. Now Rayon was listening. Those tablets were huge deals in the family. Finally, a reason to throw down. Different tablets meant different loot. Even a bronze badge was sick since the big boss himself was handing it out. That alone meant good vibes were definitely coming. Rayon figured the boss wasn't chill with him just being best noob yet, so he was like, game on. Fight started, ASAP 1 round. Winner takes all. No magic or weapons allowed, just straight up throwing hands. Burn rushed in, swinging like crazy, but Rayon swerved every hit. Then Burn announced he was busting out. The vacuum tiger fist, a fancy move his dad taught him, totally legal. Supposedly, he figured it wasn't technically cheating. He threw a massive punch, but Rayon just tanked it. The crowd was all, Burn is, wait up, said Rayon the side character was gonna get wrecked. Burn was fuming, thinking, this scrub can't be top dog. He flashed back to his bro getting rejected and felt he had to win. Desperate for the W, he kept spamming heavy attacks. Rayon just danced around him. He saw everything coming a mile away. Burn's moves looked super slow-mo to him. Salty. Burn yelled, give up, or I'm ending you right now. But Rayon didn't bail. He prepped the exact same move. It hit so hard it smashed Burn's defense and coat him flat. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. No way, they screamed. Rayon used the tiger fist too. How'd he learn that? Burn, eating, dirt, wheezed. How? Rayon shrugged. You just showed me. Just copy-pasted it. People thought maybe he had a cheat code. Wondered if it was some big setup. Ada said fake, but the damage was real. Rimmer watched and thought, kid's a freak of nature. Rayon didn't just block. He clapped back with a counterspin perfectly timed. Total pro move. And he did it just by reading the energy flow live. That's genius. Tier. But Rayon didn't just read it. He stole it. That talent is top-tier worldwide stuff. Exactly, the god-tier skill house Sieghart wanted. Rimmer called the match. Obvious win. Winner Rayon Z. Finally, the test was a wrap. Soon as it ended, Sylvia rushed to squeeze her boy. She was stoked. The Essence King just winned? I'm hungry. Let's bounce. Runnin's fam was hyping her up too. But Burn, his dad ghosted him, didn't even show. Only the butler came. Burn saw his dad staring from afar and felt gutted. Later, Burn stood in Karun's office, looking small. Karuna asked if he remembered the rule. Burn nodded. Come back the best and never lose, he recited. Karun was ice cold, said doing the bare minimum wasn't gonna cut it. Told Buren to wreck the South Annex crew and beat Rayon. That trash the main fam dumped. said Buren made the whole fam look like clowns. Want a fey like your brothers? Buren yelled, no way. Karun sighed, you blew your first shot? Kid, that loser is top dog. Now, go steal the title back. Stat. Dismissed him like a text left on read. It stung. To stay in the VIP squad, he couldn't mess up again. Final shot, do or die. Who to blame? That jerk. That total trash Rayon. Buren swore he grinded XP hard so he'd never lose. But he still took the L, walking around, totally dazed. Just him, in the void, cause the test was done. Wandered into the gym, eyes locked on Rayon's locker. Figured a quick peek wouldn't hurt anybody. Not swiping loot, just being nosy. Just a look. Cracked it open. Just shoes. Nothing else. Over 10 pairs? Whoa! Buren was totally shook. Did he wreck 10 pairs in 6 months? Buren only swapped to. Seemed Rayon practically lived in that gym. Like he sold his soul to the grind 24/7. Thinking back, Rayon was literally always training. He was sweating buckets while Buren ... skipped basics to look cool with flashy moves. While Buren chilled in the dorms, Rayon kept grinding. Rayon was the real MVP. Total poser failure. Spirit King was like, I can't even, never seen a weirdo like this kid. What kind of beast is Rayon? Nobody has a clue. To be honest, first, gotta figure out his new cheat skill. King explained. Frozen flower perception. Super rare perk, even for a nobody like buffs all your senses range. Big time. Just 1 star equals a 10% boost. With King's hacks, you can sense stuff 10 times further. Rayon admitted it was a ... but was like, why is the name so cringe? King shrugged. I like it. Okay, maybe it sucks. Rayon thought. This guy has 0 naming skills. Later, Big Boss summoned. Sylvia panicked. Did you break something? Butler said, chill, he's just getting a shiny badge. Throne room time. Rayon saluted the chief. Glenn said, Dez might hate it, but a deal's a deal. He tossed Rayon the badge, saying that later on, he could trade it back for a favor or item of equal value. Rayon was like, cool, I'm cashing it in right now. He name-dropped his mom, Sylvia, asking how to fix her status. Glenn raised a brow. You mean her royal rep? Rayon nodded. Bingo. That's the one. The old man's vibe definitely shifted right then. The boss explained, it'd take a massive win, not a small one. The whole fam had to respect it. Near impossible for a scrub. Still, he claimed there was a tiny chance. Rayon handed it back to Bale. But Glenn yelled, hold up, you just asked a question. Didn't make a wish yet. I answer questions for free, kid. Rayon blinked. Didn't expect the king to be so chill. Glenn sighed. So, what do you actually want? Rayon knew exactly what he needed. Mana training manual. Glenn shrugged. You get the basic stuff in class. But Rayon shook his head. Nah, I need premium goods. Better than basic, but fits the badge's price tag. His old assassin shadow tricks wouldn't cut it here. To get Sylvia back on the throne and crush Darius, he needed flawless power. So, a skilled book, Glenn confirmed. Snap. Suddenly, bookshelves popped up like a magic library, straight from the family's private stash. Focus your energy in the middle, he said. It'll choose you. Rayon reached out, praying for top-tier loot. He needed something legitimately broken. He concentrated, and one ancient tome floated over. The adults looked like they'd seen a ghost. Glenn thought, asterisk, how did this kid pull that one? Rayon read the cover. Asterisk, 10,000 flames, cultivation. No clue what it was, but the pages vanished upon contact. The info downloaded straight into his brain. Seeing the fire, Glenn recalled a chat about Sylvia. Maybe the family bullied her into hiding. He thought power mattered more than his kid, but secretly, he still had a soft spot for her. Did she run off because she met some guy? After years of bottling up feelings and chasing strength, he could smash demon wall. He built an empire. But was it worth the cost? Did he lose what actually mattered? Later, bad news dropped. His family got jumped. The Eden Ghosts, Sylvia's old haters, were behind it. She was the lone survivor. Total ambush. So 0 backup arrived. Glenn felt totally useless. Right then, caught feelings way too late to fix anything. So even if Rayon or Sylvia hate him, he's protecting the kid. Period. Later, Rayon felt the moves. Info downloading into his brain like it belonged there. Super curious, Glenn asked. Yo, what did you just do? No clue, Rayon admitted. The manual just poofed in my hands. Glenn asked for the book's title. Rayon remembered. Cultivation of 10,000 Flames. The system auto-saved that name for him. Remember the contents? Glenn asked. Rayon nodded. Hearing that, the big boss called it awesome. Badge secured, Rayon dipped. Glenn stayed behind, totally shook. The butler, also stunned, was like, wait, is that the technique? Yup, Glenn confirmed. First boss of House Ziggert's secret move. Literally nobody in fam history could read or copy it. Crazy that his grandkid, actually, cracked the cultivation of 10,000 flames. Butler warned. If word gets out, Rayan and Sylvia are toast. Chill, Glenn said. Nobody even knows this thing still exists. But what about the missing book? The butler pressed. No biggie, Glenn replied. It went to someone who'll actually use it. Honestly, nobody else could handle that skill anyway. Without Rayan, it'll just collect dust in the library forever. Now, he felt like big changes were coming. Meanwhile, Rayan was in his room, thinking hard. It was weird. He somehow snagged a super ob technique. Even a gold tablet isn't worth the 10,000 flames. This skill definitely the legendary Ring of Fire, totally worth mastering. But, despite the grind, he couldn't quite grab that flame. He hadn't mastered the move yet. He'd been trying since he got it, but fusing that aura was a pain. He knew he wouldn't learn such a pro move instantly. Still, zero progress made. Seeing him rage, the King of Essence said, I know it's tough, just try. He also dropped a major warning. If anyone touches him while training, it's game over. Mana circuits could snap, leaving him even riskier for Rayan because of the cold in his circuit. Rayan told the king not to mess with him, since he knew the risks. But the king was just curious to see the drama. He admitted he kinda wanted to interrupt just for kicks. Rayan warned, Bro, if I break, your vessel is useless too. The king just shrugged it off. Like, whatever, dude. He figured since Rayan was just a squishy human, he wouldn't survive the process anyway. Lose an arm? Mana core goes? Boom. No biggie. The King of Essence claimed he could hit the reset button on anything, and the second Rayan threw in the towel. That would be his cue to hijack the body completely. Rayan wasn't buying it. So, this is a one-time deal, right? Nope, the king shot back. He basically admitted he could crash the party in Rayan's brain, whenever he felt like it. Great. Sorian would have to live his life in a 24/7 horror movie. It clicked then, this guy wasn't a roommate. He was a glitch waiting to delete Rayan and take over the hardware. A literal rage monster. Folks, Rayan thought the dude had finally chilled out, but now he knew he had to sleep with one eye open. Anyway, he decided to put a pin in that drama, for now. Bigger fish to fry. The angry voice in his head piped up. You finally kicking me out? You bet. Rayan smirked. Totally planned this. He'd baited the ghost out on purpose. Time to smash the delete key once and for all. It had been a hot minute since they last chatted, so he figured it was time to get back to the grind. Meanwhile, lurking outside Rayan's dorm, a nosy maid was playing spy. Her report, total snooze fest. Unless you count Rayan talking to his imaginary friends as dangerous. Other than that, he was boringly normal. But then she finally saw something juicy. Meet Jadil, the annex building's resident snooper. She was shook. How did this kid score such a high-level skill with a lame bronze tablet? She'd been glued to him like a stalker fan the whole time. The mana vibes coming off him during training were insane. Next-level stuff. The big bosses at the Central Martial Palace would definitely pay top dollar for this tea. Jadil scribbled everything down, folded the note, and had a momentary guilt trip. Just following orders, she told herself. Still felt kinda gross. Though, he was just a kid, you know? She wondered how much longer she'd have to keep being a creep. She dropped the message into the water magical post office style. She stood up to bounce, and whoosh cold steel pressed against her neck. Scream and you're toast, a voice hissed. Move, and you're dead. Jadil froze, eyes locked on the lake. Who the heck was radiating this much? I will lend you energy. She caught the reflection in the water. Uh-oh. It was Rayan. Felt you creeping since day one, he said casually. Get any good gossip? Jadil's brain practically He knew the whole time. She thought she was a ghost. Turns out, he was just plain dumb. Open up. He shoved something in her mouth, and forced her to cough up the letter she tried to hide. Rayan checked the soggy paper. Blank. Must be some secret spy code. He started running through the checklist. Not water, not earth, definitely not fire, wind, or regular light. Bingo, it had to be moonlight. Jadil gaped. How'd you guess? Rayan shrugged. Only Alice and Karun use that flashy moonlight trick. Dead giveaway. Karun sent her. Panic mode engaged. No way. She never even showed her face. She'd spent ages training to be a total pro spy. How'd this kid know everything? Then bam, crazy pain hit her. She realized the dude could literally read her mind. He must have fed her a wrathworm. Gross, but it explains it. Flashback. Her mission was to hit the annex and stalk Rayan and Sylvia. Nailed it. She'd snagged the prize she'd been dreaming of. She was like, did you seriously put a worm in me? He grinned. You know the worm? Then you know you're toast. Despie Judel tried to barf it up. Epic fail. That curse is a total stalker, app GPS and mind reading included. It was seriously one of the nastiest hexes ever. He could delete her remotely with max pain. She knew for a fact it was the real wrathworm. Since she was DMing Karen, Rand knew she was a palace spy. This whole drama probably started 7 months back. She'd totally stalked him, Sylvia, and the maids. Judo figured this gig would be a cakewalk. Spying on a kid and Sylvia? Too easy. But turns out, a total monster lived in that annex. She decided to fake the letter and lie her face off. But he stopped her. Don't bother, he said. Faking it won't work. Karen's gonna realize you suck at this eventually. Smirking, he dropped the bomb. You're a double agent now. She had to report stuff they'd find out anyway, but keep the juicy, secret details to herself. Plus, she had to spy on Karen and report back to him. Jadil agreed. Ryan was like, better bring good dirt next time. Later, the king asked Rayan about the worm. He was like, EW, I don't use gross stuff. In reality, he just gave Jadel some super painful poison. Total bluff. The king asked, so you read her mind sense magic? Rayan shook his head. Didn't read her mind? He said you can figure stuff out just by watching people's vibes. Most peeps miss it, but he's got skills. Even the king thought Rayan was acting like a total demon. After that drama, Rayan went back to the grind. He hit the fields hard, but still couldn't spark an aura by meeting day. Back with the squad, Rayan saw about 42 kids made the cut. Just about a quarter past, Teach Rimmer was savage with the grading. Then Renan walked up. She just stood there, staring awkwardly. She thought back to a chat with a Mom said since our helped her train, she gotta say thanks. Renan said she shared snacks but stayed quiet cause Dad banned talking to him. But Mom was like, being thankful matters more than him being a boy. Help equals thanks. It's basic manners, dude. Totally a rule she should never forget. So Renan went to Rayon and just said thanks. Essence King asked why. Rayon had zero clue. He didn't know. Renan bounced, feeling proud. Then Dorian sprinted in, totally gassed. Late, classic Dorian, happy but kinda panicked. Asked if Rayon was good, said he nearly died before. Now he's official. It's gotten way harder. Shocked he's even still breathing. Honestly, nightmares wreck his sleep constantly. Still, he kept yapping about Rayon taking first. Said if Burren had actually won first place, he'd hate it, but Burren was there. He ghosted Dorian, walked right to Rayon, took a breath and said he was sorry. Admitted he acted cringe last week. Won't quit though. Swore he'd grind it till he beats Rayon. No backing down. Rayon was actually shook. Rare for a kid to own his mess-ups like that. Must be that fancy family upbringing. Essence King just roasted him though. Said Baran's still clueless after losing. Rayon said chill. Then Rimmer showed up late. Chill as ever. Said he drank some wine yesterday and napped way too long. Asked about rest. Cheered the new trainees. Real training starts right now. Folks, same vibes as before, but with new stuff. First up is the aura cultivation method. Before they started, someone rudely cut in. Mad Girl yelled about the stuck door. Seeing her made Dorian totally freak out. Remmer grinned. Oh, you finally made it. Not her, Teach. She's a repeater from before. She's training here now, so show respect. Martha Zieghart, direct family bloodline. Skipped hellos, asked who the boss was. Hated weak leaders, wanted a duel ASAP. Asked Rayon why they didn't just throw hands. Rayon sighed. Why always the crazy ones? Still, said he's Rayon, the top cadet. She said he looks weak. Enough talking, she just wanted to scrap immediately. Baron called her lame. She got super offended. She warned him to shut his mouth, or she'd shut it for him permanently. Byrne made it crystal clear that Ryan Ziegert was the MVP, stamped and approved by the big bosses. He was like, Martha, seriously, why the drama? She threw his past screw-ups in his face, but he owned it like a boss. He refused to watch another cringe fest, especially from Miss Nasty. Rand was shook. Byrne had glowed up. Run-In even played bodyguard. Martha just cracked up at the sight. She mocked their little power of friendship squad. Trash protecting trash, she sneered, embracing her inner villain. She couldn't stand wimps hiding behind their Paul's way worse than cocky jerks. She pounced on Rayon, but he swerved like it was nothing. One smooth counter later, Martha was airborne. Byrne was hyped, while Rimmer just watched the chaos, like, neat. Fuming, Martha swore she'd break Rayon's legs for embarrassing her. Rimmer snagged her wrist before she could wreak havoc. She didn't even see the guy coming. Rimmer was like, y'all are seriously sleeping on me. Retired or not, being ignored was getting on his nerves. He pointed out, Rayon was auraless, unlike the other two prodigies. So jumping him now, totally unfair play. He'd okay the fight only after Rayon leveled up his aura. Martha scoffed but agreed to chill. Rimmer told M to get back to work. Essence King was salty, asking what the heck Ryan was up to. He couldn't believe Rowan let that bratty girl slide. He'd have sliced and iced her for 10,000 years. Easy. Rayan argued he did smack her, but King said, not enough damage. He wanted Rain to go full fatality and rip her head off. Rand figured he'd save the beatdown for when he could cash it in later. He swore the Essence King he'd put on a wicked show next time. Sun dipped low, but the cadets were still grinding hard. Break time hit. Byrne chugged water thinking, man, this is brutal. Since he already aced the 2-star fist, it wasn't super hard. but hitting that third star needed next level combos. Still, Ryan's speed was stressing him out. 1 month to master 7 forms. Dude's a machine! He wasn't stressing alone. Martha was wiped out too, keeping Ryan on her mind. First time punching, but he was leveling up crazy fast. Unlike the pros, Ron started with 0 skills. His icy mana channels made him weird, but he outworked everyone. Martha refused to be second best. She recalled that old saying about her talent finally popping off. Even as a Zerd adoptee, she stood out like a boss in the Hunter game. She totally smoked the geniuses from the main family branches. She crushed them until they rage quit and surrendered. She was simply the GOA. At least, that's the main character vibe she thought she had. But right now, she was low-key terrified Ryan might leave her in the dust. Later, she vented to her butler, who tried to tell her to chill. Everyone's hyping Ryan's talent, but you're still the queen, he basically said. The dude sounded 100% convinced. Martha was like, receipts, and the butler spilled the tea. Apparently, young Master Ryan had a glitch he couldn't patch. Meanwhile, Ryan was on that late-night grind, swinging his sword. Some cadet slid over to ask about his stance. He just wanted to check if his form was legit. Another kid wanted tips too, but was too awkward to speak up. They were both fanboying over Ryan's sword skills. Watching this, Martha admitted he was cracked, but figured she'd copy him fast. But despite his skills, she knew his trash mana stats were a huge bottleneck. It was half-baked talent. Total tragedy. Still, maybe he'd make a decent gym teacher one day. Rimmer and the rest of the squad stayed quiet. Martha clocked. The silence nobody knew the vibes. Nobody expected Ryan to have 0 mana control after 4 whole months. Heard Butler had explained it. The kid was monoless long before she arrived. She didn't know the full lore, but ... at the ceremony. His stats were literally bottom tier. The only guy in training, ground 5 without a soul awakening. Embarrassing. He pulled a mid-tier skill from the bronze tablet. Nothing fancy, and even with that basic setup, ... still no aura. Proof his mana talent was absolute garbage. Even if Ryan was a sword god. ... no aura means no night. Game over. That thought made Martha smirk, even if she was still salty about ... getting parried earlier. He wasn't worth the stress. Turning around, she bumped into a triggered-looking Run-In. Run-In told her to get lost. Martha was like, whatever. She was bouncing anyway to practice VIP skills Run-In couldn't touch. Later, Ryan finally called it quits. Totally drained. But honestly, he was having a blast. Back in the wars, it was just kill or be killed. Just assassination hacks. Living equaled murder back then. Who knew grinding martial arts for fun was this addictive? The Essence King raged, asking what loopy world Ryan lived in. He was mad Ryan ignored Martha's trash talk, calling her a black-haired witch. Ryan just shrugged and said, dude was so zoned in he didn't even notice the chaos. Essence King raged at his chill vibe, swearing he'd freeze the girl solid. Still, Rayon was just like, fighting Martha right now. Totally pointless. He could crush her without powers or aura. Easy clap. Leaving, he saw Run-In with a box. Delivery for Ray. No clue what it was, but it was chilly. Exorcist and Instincts said don't eat weird stuff, but it looked safe. Essence King took a bite and had a total flavor meltdown. Never had sweets like this in hell. He hyped it up, begging for seconds. Run-In went good, and Rayon nodded. Yum, he said. Pearl ice cream, she mumbled, then dipped. Spirit Dude kept screaming more. Once she was gone, he noted she's pretty weird. Rayon wondered, is she actually worried about me? For a candy addict, giving up the last bite is huge. Decided to pay her back later, but the king yelled to repay it with extra ice cream, obviously. Home again. Mom acted like it'd been years. Mom, it's been 1 week. Yet she went full mode, trying to stuff him with food. Later, Jadil prepped the monthly report for Central. He asked for news. Jadil said, nothing spicy. Just requested a deep dive on the martial arts. Rayon was learning and his crazy fast gains, but no aura yet. Their interests tanked hard. Rayon asked, what's the word on Mom? Jadil said nobody cares about Lady Sylvia anymore either. They might even kick her out soon. Not Kuigala. Enjoy time with her while it lasts. She slyly asked, skipping aura on purpose. Boss. Rayon flipped it back. What do you think? She admitted she was stepping out of line. Rayon thanked her and said, dismissed. King piped up. You really do look like you're slacking on purpose. Rayon said playing people's moods is a legit skill. King wouldn't quit. Why Zora so hard for you? Pathetic. Rayon agreed. Totally pathetic. That's why I'm gonna go grind. King groaned. Rest fool. Training again. Seriously? Rayon ignored him to train. Then he saw Reimer chillin' in the garden. Confused, Rayon asked, why are you here? Reimers, like, special lessons. Time to learn about attributes. Kid. Later, they were hiking up a mountain. Rayon asked How does hiking teach me anything? Rimmer just sighed. Quit whining and chill out, kid. Dude's lazy. But hey, his tips actually slap. While Rayhan tried to figure out why they were there, Rimmer was spacing out. Still shook by that one thing. Like when he peeked at Ryan's aura training that day. Ryan's style, totally different beast. Next level. His aura was straight fire. Instead of fixing his frozen circuits, he mashed him with heat. If R pulls that off, Rimmer wouldn't even have words for it. They stopped at a decent spot, and R was like, why the woods? Bam. Rimmer unleashed his spirit pressure. He said he always craved a wind blade to guard his boss. That was the vibe. He went with the wind element. Flashed that at zero fear. Kid's a freak of nature. Rimmer claimed his elf genes. Let him feel the breeze since day one. But Ryan, built different. Human, with frozen circuits. Talk about playing on hard mode. Winds we're hot, cold, sharp. Rimmer wanted a cutter that slices anything. And he got it. Now it was Rayon's turn. He had to picture the fire he wanted. Rayon was like, bro, it's the north. Unless we torch the mountain, there's no fire here. Rimmer said if they tried that, they'd literally die. But he swore he knew the perfect spot. They hit up a hidden forge. Rimmer's pal, an old smith, was there. The smith instantly grilled him. Fire's acting weird. Like you killed the heat. Rimmer shrugged. No biggie. Figured my sword would flop today anyway. He said this was the spot to catch the hottest, craziest fire in the north at legendary smith's furnace. Smithy asked what they were up to this time. Rimmer got salty. Watch your mouth with the boss's grandson. The smith didn't blink. Said he was. Just retired. Unless the big boss shows up, he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Ryan caught a familiar vibe. Definitely the fire he knew. He'd seen campfires, mage spells, tons of flames in his past life. But this furnace fire, different. Super warm and cozy. Exactly the fire he needed to picture and control. Suddenly, the smith dimmed the flames. Name's Vulcan. Don't expect me to be nice, he grunted. Rayon blinked. That name, Vulcan, the legendary smith who made Glenn Ziegert's heavenly tremor, ghosted for 30 years. Just hiding out here all along. Rayon bowed. Total honor to meet you. Vulcan asked if Rimmer spilled the beans. Rimmer said, nope. He just called Vulcan, the family's old smith. Vulcan corrected him. Rimmer goes, even retired, he's kept that fire lit for over 10 years. He's done forging though, just tending flames. He figured only here could Ray feel real heat. So he's like, let Ray crash here. Vulcan said, hit the family shop. But Reem said, it's too public. Can't leak a skill that's still buggy. Why? Vulcan asked. He's Sylvia's boy? Rimmer that got him. Ray just asked to chill with the fire. Literally all he wanted. Vulcan's like, I'm not forging, just cooking charcoal. Gold charcoal. Creating heat way crazier than basic stuff. His obsession for 10 years straight. Told Ray to do whatever. Just don't wreck his grind. Stoked. Ray thanked him. Outside, Rim teased V's soft spot. Didn't think Pops would cave. ... fast. Promised him booze later as a bribe. V said nope. The fire actually spiked when Ray showed up. Got intense. Fried the charcoal with a heat spike. V saw firepower in every inch of that dude. Maybe with him, the dream wasn't dead. So Ray spent 7 months chilling at the furnace. He kept visualizing his fire. Then, boom, it clicked. Fire's scary and destructive, but tame it. Game over. If you're pro enough, fire becomes super safe and chill. Plus, Ray started unlocking the 10,000 flames energy. Remembered Rim's word. Picture the fire you want to own. Thought of fire to drop Darius and fix Sylvia's rep. Heavy stuff, but he realized, if he got salty with revenge, he'd miss the obvious. So, no crazy fire, just a torch to light his way. Fire as his sword, ready to beat anything. Staying lit 24/7. That was the vibe. Fire energy rushed him, way more intense than usual. Felt that furnace heat pumping through his veins. Had to lock in, hold the fire, and really feel it. Pure bliss. Maybe he finally saw the fire he was chasing. But the King of Essence crashed the party. My turn. Planned to jump Ray while he was zoned out meditating. Wanted to freeze him, ASAP. Ray realized too late, he slipped up. Worst timing, he'd ghosted the King of Essence for way too long. Obvious that the dude here, a literal demon, was camping out in him, waiting to delete his account. Not some scrub, but a demon king. Rayon felt like he was being ripped in two. Breathing was a total workout. 1 inch to the left. Dead. Stop. The 10,000 flames also dead. Survival meant locking in his aura. Gotta stay focused to stay breathing. Too bad his brain was checking out. The Essence King watched, vibing with Rayon's desperate struggle. Give it up, he taunted. You can't fight my hacks, kid. Your bod and soul are about to be my new rental. Rayon wondered if he had grinded this hard for zero loot. Maybe he was just toast like that furnace guy. But the king wanted blood. Then it clicked. The furnace. Ironically, the king gave him the cheat code. All or nothing time. Standing there like a statue meant game over. Forget sippin' air mana. Rayon decided to straight up chug from the furnace. That fire was savage, ready to melt anything in sight. But he yanked it inside anyway. The king panicked. Bro, what are you doing? It was Rayon's Hail Mary. Meanwhile, Vulcan was busy hammering away, making golden charcoal when the fire suddenly went beast mode. He jumped back as the heat spiked to crazy levels. Never seen flames that buff before. What the heck? Then he saw Rayon shaking like a leaf in an inferno. Yo, you good? Vulcan asked. Why does she? Rimmer popped up. Don't touch him. Lay a finger on him, and he is done for. Vulcan argued, but he is gonna get cooked. Can't help. Rimmer sighed. Interfere, and he is toast. Vulcan got it. So that chill is coming from inside him. Yup, Rimmer nodded. One poke ruins the run. Reimer silently prayed the kid wouldn't crash and burn on his final lap. The Essence King screamed, cut it out. It is hopeless. Give up. But Rayon recalled his past life. Dying helpless. Total drag. He had died for nothing before. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. Not this time. The furnace heat went off the charts. It is gonna blow, Vulcan shouted. Rimmer squinted through the heat. All the mana was clumping into one spot. He realized Rayon was slurping it all up. Rayon wrestled the king down and grabbed the fire mana. The furnace went kaboom. You alive? Reimer checked. Rayon stood there, glowing gold. The system pinged. You learned the Thousand Flames technique. Nice one. Thanks to the heat, he hit 2 stars. Fire resistance unlocked waste curse chains. Melted. His sluggish vibe vanished. The ice hardened, and boom freezing aura unlocked. Thanks to Fury's crazy power, Rayon's aura instantly leveled up to 2 stars. Honestly, this went way better than he'd even hoped. He was just trying to awaken, never guessed he'd score such a massive bonus. The system pinged. He'd successfully survived the Fury's brutal tests, the loot. A sweet 3-point boost to every single stat. Rayon was stoked. He'd just speedrun years of grinding in a single second. The Essence King, absolutely losing his mind, called it total nonsense and screamed, "Who the heck are you really?" Rayon's brain was practically mush. So how'd he survive that nightmare? Rayon had already warned him those schemes were doomed to fail. Still, that was a close shave with death. Gotta play it safe now. One thing was clear. No matter how chilled the Essence King acted, he was a foe. Rayon couldn't let slip any secrets or weak spots. Vulcan walked up. You good, kid? Did you snag that aura? Sure did. Rayon grinned, thanking the guy in his epic furnace. He apologized for wrecking the gear, but Vulcan waved it off. No biggie. You're alive? That's what matters. I can fix a furnace. Then, he paused. Sitting there were 3 flawless chunks of golden charcoal. Suddenly, Vulcan was hit with a blast from the past. Hades mocked him, saying he wasted his life chasing fake golden charcoal. It's just a fairy tale, they'd sneer. Yet here it was, right in his face. Absolute perfection. Vulcan chuckled. Guess you aren't the only lucky one today, kid. Gold cold beats white in power and black in durability. It's top tier, decades of failing. And thanks to Rayon, he finally nailed it. Every time Rayon trained, the heat spiked. His breathing pulled in more fire. That intensity just radiated through the whole shop. Just a hammer-swinging smith, maybe, but Vulcan knew exactly what went down. This miracle? Totally, So he asked, what's the dream? What kind of swordsman you trying to be? Rayon didn't blink. The kind who never quits, no matter what stands in my way. Vulcan blinked, surprised a kid could sound so tough. Respectable? Give me 3, maybe 5 years? He said, I'll have your blade. When you feel ready, come find me. He vowed to stash that golden charcoal just for that moment. Rayon frowned. You'd make one for me? I thought you were retired. Sometimes we come back. The smith smirked. Just don't die before then. As they split up, Rimmer watched the whole scene from a distance. Could have been a disaster. But hey, the kid got his aura. That kid was a total pro at giving people anxiety. Rimmer told the boss. I checked him daily. Super worried. Finally, I can chill. But Glenn, the patriarch, shot back that he wasn't visiting out of worry. Rimmer blamed the heat. But deep down, he was floored by the aura's purity. His vibe was chill, and his skills were straight up broken. Glenn was like, nah. Rand flipped his L's into Meiji W. At Gym 5, Runnin camped out for Rand's comeback. Rumor was, he ghosted for months and failed the aura check. People called him a flop, but Runnin didn't bail. Mom said payback favors, so she had to help him out. Rand showed up and Runnin immediately zoomed at him. She handed him 3 ice creams to fix his mood. Same epic flavor. Rand asked. It was tasty before. She sensed his aura was swole. Now, dude got OP in just a few months. The Spirit King gasped. Tastes just as legendary. ... Day 1. Eat 'em all. But Rand was like, no. He'd only take 1 since he knew she loved him. He closed it. Thanks. It's fire. But I'm good. You good? Runan asked. Way better. She grinned and dashed off. Face red. Rand thought, weird kid. But okay. Rimmer addressed the squad later. Basics are done, he said. Time to level up. Last part was mid, so I cooked up something fun. Next phase involves ... energy cores. PvP starts in 1 month. Fights decide your rank in graduation. No pressure, y'all better prep hard. But Martha had to butt in. Do the losers with 0 aura still have to fight? She was totally subtweeting Ran. Rimmer smirked. Heard he did it. Martha gasped. When class whispered, guessing, when Ran leveled up. Finally, Martha scoffed. My turn. Training was a drag. Time to settle beef. She glared at Ran. Remember what I said? I'm the strongest. You're trash in a fake spot. Going to school you right now. Burn stepped up. Chill out, Martha. He unlocked it today. You want to fight already? 0 class. Seriously. She rolled her eyes. Easy for you to say. Golden boy. Honor is for winners who earn it. Even the scrubs got aura in 1 month. But Mr. Best took 6 or more. 7 months just proves he's got 0 talent. We all saw the ceremony. Everyone knows it. A sword swinger who can't sword skills without aura. Totally cringe and unnoticed. No aura equals 0 clout. So she told Reimer, let's swap the top-ranking student during the duel. She claimed Ryan was camping on the throne undeservedly. Time to humble him. Her plan? Winner takes all. New top dog. Ryan kept his cool. Not that simple. Genius. You want my spot? Put something equally juicy on the table. Martha blinked, shocked by his guts. Do you not get how doomed you are? Literally nobody is rooting for you. Ryan grinned. Scared, Martha cackled like a psycho. Oh, this'll be good. She'd let the trash talk slide. Just this once. She flexed the orb of Calamity Miracle meds from her dad. It buffs your body and aura like crazy. If I lose, she promised, it's yours. He recalled the Essence King's tip. Wait for the perfect moment to wreck her. Finally, it was go time. A month later, Martha was ready to make Ryan pay up. Still salty about getting hit by a peer. She craved revenge. Fighting a guy with 1 month of aura training felt beneath her. Meanwhile, she'd been grinding for over 3 years. Expecting skills from a talentless noob. Total waste. But she had to get stronger to save someone special. Today, she'd personally end the legend of Ryan's art. Rimmer told the class, watching fights is just as useful as fighting. Okay, observe carefully. Think about your own moves, and don't freak out. Just do your best. First up, Burn versus Dorian. Dorian was shaking. I quit, I'm out. Rimmer rolled his eye. Dude, it hasn't even started. Dorian whined about bad sleep and a phantom cold. The Essence King scoffed. If he were mine, head chopped off. Immediately. Ryan wasn't surprised. Classic Dorian behavior. Rimmer nudged Dorian. Just try. Alright, you'll learn even if you lose. Dorian agreed, then got absolutely stomped. He flopped instantly. Rimmer told Burn, control your temper. Man, chill out and you would have won in 5 moves. Burn snapped, Dorian just annoys the heck out of me. Rimmer asked, why Ren, when you know how to fight? Dorian, if you actually tried, you wouldn't have folded so fast. Dorian just apologized. Too scared. Next up, Run-In versus Crank. Crank charged, but Run-In barely moved to block him. She disarmed him like it was nothing. Sword went flying. Rimmer yelled, stop. Crank, you're too stiff. Relax your grip. Nice counter. Run-In. But use more aura next time. Other fights dragged on until the main event finally dropped. Rayon versus Martha. The big finale. Hype was real, and Martha looked straight up triggered. They rushed in, throwing hands while swords. She spammed attacks. But Rayon's dodges were too clean. He pushed her back, nearly landing a critical hit. Martha was shook. She never thought he'd block that. Nice skills, she scoffed. But with 0 aura, you're going nowhere. She flexed her brown aura and smashed down hard. Rayon barely blocked it, hanging on by a thread. Still, she blinked. How long can you last, weakling? She thought raw stats beat skill. Rayon didn't stand a chance. She warned him, keep this up, and you're gonna break some bones. Bam! Immediately, she had to block his heavy swing. Rayon smirked. You talk too much about talent? Salty 'cause you have none, she shot back. I'll show you real genius. Rayon, watch this. Time to prove skills. Beat cheap talent. Boom. Golden flames ignited. Martha froze. 1,000 flames. That's legit dangerous. She knew this wasn't just some sparkle. Scary, pretty, but she wasn't backing down. Getting serious. Martha finally unleashed her OLT Supreme Meteor Point. Focused all her darkened aura into one crazy spot. Rayon admitted. Doing that at her age, impressive. She was aiming for a one-hit KO. You're strong, she said, but you can't block this. Full power. Clash. The ground literally cracked open. Boom. Huge kicked up dust everywhere. Dust clears. ... Broken sword. Martha's out cold. Cadets gasped. Did Rayon actually just win? She was unconscious, but still gripping her sword tight. Respect. That grit is worth more than talent. Later, Rimmer gave the Deets to the big boss. Rayon crushed her. 4 years of training. Didn't matter. Glenn noted that Rayon's fire was gorgeous, like a burning garden. But pretty don't mean strong, he warned. Basic facts. So, keep Rayon humble. Don't let him get a big head, Rimmer asked. And Martha? Body's fine, he said. But her mind took a massive hit. Hoped she'd bounce back soon. Later Rayon was planting flowers. The Essence King roasted him. You're killing it. Plant right, dummy, Rayon snapped. Quit ya. You're useless right now anyway. The king scoffed, noting that, with that crazy resistance, anyone else would be dead meat. Rayon thought back to the night he crushed Martha. That reward elixir seriously buffed his stats. Ring of Fire hit 4 stars. Strength, speed, energy all skyrocketed. His beat-up body was finally good as new. Numbness gone. Senses hit 2 stars, 20% sharper now. Every bit of Rayon's grind only paid off thanks to that potion. Stats went up, but that 4-star water resist was the MVP. Thanks to that, the king's attacks were totally weak sauce now. Rayon hit the garden. Last day of freedom, after all. But the king nagged him to dig deeper, acting like an expert. Rayon sighed. Do I really need gardening tips from you? Use your hands, the king lectured. Don't wreck the roots. Rayon got curious, seeing how much this spirit dude knew about plants. King bragged he had a massive ice flower garden back in the demon realm. Claims demons still worship him for it. Yeah, right. Suddenly, Martha popped up, serious face, zipped to lips. Clearly, not there to brawl. Rayon asked, what's up? Thought she'd matured, but she was being a brat. Not that it mattered. Then, she dropped it. I want a rematch. Rayon rolled his eyes. Still salty about losing. Pathetic. It's not that. Martha shot back. Just don't get how I lost. Need to figure it out. Rayon smirked. What's in it for me? Losers usually bring gifts. That's dumb. It's not a pro match, she argued. Rayon shrugged. My rules? She realized he didn't look keen on fighting. Fine. What do I do? She eyed the flowers. Stomping them might trigger him. You must love these, she sneered. Nope, Rayon replied. Honestly, don't even get the hype. Just doing this for my mom. Martha bailed on the idea. Then, Sylvia walked in. There you are, she smiled. Who's this friend? Did you make a buddy during training? Martha knew her. Sylvia Z, the lady who ditched royalty for love, a woman who swallowed her pride to protect her kid. Sylvia beamed. Black hair, must be Martha. Nice to meet you. Rayando was totally cold, claiming she was nobody to him before ditching her. Sylvia beamed, saying she only craved a quick chat with his buddy. She brought up their fight, asking if Martha was okay, like a worried mom. She'd heard Daenerys adopted a genius kid, who was also a total stunner. Sylvia called her a lucky mix of brains and beauty. Then she asked why she popped by. Blushing hard, Martha mumbled she just came to bug Rayon but was dipping now. Sylvia wasn't having it, and demanded she'll stay for food. She refused to let a guest starve. Martha was too shook to even speak. Soon, the trio sat down to eat. Rayon munched on Sylvia's grub, eyeing Martha. Why was she being so weird and quiet? She seemed totally off. Sylvia asked if she was 1 year older than Rayon, just to break the ice. Martha said she was 15. Sylvia noted they both crushed their training. Martha nodded, saying she was managing. Sylvia apologized that the meat wasn't fancy main house quality, so it might be chewy. Still, she told Martha to chew thoroughly so her tummy wouldn't hurt. That hit Martha hard. Her own mom used to say the exact same stuff. She thanked her for the grub, calling it tough. Leaving later, Sylvia told her she loved having her over. Meanwhile, Rayon asked the Essence King what the heck just happened. He was baffled. Didn't she come to roast him? Why'd she stay for dinner? Did she eat bad food or bonk her head? The king guessed maybe both. Walking away, Martha figured Rayon thought she was nuts. But Sylvia's eyes were just like her mom's. She couldn't say no to that meal. Sylvia looked and sounded totally different. But for a sec, it felt like being with her again. After the white blood cult snatched her mom, Daenerys adopted her. She swore to never lose until she found her mom, a vow she'd kept till now. But after Rayon beat her, she felt her world crumbling. The family only took her in for her skills. Now that she lost, would they toss her out? Her dad seemed chill, but what if he was just faking it? Would she never find her mom? Lucen felt like a massive mistake. Her butler noted she was late and handed her a note from Denise. Reading it, Martha saw Daenerys cheering her on for her first loss. He said Lucen didn't make her a loser, so she should chill. He told her to figure out why she learning from it would help her level up. That's why losing matters. He wished he could be there to hug it out, but his mission was dragging on. He was sorry for being absent and promised that he was still hunting for her mom and hadn't quit. Alteriad, Martha told the butler. Tell him I'm keeping this in my heart. Seriously, thanks for everything. Then, she flopped onto her bed to replay the El Todo pathetic wipeout. No slip-up involved, she just got straight up wrecked. Time to swallow that pill and level up. She couldn't drag her dad's rep through the mud anymore. Acting cool. Nah, she'd learn zero and feel like trash. Reset button pressed. Bye-bye dumb past. Snip snip went the hair. Martha swore to get buff or die trying. Next day at the gym, everyone was shook. Martha strutted right at Rayon. Same as always. No apology, she announced, but I'm keeping my word. Loser obeys the winner. That's the deal. She spun and dipped. Rayon was actually didn't expect that much loyalty? Wild. Girl pulled a 180 real quick. Pretty mature for a teen, honestly, but playing nice with Ray. Still a brat to everyone else. She literally booted Dorian out of her way right after. Rayon realized, okay, I'm the only VIP. New Year hit. Small party, major changes. Shocking everyone. Martha stuck to Rayon like glue. Burn chilled out and actually got good. Running skills spiked, even if her face was still buffering. Rayon turned training into a daily death wish. Everyone flipped mastered footwork basics in one day. That's not even physics, they whispered. Even for a genius. That's God tier mode. Rimmer told the boss, dude, I'm serious. It's insane. Kid nailed the technique just by visualizing it. Total monster. Rimmer hyped. Did it blindfold it? The family head just smirked. So, you as butler now? You never shut up about the kid. Rimmer laughed but saw the staff panicking. Yo, what's cooking? He asked. Glenn said, Orwin delegations pulling up soon. Orwin, one of the big 6 kingdoms. Center of the map and actually cool with the zik. Rare, since this fam usually ghosts everyone. Those guys breathe swords and combat. Who's the main character? This time? Rimmer asked. Glenn was like, they claim it's the third. Double quotes, ... prince. But Duke Tartan is the real boss. The third prince, isn't he a kid? Rimmer mused. Like Rayon's age, he never checked the wiki. Still, orders were orders. Make sure the kids were prepped. Since the royal squad was tagging along with the prince, they wanted to. Peep the Ziggert, family training. We had to dazzle M. Rimmer totally dug the vibe. A prince plus newbie nights, that spelled opportunity. Glenn figured our eccentric teacher was cooking up a scheme. Then Reimer dropped a bomb. Dual time versus Orm. He figured everyone had heard the gossip about the VIP guest. Honestly, he wanted to crack at him. Told us not to get salty or weird about it. Real fighters gotta be ready to throw down, even with bet. The rumor mill churned, whispering that Royal Boy was touring other spots, not just ours. Rimmer flashed back. Chatted with His Highness. He saw Training Ground 6. Based on his face, totally underwhelmed. 0 stars. So Rimmer hyped up our 5th ground. You won't regret it. Promised to show they'd never forget. Rimmer admitted the surprise drop was kinda wild. But chill out and scope out the guests first. These trainees and the prince, Orwin's biggest flex. Prince Greer introduced himself. Dude had serious main character energy. Ryan spotted that despite being a kid, he looked way tougher than his squad. Reamer asked, scared. Ryan grinned. It was the perfect chance to demo his new fancy footwork combo. Nope, he said. I'm itching to throw down. Rimmer took that as a heck yes and kicked things off. 20 cadets picked Ryan, number 20. He huddled us up. Top dog Ryan picks the matchups. Then Rimmer dropped a hilarious bombshell. I bet my whole paycheck on you guys winning. Lose, and you're dead. Jokin', ... Mostly, he wanted that cash. Ryan faced the 9. Step 1. Scope the enemy. He pointed out the Orwin Knight's hands. Shiny armor. Big talk. But look closely. They were shaking. Just teens like us, and totally freaking out. Still, their skills rivaled the big leagues. Ryan hyped him up. All that, grind and pain, pays off now. Time to show him what how Ziggert does. First bout sets the vibe. He needed a heavy hitter. Martha, you good? She smirked. Easy game. The fighters took center stage. Then we saw the enemy. Dude was massive. Yo, is that guy actually our age? The dude was massive, like a whole different species. Knight introduced himself as Tarzay, claims he's a big deal from the Orwin Vanguard squad. Kid looks young, but wow, he's totally Jim goals, ready to throw down. The third prince was glued to the action, totally impressed. He figured Martha was just steamrolling the guy. Brute strength mode. Those sword geeks from the 2nd ground? Okay, they're actually cracked. Might even be on par with the Royal Knights. Classic Ziggert family moves. No surprises there. But Training Ground 6, major flop, total letdown. They've got skills, but honestly, softer than the house guards. Kinda sad. Looks like the OGs are still the best. Meanwhile, Tartan's chatting up Rimmer. Said he popped over just to invite him to the 5th ground. Just trying to figure out what the catch is. Reimer's like, it's safe PvP for the new. Helps them level up faster. Tartan wasn't buying it. Weird hearing that from the legendary Blade of Light. Guys, gone soft. Rimmer smirked. Fine. Want to make it a bet? Old school style. Tartan's down. Cool. What are the stakes? Remmer explains the winner takes the loot after 20 rounds. Tartan thinks betting on the elite knights is way spicier, since they're actually pros. You really think you've got a shot at winning? Rimmer's got a massive ego, but hey, he trusts his students too. Martha went full beast mode, pounding her enemy into the dirt. She snapped his sword like a twig, then yeeted Tars with her hilt. And that's a wrap. GG. Runnin was shook, thought Martha would be sloppy after her last loss. Nope. She totally leveled up. Faster, stronger, scarier. Martha was salty. Pathetic you didn't go all out earlier. Tars. Rayon was watching the whole thing, totally digging the drama. Red Crest Spirit was bored stiff. Just ants fighting. Total snooze fest. Ron shot back. Hey, even ants level up eventually. The Demon Science King just had to chime in with his 2 cents. My demon kids scrap way harder than these rookies. Randeked him mid. Shut it. I'm enjoying the show. Fights raged on until match 18. Runnin versus Adelia hates Runnin's dead eyes. Triggered her flame aura immediately. Runnin's like, ooh, fire. Ice mode engaged to counter. Clang. Swords hit. Looked like a tie game at first. Smoke bomb effect. Runnin used the fog to sneak behind her. Swung at Adelia boot. Just a missed illusion. Runnin popped up behind the real one. Bam. Game over. In seconds. She totally ghosted the loser after winning. Slid next to Rayon like, hey, did you catch my win? Rayon gave props. Nice moves. You totally nailed that technique. Rimmer yells. 9 wins, 9 losses. The drama is real now. Then match 19 kicked off. Burn versus Saren. Saren flexed his night trainee status. Burn just said, sup, I'm a cadet. Ran noticed Saren was crack maybe the strongest, besides the prince. Bell rang, and honestly, they looked dead even. Burn sensed this guy was hitting nearly as hard as Dorian. One slip up, and he knew he'd get wrecked in seconds. Saren probably thought the same. Bam! Both blades snapped on impact. The crowd figured busted swords meant it was a total draw. Rimmer confirmed match. 19 ended with zip, 0 winners. Rayon gave props, saying Burn did great against such a tank. Burn wasn't hearing it, though. He swore he had that win in the bag for the Ziggurt rep. Rand told him to chill eat, clutch the finale for the fan. The finale? Our versus the prince's own star pupil? Greer saw him and was like, 0 aura. Is this kid even a main heir? Once he heard the kid wasn't, he wished he'd fought any of the previous 3 instead, so he hit up to teach. Can I just fight those 2 girls? The ones from before? Bet they've still got juice left. Rimmer shrugged. Sure, but only if you dub this round first. Greer couldn't care less. Figured it'd be a cakewalk. No aura needed saving his but dude was already sweating bullets. He sensed a beast. To Rimmer, Rayon was basically invisible. Still, he admitted, the Duke had sharp eyes to spot that. Better, warned the prince, he said. He's totally clueless. Looked like he was sleeping on Rayon's skills. The prince is supposed to be Orwin's big future. But the guy's never taken a single L in his life. Tartan figured this was the perfect spot for a reality check. Still, Greer's no scrub. Even for a genius, it won't be easy. Rimmer, the totally different vibe. He asked Tartan to bet. Tartan called him a gambling addict. Rimmer's like, nah, this one's easy. If Ryuan wins in 5 hits, I get premium beer. Start match. Rayon pops. Flame aura. Smoked his defense. Gut checked him instantly. Game over. Rimmer watched and grinned. Done already. Didn't even need 5? Greer hit the floor, rethinking his whole life. He totally slept on Ron. Now he gets why he was the final boss. Dude was legit the strongest there. Tartan was shook. Is he really a student? His moves are pro level. Rimmer grinned. That's why I bet. Time to book a VIP table. But Greer wasn't accepting the L. He yelled that it wasn't over yet. Bro was coping hard, claiming he'd have won if he actually tried. Martha roasted him, saying he looked like a salty puppy barking. She asked how a prince couldn't just take the L gracefully. Said he acted just like some dude she knew. Still, she told him to bounce since he lost. She was being nice. Then this random knight pulls up and told Martha to watch her mouth, cause that's the prince. But Martha's like, I'm royalty too. Chill on the formalities. Rimmer cut in like, enough drama? Everyone just wanted to know what Rayon thought. Since he was the boss here, Rayon's like, bet's done. Fight's over. Why are we still beefing? But then the prince actually owned it. Admitted he messed up and totally slept on the guy's skills. Feeling dumb, he bowed and begged for a rematch. One more, go. Ron didn't see that coming. Thought the guy was just a jerk, but seeing him humble, total shock. So, Rayon was down for round 2. They geared up. Greer was ready to go full beast mode. Admitted he was cocky and didn't know Ron was goated. Time to go 100. He popped his aura, and the crowd went wild. The Duke was like, is that really the move? Greer said, no more playing games. He was bringing the heat. Science King called him a dummy. Didn't know Rowan was hiding stats. Said Greer had more glow, but Rowan was way stronger. Then he asked about the new stakes. Simple. If Ran wins, he gets 4 points in every stat. If he lost, rage, plus 10. But Ran was ready to roll. Greer rushed him. Super fast. Swords banged, energy blew up everywhere. Greer was aggro, but Rayon blocked it all. Greer tried hard, but Rayon stood firm. Not just a genius, he looked like a boss. That's why Greer went all in. Ran peeped the moves and saw the secret tech Greer was using was some secret. Ordwin family exclusive. The vibe confirmed it. Knew the prince was gonna dump his ults, so Ryan got ready. Lit up with flames. Greer yelled, he was ending it. But Ryan already downloaded the prince's move. Popped his own skill. Hoon flames. Started the cycle. Goldfire looked epic. But Greer had one last trick. They smashed their strongest hits together. You could feel the boom from miles away. Blow for blow. Super fast. No clear winner yet. Greer's aura was totally crushing Ryan's vibe. The prince looked like he was winning. Until Ryan's hit literally snapped his blade in half. His whole cool aura just cracked right along with it. He had zero clue Ryan could pull a no-you card on his energy like that. Totally roasted by that final flame. He went down. Ryan Z-Guard took the W again. Greer was like, okay, I'm definitely swaller and faster. Physically, but realized Ryan's brain was playing four-dimensional chess. The dude used fancy footwork to juke his aura, and totally outplayed him. Stunned, Greer called the world huge, thanked Ryan for the school session, and owned his loss. Ryan hit him back saying, he learned heaps too, and that the scrap was absolute fire. Greer asked for his stats. Ryan said he just turned 14. Shook. The prince realized a literal kid just schooled him hard. He tossed Ryan a fancy plaque in. I owe you one big favor coupon from Prince Greer himself. Totally baffled, Ryan asked. Why? He would drop such epic loot on him. Greer said losing actually unlocked a new mental level for him. Like, total enlightenment. He said fighting Ryan Z-Guard was basically a miracle. He knew they'd clash again and told Ryan to keep grinding his own lane. Greer said trying to catch up would be a blast. Grinning, he told Rimmer he lost the bet. Then told the Duke, we gotta bounce, I got moves to make. Stepping off the stage, Ryan got deep for a sec. In his past life, just surviving a mission was the prize. No bonus loot, but now he was getting rewards just for showing up. Weird vibe, but this new life was full of plot twists. Later, Greer chatted up Glenn, the Z-Guard big boss. Told him that fight taught him some serious stuff. Admitted he thought he was the GOAT, but Ryan humbled him like a seasoned pro. He had battled dudes all over the 6 kingdoms, but never met a beast like Ryan before. Even being a junior, Ryan took him to school. So Greer swore he'd return after training his body and mind to match Ryan's level. Glenn just said, to thank the king for the mail he sent over. Then the squad rolled out to Orwin. On the way, Tartan hit up Greer. He pointed out Greer leaked his secret. Alt skills even, the Royal Air exclusives. Said going that hard on Ryan was overkill. Said he really should have gatekept those powers. Greer knew, but admitted he just got way too hyped. Tartan also roasted him for handing the token to Ryan, but Greer clapped back. Said Ryan Z-Guard was chill the whole time. Even when people slept on him, he stayed classy. So matching that energy felt like the right move. Plus, Ryan busted out some secret tech, too. Giving him that plaque, just a smart investment. With that vibe and skill, Ryan's gonna be a total beast later on. He'd definitely be a big shot and make the fam proud. Plus, having a guy like that on the team, clutch. Tartan rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. Greer, royal habit. Greer shrugged. Always plotting ahead. Doesn't mean I'm King Matero, though. Still, he was hyped to see Ryan's glow up next time. Back at the crib, Glenn's butler teased him. You look happy the prince praised your boy. Honestly, Glenn hadn't smiled like that in ages. Glenn blinked. I was smiling. Seriously? Oh yeah. The butler smirked. Since he dropped the name, you're seeing things. Lone. Must be old age. Glenn scoffed, keeping a straight face. Total delusion. Lone got serious though. What about Duke Tartan's news? The Duke brought intel not just the prince's note, but stuff from King Orwin and Lacrosse. Bad news. The 5 shadows are active again. Later, Reimer high-fived everyone for the Owen duels. Then he gathered the squad and announced, special training starts next week. Everyone froze. Dorian gulped. What kind? Rimmer grinned. Real combat. He warned them that they better be ready for blood. There's a bandit crew south called Snow. They play both sides and tax anyone crossing the peaks. But lately, they've gone totally rogue, straight up murdering folks and robbing merchants. Plan A was just to wipe them out. Then Rimmer got dark. They torched a village and ran. The whole class went dead silent. New plan? Track them down. Then end them? They use aura. We leave tomorrow afternoon. Pack up. That evening, Runnin was grinding her skills. Tried fixing her stance, but it felt off. Ryan made it look so easy. Why couldn't she? She figured Ryan was probably training too. Thought about visiting. Then bailed. Better to solo it. Felt smoother, but kinda weak. Whatever, I'm done, she decided. Considered finding Ron, then suddenly remembered Mom promised ice cream if she came home early. Priorities. She'd head home now. See Rayon tomorrow. Bring him a snack. But on the way, someone was tailing her. She spun serious. Why the long face? Kinda hurts, coming from my own sister. He didn't stop there. Reimer's training works. You're way tougher than I expected. Proud of you, but we're risking your neck. Seriously. Runnin' freaked and bolt. Serious side. Forgot my lessons already. It's barely been any time. Guess you need a reminder. Ruby, right? He dangled a squirrel in front of her. No answer. You remember, don't you? How Ruby croaked, and what happens when you don't listen? She lunged, butt snap. Sirius crushed the thing. Just like before, she screamed. Total nightmare fuel. You belong to me, Runnin', until I say otherwise. Until then, no heroics. Nothing risky. Just breathe. Boom. Energy blasted right next to him. Ron stepped in. Who do you think you are? Sirius smirked. Rude. Introduce yourself first. Hero. Blocking a girl's path. Ron shot back. Real classy. Look like a thief to me. Ouch. Sirius laughed. I'm no robber. Just her big brother. Though she looks ready to puke, Ron saw her shaking. Yep. Just happy to see her. Maybe the joke was too dark. The crushed squirrel, Ron asked. Sirius opened his empty hands. Just a toy kit. But Ron saw the truth. Incinerated with aura. Gone in a flash. Anyway, gotta fly. Long mission. Just brought snacks. Play nice. You too. Sorry for the scare. He bailed. Ron stared. Bad news. Ron knew this guy. Sirius Lion. Sword genius. One of the 12 future gods. The Azure Sword. Famous even before Ron's reset. Meeting him IRL. Confirmed psycho. Hero act is fake. His vibe was suffocating. Smelled like rot. Just as bad as Ron helped Runnin' up. I'll walk you home. At the carriage, he said. Sleep. We leave at dawn. Inside, she was a statue. Frozen, stiff, ice cream melted, untouched, memory swirled. He's back. He hasn't changed. She remembered when Ruby scratched her. Runnin' said, it's fine. She's just a sensitive mom. But serious? Ruby was hers. Hands off, or else, he swore, if she got hurt or snitched to mom and dad, he'd literally end them all. Psycho behavior. Claimed he didn't need a fam, ready to wreck it all. If pushed, if Runnin' squealed, people bled. So she zipped her lip, hoping silence kept the peace. Spoilers. It sucks. Who thought she was solo in her misery? Turns out, not even close. Then she met Rayon Z, game changer. She saw his true colors. Dude grinded hard and survived total nightmares. He flipped the script purely by hustling. Respect. Seeing that, Runnin' figured maybe she could level up too. She tried to reboot, even if freedom felt impossible. Figured as long as she could tank it, she's Gucci. Down south in Zartan, Rimmer called it a night. Sleep over time. They'd warp gates and were totally fried. Needed a recharge bad. Village boomers showed up like Ben ages since. Zegart, swordsman, rolled through, then showed them the crib. Later, chilling Rion, dapped up the Essence King. Admitting without that heads up the Creeper's stealth mode would have worked. Spirit was like, dude, nasty vibes? Talking about run-ins, bro. Rion recalled Sirius on a long quest. Gone for a bit. So Runnin' the Essence King was like Lemi Rexeria for you? Promised Akayo, pays kindness double, but beef 10 times worse. Plus, Runnin' shared epic ice cream, so she earns payback points. Rayon look, even if serious, it's a hard pass. Ending the dude won't delete Runnin's trauma. Honestly, across all lives, Runnin was the first to be nice to him. If she gets hurt, he's hunting Syria himself. 2 days, post. Zeeghard exit. They hit the Snow Tiger Claws trail. Village was toast. Total ruin. Burnt bodies everywhere. Even Baran, usually chill, looked shook. Rayon thought. Throats slashed, then torched. Savage mess. Martha, though, zero reaction to the carnage. Like she's seen this horror show, plenty. Rayon checked on Runnin. She was frozen, staring at a corpse. Rimmer said the Snow Tiger bandits caused this. Nightmare Tolin to memorize it. Don't forget. Stay strapped, basically. He pulled out a silent whistle. Only pros can hear this bad boy. If things get sketchy, Bloatichis will swoop in. Their swords don't play. Still, he said before using the whistle, try soloing the bad guys first. Don't hesitate. Just go hard. If you see an opening, aim for the head. Game over. Then they split up, with the aces leading the squads. Since Ryan's the OP1, he set up the teams. He kept running close. She was still totally shook over Syria. She remembered his warning. Don't die. Just survive till I say so. And if anyone hurt her, he'd end them. While planning, Ryan checked out the map. Basically, checked Mount Ruthin. High ground equals free vision. It would be easier to dip or hide if it hit the fan. Looked perfect, which meant the bandits definitely weren't there. Picking the obvious spot when you're hunting. Rookie mistake. They knew we'd look there. Basic mind games. That left the hill as the only real option. Looked exposed, but Ryan bets there was a glitch spot inside. So he grabbed Ronan to check the hill. Others got the forest. Ryan noticed she was totally zoning out. Even the Essence King was like, bro, it's obvious. You're worried. Why not say something? But Ryan was stumped. Family drama is messy. He didn't get her mom issues, so he couldn't really help. Still, he knew what Syria did. Maybe when he levels up, he can fix it. Going down the hill, Ryan was spot on. Secret forest. Totally invisible from the outside. Saw footprints. Someone tried to hide. Nice try. That trick only works on total noob. Useless against a pro like him. Being a top assassin isn't just fragging. Gotta track and scout. Can't fool a guy like him. Ryan told Ronan the tiger hideout was close. Stay sharp. Follow me, and keep it quiet. Ran into some bear traps on the way. Totally. Saw that coming. Basic traps. They figured no one would make it this far. They underestimated us. Found the bandits real quick. Saw a kid, probably the hostage. Guards were buff but had zero aura, total scrubs. But the giant near the hostage. He looked like a boss. Rest of them were probably chilling inside. No way they'd leave there. Only hostage here, unless they were super confident. Ryan thought about blowing the whistle for backup. Then, backup was miles away. Seeing the kid turn into an icicle, Rand knew waiting meant game over. The goons were still totally clueless. Plan A. Speed run. Grab the hostage, drop the baddies, keep it quiet. Ronan was looking seriously shook. Rand caught her eye. We can totally save him. Need your magic. When I signal, you hit the mute button on the world. I'll do the rest. She was iffy, but decided to roll with it. The thugs were yawning, bored out of their minds, and hating the cold. Then boom, Ronan steps out like a boss. She fired up her aura, blocking every single sound wave. The goons panicked when their voices vanished. A mage here. Seriously. Rand didn't hesitate. Time to delete player 1 and 2. / double kill. But the messy aftermath triggered Ronan's PTSD. She saw the gore and completely froze. The mute button broke. Rand realized she was stuck in a nightmare. Had to move fast or the gig was up. Third guy rushed to Frozen Girl, so Rand slammed him into the dirt. He got in his face. Scream and you're deleted. Quiz time. Wrong answers equal broken bone. Ronan was shaking, but managed to reboot her sound barrier. Clutch move. Despite the panic attack, she saved the run. Rand asked if he was with the Snow Tigers. Dude nodded yes. He spilled the beans. 39 baddies hiding in the woods. Rand asked about other captives. The guy admitted there were more. Besides the kid, someone else was locked in the hideout. The kid piped up. That's my sister. Please, you gotta save her. Ronan steeled herself. Don't worry, we're getting her back. Rand was like, don't promise that yet. But she insisted on being the hero. Rand broke it down for them, that beating them was doable. But if they wanted to, get out alive. Calling for backup is the meta play. 39 enemies plus the boss makes this level way too hard. Ronan asked if she should blow the whistle. Rand gave the thumbs up. Do it. She blew hard. Rand heard zip, but the bad guys definitely caught it. They instantly clocked it as a silent alarm. Rand was baffled. Even his super hearing missed it. But they didn't. Trying to regain control, Rand grabbed one of the bandits as a meat shield while Ronan secured the kid. An old bandit asked how a kid managed to wreck their base. He also demanded to know who was on the other end of that whistle. Not your business. Rand smirked. Let's make a trade. I'll swap your buddy here for the kid. The old guy scoffed. Keep him. He's trash. The kid is money. If you don't want the boy deleted, lower your sword. Peeping the danger, Ryan told Ronan to do a 180 and wait for his cue. Snappy canceled the bandit's subscription to life. Then zeroed the guy guarding the kid while they were distracted. Yo, Ronan, drop a blizzard. Stat. She flared her aura, drowning the whole map in icy fog. Ryan ghosted through the mist, snatched the kid, and bolted to the safe zone. By the time those goons realized he'd swiped their leverage, it was game over. They started screaming about hunting him down to wreck him. Later, Ryan stashed to the two kids, telling Ronan they were out cold, probably just a freeze. Moving them with their HP, that low was sketchy, plus the enemy mob was still swarming nearby. Still, totally beatable. He told Ronan to play defense and guard the kids. That's when she spotted the red stuff leaking from Ryan's arm. Just a scratch, he shrugged. I'll go sweep the trash and be right back. Tears welling up, Ronan tried to block his path. She cried that fighting hurt was nuts, that the teachers would spawn in soon. So just chill and wait. Ryan crouched to level with her. Look, the battlefield doesn't care if we're newbies. The scariest thing isn't fighting with a debuff, it's freezing up, 'cause you're scared to move. These bad guys had crossed way too many lines. He bet the fallen villagers went down swinging to save their loved ones. As Ziggurat swordsman, ignoring innocent people, getting deleted, wasn't an option. It was their job to clear the mission and respect the vibes of those who sacrificed everything. I don't know what drama went down with your brother Syria, he said, but the more you feed that fear, the bigger his shadow gets in your head. Let fear win, and you're toast. You gotta be your own hero. That's the only way to keep your people safe. Ryan pulled a trinket from his inventory, tossed it to her and said, balls in your court. No more hiding in the shade. Renan felt as if she wanted to level up. She wanted to break free and stop lagging in the past. Time to defend her loot, step into the spotlight, and chase that hope. The item he'd dropped, a tiny squirrel figure. Meanwhile, Ryan was soloing the bandits. None of them could check him. They were glitching out, clueless on how a kid had max stats. The old boss raged, asking why nobody could nerf this child. They tried a sneak attack, but Ryan dodged it. Was just bait for the real boss to close in. The guy swung at Arian. Had already told, how long you gonna camp there waiting for an opening cowrie? Ryan scoffed, then removed the old guy's head from the chat. The bandits were shook. That kid's a raid boss. They panicked. That strength ain't normal. Ryan told them to forfeit, but a dude walked up laughing. This is a joke. He couldn't believe his squad was getting wrecked by a junior. Enter the real boss. He called it cringe, eyeing Ryan like rare loot from a noble house. He fretted that his gifts were lame, but guess luck was vibing with him. Wham! He smacked Ryan's blade, yelling, "You're my hostage now." Rayon instantly clocked him as the Snow Tiger's true boss. Definora user. Maybe buffier than the rest? A scream ripped from the door. New player entered. Renan, going rogue, Ran panicked. She wasn't bad already. He tried to dash over, but the boss peeped his move. Eyes on me. Kit, he barked. You ain't bailin'. He'd stall Ryan just to block the assist for runnin'. A goon mocked runnin'. Weird skills, but zero kill count vibes. Quit stalling. He sneered and dropped the bait. But Runnin had to save the kids, even if she had to drop Dude was weak sauce. Just hit him. Still, she froze up. Serious voice echoed. Don't do anything reckless. His face flashed back, triggering old scary trauma. Couldn't ditch the gloom. Couldn't even grip her sword, right? Felt like she'd never saved anyone, not even herself. Then Ron snapped her out of it. You got this. Walk to the light. Runnin figured she owed him one. Aura up. She smoked the bandit, facing her. He gave her guts. She wanted to thank him for the hype. Nearby, the tiger boss raged, losing 2 brats. For real. He called his squad trash. Ran shot back. We ain't just kids. Runnin beat her demons solo. She's tougher than y'all. A real fighter who crushed her fears. Then her popped 1,000 flames. Flame 1. Flower fall. Slice. He cut the boss's neck. Game over. Later, Ron raided the chests and camp loot. Better check for traps, so he doesn't get wrecked. Found a rare 2-tone herb. Did they wipe a village for this plant? He mused. A guy walked up. Show's over. Seeing the flower, he asked, did ya really wipe the tigers? Rayon smirked back. What if we did? Gus said Ron was gutsy, sharp, and super cocky. Menti had the skills to pay the bills. You North-South Alliance? Ron asked. Yup, I'm Name rang a bell. Rowan heard of a genius sword guy named that. Rator joined the alliance with just a blade. 10 years later, he ran a huge bandit crew. Tigers were jokes next to him. Rator was the real deal. Legit pro. Rator asked, you the Ziggurat clan kids? He clocked their blank swords total noobs. Definitely still could. Then he casually asked if he should just delete them. Rayon thought, wow, straight to the murder talk. But for an ex-assassin, that threat was basically a lullaby. Rator sized him up, sensing the kid wasn't your average toddler. Rayon knew the guy was 100% sure he'd win. He was in no shape to fight, but his ego said, don't run. So he told the guy to draw his blade and bring it. Rator, I'll kill you. Rayon, weak, get wrecked. Rator actually dug that attitude from a kid. Admitted that hearing that killed his vibe to fight. A waste to end Rayon. But hey, warriors die anywhere. Then he asked if Rayon was actually a child. ... Or just memorized a book of edgy quotes at home. Said he had another reason to spare him today though. Violent Wind had been stalking them for a hot minute. Joked it'd be cool if Rayon joined up, then asked for a name. Rator promised to remember Rahon until he got famous. Creeper left. Rayon told Runnin, let's bounce. Before leaving, she asked, did I do good? Rayon stared and said, yeah, you were the GOAT. First mission done. Short, but felt like forever. Back with the loot. Baron and Martha raged at losing again. Rimmer patad the losers on the back. ... Trying to sound like a wise teacher or whatever. The Essence King wouldn't shut up, making Rayon's ears bleed. The rescued orphans were parentless now. The clan took them in. They stuck to Runnin like glue. Poe's mission, the big boss, called them up. Grandpa Glenn rewarded Rayon and Runnin personally. Rayon was shook by the praise, and even ... more shocked when the patriarch let him keep the flower. A super rare, miracle herb. ... Handed over like a participation trophy. Got home, and guess who opened the door? Dorian. Rayon, why? Dorian. Finally, back best. Your mom demanded the full mission tea immediately. Rayon asked if he spilled. Dorian, every single drop. Rayon went into instant panic mode. Mom and Helen must be freaking out. Scared mom would explode, cause he fought bandits. But surprise, no screaming, just a massive hug. Great job. Thought I'd be mad. Rayon, well, you're always like safety first. Mom, our ancestor fought to save the weak, sweetie. Word on the street, was he always saved people's bacon? The Ziggert squad kept that vibe alive. Her dream was to be a sword chick with the same goal. So, zero reasons to yell at him for saving those hostages. Honestly, she was super stoked. Helen mentioned they were both tearing up with major pride. Sylvia gushed about her son, finally manning up. Rayon stood there, confused, thinking moms are weird. Feelings are messy. Also, Dorian totally ghosted while he wasn't looking. The Essence King roasted him, saying that chicken ran off ages ago. Whatever, Rayon figured the night wasn't a total wash. Meanwhile, Ronan lay in bed clutching the gift from Ron, replaying his words about how she didn't need to hide in the dark anymore. She swore, the next time she saw him, she'd figure out how to say thanks, no matter what. Rimmer was chillin' on break, recalling the chat between those two. He was low-key, proud of the kid. Been ages since he saw that kind of spark, reminded him of the old boss. Figured a new king was finally starting to level up. Back at Robert HQ, Darius was writing when blood dripped on his paper. Realized that wound still hasn't closed up. 17 years since the day he offed the real ring. Tried every magic pill, priest, and fancy doc since then. Nada worked. The cut just chilled there, unchanged. Looked exactly like day one, forcing him to relive the moment. Darius wondered if a ghost was trolling him with the memory. Said it was a bummer, but you can't hit undo on the past. Plus, he's super close to his big win anyway. Same time, Ron's getting system pings. Cold curse, weak sauce now. He unlocked the 3-star, intense, cold aura. Senses hit, legendary tier. 3-star fire resist. Officially, a sword pro. His speed, aura control, and all stats got sword skills and moves leveled up to. Rayon figured he's finally in the specialist zone, even if he's just a noob there. Recalled the grind to get here. Essence King just laughed though. To him, a swordmaster is basically a bug. Asked if Rayon was seriously flexing a specialist title. Rayon's like, dude, for a fifth, this is rare. Good luck finding another me on this entire continent. King says only morons check IDs in war. Age is 0. Weak is weak. Rayon agreed and nobody goes easy on the junior varsity. King claims Ron couldn't even scratch his pinky right now. Rayon admitted facts. But still, he grinned. Unlike his past life, he's actually buffed now. The Essence King basically just said he leveled up. Rayon mocked the shaky voice, proving he totally rattled that demon. He knows rage vibes when he sees them. Takes one to know one. The Essence King claimed humans just couldn't get his level, acting like he's too cool for death. Rayon casually called that anger weak sauce. The demon cracked up, saying that sass brings back memories. Reminds him of the bold haters back home in D. Rayon tried to bail before the guy started at training. Rimmer called time, but burned through a fit. He called out the teacher's 20-minute delay, demanding overtime. Rimmer promised to fix it tomorrow, shutting him down. He dipped round, was like, whatever, it's cool. Break time. The good kid started cleanup duty. Dorian bumped into Martha and nearly had a cardiac event. She asked if cleaning with her was really that gross. Sweating bullets, Dorian stuttered. No way. Total honor. She griped about juggling training and now scrubbing floors. Yelling at slackers to move it or lose it. Round noticed she only acts weird when he is around. Reimer noted Martha's mood swings hit different near Rayon. Thought Teach bailed, but Rimmer came back for lost stuff. Oh, and he had a major bombshell to drop. The squad has got a brand new mission. Dead silence. Reimer's oops, forgot left him stunned. How do you just forget a huge deal like that? Rayon realized it has been 6 months since Mission 1. Round 2 took way longer to arrive than expected. Maybe the Ziggerts were just chilling too hard lately. Rimmer said orcs are crashing the southern borders. Job is squash orcs, save villagers, protect the town. Basically, play hero and beat up monsters. The gang got hype. Finally, smashing some orc heads. Just the action-packed gig they were dreaming of. Rimmer killed the vibe. No teachers allowed on this trip. Kids only. Gotta team up to survive the quest. Byrne asked, what if we run into something deadly? Rimmer shrugged. Then you run away. Leaders gotta know when to charge and when to bail. Smart calls to save the squad are what count. Dorian asked if bailing out would look totally lame. Rimmer said mostly yes, but context is key. Kid, survive 5 demons. That is actually pretty epic. Dorian smiled, finding a legit excuse to be a coward. Leaving in 2 days at dawn. Wait, only 2 days. Someone noted, it is dark now. So really, just 1 day left. Rimmer said monster missions were way gnarlier than your average dungeon crawl or patrol. Screw up the prep, and the village gets wrecked. Burn wind about the deadline. We needed a heads up to plan, but Ryan chilled everyone out, quoting, "The teach missions drop when you least expect. Panic is for losers. Stay focused. Less yapping, more packing." The squad got moving. Rimmer stressed that orcs are swole and angrier than usual mobs. They're huge, swarming, and tough to fight. Dodge their hits, and pack light. Roll call at dawn in 2 days. Dismissed. Later, Ryan found a backpack at his door. It had a spell lock. Rimmer wasn't lifting a finger to help. Message received. "You're solo on this one, kid." Ryan figured he was set, but the essence, King scoffed. "Cocky much. Plans fail. Genius. Chaos strikes whenever it wants." Ryan shot back. "Yeah, heard you the first time I leveled up." The king wanted to zip his lip, but then knocked. Ryan had zero clue who'd visit the slate. Door opens. It's Mom, looking super intense. "You could have told me about the death mission," she said. Ryan glared at Dorian mentally. "But nope," he muttered, "sorry." But Sylvia wasn't done. "Being leader isn't just a title. You gotta steer them right. Make sure everyone's positioned to not die. That's the gig. Your crew's survival is on you." Ryan braced for a yelling, but got a pep talk instead. Sylvia warned, "Raids look chill, but they're brutal. Wipe out every threat. Save the town. Out there, you're not a student. You're a Zeegart sword. Prove you've got our family's ancient guts." Ryan smirked. "Thought I was getting grounded." "Oh, I'm mad," she admitted, but mostly freaked out. She crushed him in a hug. Lectures paused. "Prep now. I'll ground you when you get back safely." She loved his motivation, but hated the danger. Classic Mom. They just stood there for a bit. Departure morning, Rimmer rounded. "M up. Expect the weird out there. Stay sharp. If it gets too hairy, just bail." Then he cut them loose. Usually a month-long trip, but a shortcut made it 2 weeks. Rimmer hoped. Wished the squad Rayon took point, sorting them into 4 lines. Buddy system, unlock. Rimmer lurked nearby. He knew they'd crush it. Rayon wasn't just OP at fighting. His brain was massive too. Even at 15, that kid was gonna ace the quest and return chill. Heike believed in him. A minion asked, "Should we shadow the noobs, just in case?" Safe distance. But Rimmer went, "Nah, hold up, not yet. One kid has cracked senses. He'd spot us instantly." Then he went to nap. The crew panicked, wanting to protect the students. Rimmer smirked. "Worry about the orcs, not my students." Meanwhile, in a super sketchy forest, "Hoodie guy?" asked his bro. "You sure about the intel?" Bro nodded. "Legit source. Straight from the village. NPC plan. Delete anyone who walks by." Near the quest zone, Rion bumped into the competition. It was Kane's top-tier sweat from the 6th hall. Rion was like, "Yo, why are you guys here?" Kane asked back. Rayon knew his stats. Joined late because of experiments, but his sword skills were cracked. Kane spilled the tea. "We're raiding orcs. What's your squad doing here?" Rayon signed. Literally, the same quest. Awkward. Nobody told them it was a crossover episode. Rewind. Rimmer was flexing at the pub about his students' last win. Young, but total bosses. They wrecked those mountain bandits. Rimmer hyped his coaching. "They'll stomp the orcs. Easy total speedrun." But then a wild challenger appeared. "Nope," said the guy. 6th hall gets that loot. He claimed Hall 5 is solo queue trash, while Sick has that squad synergy needed for raids. It was Methan Hall 6's boss instructor. "My kids just grinded a perfect week. We're ready to carry." Rimmer grinned. "You salty?" "That my students have more clout." Instead of flaming, he said, "Let's send both. Speedrun the orc. Deletion. Faster is better. A little competition makes them clear the map quicker." Methan vibed with it. "Cool. I'll ask the big boss." Both teachers were hyped for the drama. Back to now. Buren guessed. Glitch in the comms. "Didn't know the teachers planned the troll," he said. "Whatever. Hall 5 can solo this." Kane frowned. "Watch your tone, scrub. You get a big head just 'cause you joined Hall 5? He claimed Hall 6's own teamwork. "Unlike Rayan's squad of loners, you guys are gonna get wrecked." Byrne was like, "I know Kane's good, but chill with the shade." Rayon figured Rimmer totally knew. From day one, both crews would show, but kept his mouth shut. To Rimmer, XP was everything. He knew this quest wasn't playtime. But raiding monster dens, you need strats and squad goals, which Hall 5 totally lacked. If Rimmer wanted drama to force teamwork, he's a genius troll. Round agreed. Made sense, though that elf was a total pain. Still, solid chance for the noobs to level up. Plus, his mom's advice stuck with him. "Prove you're a real warrior." That looped in his head, so Ryan yelled, "We're wasting XP arguing here." He knew bickering wouldn't solve squat, so he pitched a bet. Byrne was totally lost. Zero intel. But Ryan knew neither Hall 5 nor 6 would chicken out. "Since we're raiding, expect tons of orcs, maybe a high orc boss. Winner leads the raid. he proposed. First to drop, the orc boss takes charge. That'll panic the mobs, making cleanup easy. If leaders choke, the other squad takes over. We good? Ryan asked. Kane nodded. Round pointed at the hill. Let's roll. Everyone got hype. Martha smirked. Rules, basic. Smash enemies or grab flags. Way better than yapping. Rayon tried to plan, but she cut in. Plans are for losers? She didn't even wait. She rushed in like a beast. Rayon, he used his OP senses. High-specs perception meant he didn't need eyes. He tracked everything on radar. He knew the brawl had kicked off. Ronan asked, no plan. Is that safe? Rand shrugged. They're cocky. Let them learn the hard way. Can they win? She asked. Nah, he grinned. Epic fail incoming. Sure enough, Martha whiffed every hit. She thought they were trash, but they were tanks. The Hall 6 guy laughed. Not the main character today. Honey. Result, Hall 5 came back, totally owned. Ron smirked. So, that was easy, right? The L went to them this time. He said the world won't pause just 'cause they act all high and mighty. They slept on Hall 6 just 'cause Orwin ghosted them. Big mistake. That's what happens when you brawl with zero strats or teamwork. Drowning in ego, they wasted energy and leaked their moves. Classic. The other squad grinded too. Daily, just 'cause they were chillin' doesn't mean they're weak. Ronan asked if it's over. Ron was like, nah fam, we got a shot. Martha swore she'd do whatever to snatch that dub. Ron was glad they'd try, so he dropped the plan for a comeback. Meanwhile, Hall 6 was yapping to. They bragged about Anicap in Hall 5 and loved seeing them struggle, but Baldy warned M not to get too comfy. Hall 5 wrecked North and South gangs, plus those Tiger Claw weirdos. He knew they wouldn't rage quit that fast. Suddenly, he jumped up. Martha was back for round 2. She screamed they'd regret trash talking and rushed. Hall 6 popped their defense shield, but this time Martha flanked M since she downloaded their moves. Same time, Burn came at M from a different angle. Hall 6 tried the same old defense, but Burn faked M out hard. They barely saw him move before getting dropped. Then it clicked. The Hall 5 kids totally switched up their style. Hall 6 was shook and confused. Meanwhile, Martha was smashing the defense like a tank. Rayon was right, as always. Before Rayon asked why they flopped against Hall 6 despite being open, Burn said it was cause of info and Rayon nodded. Hall 6 knew their vibes and skills, so they planned for it, but they didn't expect Hall 5 to switch up the game. They walked in thinking they'd already won then. Total humiliation. Dorian asked now, what? Martha shooshed him to avoid bad juju. Rayon said, even if they aren't dead, they're low on mana and losing. But they weren't the only ones with brainy plays. He had a scheme. Kane Zighart, Hall 6's MVP, had crazy sharp eyes. He spotted the squad fast and sent the perfect counters. For Martha, who was all muscle and tanky but attacked like a simp, he sent sponges to soak her hits. For Bernu was fast but basic. He sent tricky techie sword. Guys, Rayan said swap targets to win, but knew they'd hate that. Martha and Burn agreed. Rayan's like, yo, new plan. We gotta flip the script on how we fight. They're buff but clueless about aura moves. Bet they're full of holes. Rayon pinged Burn. Spot the weak spots. Bam, here and there. Instinct fighters wrecked him, so he had to switch it up. Feints, mind games total juke city. Martha shivered. Dude's aim is scary, like he's right here with us. Burn nodded. Bro called it perfectly. Rayon smirked. Kane's sharp, but I'm sharper. Next level senses. He checked the squad. Vibes were good. Runnin' was crushing it. Now for the main event. Rayon versus Kane's totally different ballgame from the start. Things got heated, so Kane had to YOLO for the flag. Kane was trippin'. Why are we taking LS all of a sudden? Rayon's style switch totally messed with their heads. Kane yelled, it ends now. Heard you pack fire aura, he said. Same here, bro. Rayon blinked. Twinsy, didn't see that coming? Too bad, Kane flexed. My fire is top tier. Certified pro status. On paper, Rayon had zero chance. Rayon's side, less yappin', more scrappin', and lit up. Whole place looked ready to roast. Let's see whose heat is legit. Rayon grinned. Zoom. He ghosted right out of Kane's sight. Kane thought, he beat Martha, whatever, I'm still the GOAT. They clashed hard, boom versus boom. Then whack. Kane ate a hit to the face. Ha, no sense. His fire was getting bullied by the gold stuff. Kane was sweating, getting absolutely pressed. Rayon went supernova with the gold flames and blasted Kane. Game over. Rayon takes the W. Rayon smirked. Oh yeah, your fire was so much stronger. Fifth Hall squad came back, saw Kane laid out, and gasped. Burn shrugged, losing, just delete the boss. But wait, there's more. Rayon's big brain strat worked. Enemy got played. Without his calls, Sixth Hall would have owned him. Martha grumbled, but nodded. Fine, Burn's right. If his tips flopped, I was ditching the promise. But they won. So Rayon's officially the boss of the 5th. Now, from then on, they'd listen without whining. Rayon saw the 5th squad leveled up fast. He looked back on it. He high-fived him. Kill a job. Guys, learned a ton, right? Lesson learned, cockiness kills, and YOLOing without a plan is dumb. He admitted if this was a legit deathmatch, they'd be totally cooked. Told them to remember this. Meanwhile, Kane lived in Rayon's head. Realized Rayon was cracked at fighting and tactics. He'd slept on the 5th hall, thinking they were full of it. Turns out, he was the one clowning. Kane knew Rayon taught the squad a lesson. Slack off, and always have a plan. Be ready? Thought it'd be an easy clap since they knew the enemy, but the squad got wiped, and Kane got folded one. Rayon humbled him in a duel he thought was free. Kane dapped Rayon up and said thanks. Admitted Rayon basically saved his bacon. Rayon thought Kane was chill for a noble. Learned a lot too, fam. From that point on, the squads decided to actually vibe together. 2 weeks later, they pulled up to the raided village. Rayon saw a dead town. No tourists, no loot, just NPCs farming dirt. Seemed like basic mob farming. Nothing spicy. But he felt eyes on him, 24/7. Weird vibe. Definitely not the teacher strolling. Felt like someone plotting to jump him. So Rayon decided to play dumb and stay woke. Asked Baron a favor. You lead this run. Baron blinked. You serious right now? Rayon explained last time, only he and Runnin carried. Now it's time for the others to flex. Said he wasn't capping about Baron catching up. Baron stepped up. Bet. Watch me cook. From then on, he was the boss. Rayon announced. Listen up. Baron calls the shots. Told Martha he'd explain later. She was like, whatever, I'm good. She'd follow orders. No drama. Rayon whispered to the Essence King about the stalker. The king was like, yeah, I felt that weird vibe too. He said, Rayon's senses leveled up from stealing stats. Rayon asked where. But the king refused. Hope you suffer, loser. Rayon figured, it was just one guy. Thanks for the leak, salty spirit. Still, couldn't bet the farm on that. Could be a scout with a gank squad nearby. Gotta stay sharp. This mission smelled sus. Actually, hooded creeps were already camping in the woods. A messenger whispered to the boss. Someone asked if the mystery guy was a Big Six boss. Messenger's like, nah, but the kid is built different. Just NOOB cadets, solo in a second mission. He swore he hadn't been caught creeping. Totally sure he was ghosting them. Another guy said rookies can't bust their stealth hacks. But the messenger argued, cause those cadets wiped the orcs. Weird, they sent students for this. Other dudes said locals panicked and hyped the drama. They claimed mob counts spiked, but the real loot was the mana stone. Searched everywhere, so it's gotta be stashed in town. They wondered if they should jump him now, but the boss said chill. Wiping the kids is easy, but losing the stone sucks. So, they decided to camp a bit longer. Let farm mobs think they won. Them ambush. At the end of squad grabbed dinner. R was zoning out, thinking about Burn's moves. Worried at first, but realized Burn was actually didn't flex the Ziggurat name to look cool or cocky. Actually, he stepped up and focused on the grind, and totally chilled out the chief and the locals. Burn was tryharding, so Rayon stopped stressing. The squad could handle the creeps solo. Real issue? Some stalker watching. Since they've left town, Rand saw the creeper dip to the mountain instantly. He wondered if it was a Ziggurat fam test, or some Rondo enemy. Anyway, spoilers, dropping tomorrow. Later, scouting the area, Burr spotted snow tracks. Chief said mob spawns are like tripled the usual rate. No way they could solo that mess. Saw over 100, so probably 200 total. Wasn't just a mob count, but the NOO, BS, didn't know the map at all. Chief said he'd get a guide so they wouldn't get lost. Picked the fastest guy, said he's not totally useless. Guide showed up looking ready to pass out. It was Kambar, the mountain guide guy. Kambar felt bad vibes, but didn't get why he was picked. Rand told him to chill, promising they'd drag his butt back in one piece. Burn grabbed the spotlight and laid it all out. Orcs are tanks in a fight, but goblins, total cheaters with poison junk. He was like, yo, even a tiny scratch equals game over, so stay frosty. Squad 6 had rear guard in case anything bailed, while the rest pushed. Right after that, the crew rolled out to smash some orcs. This Eden boss, King of Essence, watch Shulak, look at these new. They tried camping for an ambush, but blew it by screaming. Stealth fail, he muttered to himself. Bruh, that's not how you sneak. Yon figured they were just yelling cause they were freaking out. First, mission jitters. Jano, rookie's gonna rookie. King thought Rayon was a noob too, but Rayon was chill. Pro moves. Anyway, the fight kept going. The squad was actually wrecking the orc. Martha was hype, and Burn said to clear the trash mobs first. Out of nowhere, the orcs went rogue and rushed Rayon. He didn't flinch. Doan hit. One kill. Then he used that golden fire to slice another dude up. Kanbar was shook by how fast they dropped. He asked if Ryan was hurt, but he was good. I grabbed the chance to quiz him, asking about mountain myths like boss monsters or epic loot. Kanbar was like, "Yep, legend says a goblin king fought knights here ages ago. Supposedly, the king's ring is buried around here somewhere." Rayan realized it all clicked now. That creepy someone's watching me vibe wasn't random. It was Eden watching those 5 psycho demon groups. Eden wants the monster era back, to worship them like gods. Weirdos. They can hack monsters and use their skills. Totally nuts. They're strong enough to rival the Zigguards. Easy. Nobody, not even big shot nobles, knew their cheat codes. But Ron knew the tea. Thanks to Darius, Robert, his squad ran into Eden on a mission from that guy. Whole unit got wiped. Only Rayan made it out of that nightmare. He was clueless back then, but now he sees how sus it was. Darius knew Eden's secrets all along, but kept his mouth shut. Essence King quietly stared at Ryan, sensing some serious rage vibes coming off him. Ryan tried to keep his head in the game though. Can't let Darius trigger him. Gotta stay chill, not lose it. He refocused on Eden, cause that's the main quest right now. Figured they were hunting for the Goblin King's word on the street was the Goblin King got wrecked here centuries ago. And Ryan, totally convinced a supercharged Monstone was hiding in that rock. He figured Eden was playing them letting the squad think they'd won, so they'd bounce, leaving the loot for Eden to dig up later. Meanwhile, Byrne went full beast mode on an orc that looked like the boss, but Martha Kill stealed it instantly. Byrne threw a fit, yelling not fair, before grumbling that the big guy was toast anyway, time to mop up the trash mobs. While that went down, Ryan grilled Kanbar about any shiny loot found nearby. Kanbar spilled the tea. Back in the day, the village chief hiked to the peak and snagged a red gem. Now it's stashed under his crib. Ryan's brain went, ding, that had to be the Monstone. But if he was right, things were about to get way sketchier. If Eden can't find that rock, they'll flatten the whole village just to look for it. Later, the squad did a vibe check for orcs. 0-0. Figured it was game over. We win. So they headed back to the chief, who was all hype about their mad skills. Martha leaned in, whispering, "Did this actually follow your master plan, Ryan? 'Cause I'm totally lost." Ryan shrugged. "Beats me, but I'll spill the deets later." "Cool," she said. "I'm riding with you till the credits roll, boss." Then Runnin caught Ryan zoning out, standing totally still. "Yo, you good?" she asked. "You seem kinda spaced out." "Nah, I'm chill," Ryan lied smoothly. "Just fantasizing about that feast the chief promised. Starving." He told the crew to party, but he knew Eden was just waiting for them to leave before making a move tomorrow. That made the next 24 hours super critical. By late afternoon, the squad was already past the city limits. Byrne was patting himself on the back. "Man, we crushed it. Wrecked the monsters. Barely got a scratch. Officially, first run without a teacher, and they got a perfect score." In his head, that was the reason why Ryan didn't steal the leader badge back. Byrne's command was just that flawless. He didn't totally get why Ryan passed the torch, but hey, maybe Ryan finally realized Byrne is a legend. Sun sets, things get spooky, and boom, Ryan yells, "Hold up, tutorial's over," he announced. "Real game starts now." Byrne blinked. "Dude, what? We already cleared the map? What are you talking about?" Ryan sighed. "Look, sure, we came to squash bugs and save the town, but the plot is way thicker than that. We've had a stalker on our tail this whole time. Felt him breathing down my neck until just a second ago. Thought it might be a teacher testing us, but nah, this vibe was pure evil. Been sensing it since we hit the hill," Ryan admitted. "That's why I let you play, Captain Byrne." Had to go stealth mode to figure out who we're dealing with. Kane, recalling the bet, realized Rayon was playing for D chess. Even on high alert, he totally missed what Rayon clocked. Byrne asked if that's why he got swapped, and Rayon nodded. He figured with Byrne playing boss, the baddies would tunnel vision him and sleep on Rayon. "You crushed it, dude. I'll vouch for you as number 2 later." Byrne blinked. While he was busy hyping himself up, he was basically just bait for Rayon's intel. Total wood. Then Rayon dropped the truth bomb. Orcs and goblins usually hate each other's guts. Them teaming up means someone's playing puppet master, forcing them to chill via mind control or something. Village ain't safe yet, guys. Not even close. That's why we gotta ghost our way back. Quietly. Wish we had ninja gear. Boom. Dorian pops up with the goods. He flashed to loot. "Think this works for sneaking?" Rayon gaped. "How?" Dorian shrugged. "Just in case you lugged 40 of these. Preparedness is key, bro." "Okay. That was actually clutch." Rayon switched modes. "We stick to the stealth drills." "Exactly. Since Crane has the best wheels, he sprints to alert the Ziggurat branch. From here on out, I'm calling the shots. Period. 0 pushback allowed." 5 hours later, a messenger told Eden's boss the kids bailed. They even swept the other side to be safe. Nothing. Eden's showtime. The boss jammed his orc helmet back on. His monster squad was ready. The order? Simple. Wreck the village. Total wipeout. Up top, Rayon and Burn watched the creeps mobilize. Burn wanted to brawl, but Rayon was like, nah, it's not just beasts. People are pulling the strings. Issue is, we have no clue who the heck they are. Burn was sweating the orc count and the village's fate. Rayon sighed. Rush in now. We're toast. Did you snooze through class? Scope the scene before you act. Rule number 1. Gotta be careful. It's Eden we're dealing with. Everyone froze. Eden? Martha gasped. Like, the Eden? Top 5 scary dudes. Rayon nodded. Yeah, that. Mind control? Either them or a Hanklore-level beast. Burn knew it was sketchy, but said waiting was a total Sitting tight meant villagers dying. Hiding while peeps got wrecked. Not cool. That's Sigger code. He'd throw hands alone if he had to. Ryan watched him thinking, classic Burn drama. Run inside and joined in, mostly to stop him from being an idiot. The rest of the Squad 5 crew hyped him up too. Watching folks suffer is totally off-brand for his. Kane stepped up for Squad 6, ready to smash some Eden ghosts. Rayon smirked internally. Just as planned, he'd been watching Burn and the other newbies, knowing they couldn't just sit on their hands. That's why he'd nudged Renang earlier to tail him on cue. With Burn, Renang, and Kane jumping into the mix, Eden was toast. Nothing weird was going to happen. Martha lagging behind was the only shocker. He figured she'd rush in, but she claimed she was sticking to Rayon's rules. He told the gang to creep toward the village. Quiet like, Eden definitely had backup stashed away up front, no doubt. Rayon felt a killer vibe not from town, but the hills, Squads 5 and 6 could probably take him, but a full frontal assault was pretty risky. A fair fight is one thing, but sneak attacks? That was totally Rayon's playground. Meanwhile, both squads launched a fast, heavy combo attack. They pushed the orcs back like pros, saving the town. But Burn noticed, these orcs were way angrier than yesterday's. If that was it, saving the village would be a breeze. The real headache was something else entirely. If it was Eden, more was coming. Burn yelled to stay sharp. The danger was hiding in the trees. Bam! The green ghosts of Eden actually showed up. They rocked goblin masks, screaming, "We are Eden." Burn expected guests, but not a whole mob like this. He counted 40+ baddies. Talk about pressure. He had to play this perfectly to keep everyone breathing. He shouted for Kane's crew to hold off. The orcs while running unleashed her vibe to turn both orcs and ghosts into Burn took point, with Runnin blasting ice pillars behind him. Burn seized the moment and went ham with his windsword tech, shattering frozen orcs. But he almost got wrecked by a ghost's cheap shot, and he wasn't the only one. Suddenly, Green Ghost started spamming poison needles at the cadets. Burn yelled to shield up or dodge and to toss a poison bag on the field. Then he spotted big trouble. That poison was the nasty, top-tier monster sludge. Newbies who barely sniffed it were folding like lawn chairs, totally gassed. Burner realized he was cooked. Legs felt like jelly, and Runnin was fading fast. Meanwhile, the mobs kept spamming attacks with zero chill. He knew it was game over at this rate. Suddenly, a massive aura crashed the server. Martha stormed in with the squad, screaming she'd trashed the Eden scum. "Don't let a single loser escape," she barked. She went beast mode, clearing mobs, so the rookies didn't get wiped. Burn figured even if Ron wasn't physically here, this 4D chess move was his. They might actually win. The ghosts started bailing. Then the real boss appeared. The air got heavy, crushing everyone with a vibe way scarier than any mob they'd farmed before. Champion's helm. Talking armor. Total nightmare fuel. Burn didn't sign up for a boss raid today. Heard you brats left. The suit droned, "Sneaky rats, coming back. For a bunch of newbie scrubs, you're okay. But you ain't surviving this. Spoiler. Everyone dies right here." Bam! One hit deleted Runnin, Martha, and Burn from the chat. "Where's Kane?" Someone panicked. Tanking orcs at the wall. And Ron wasn't there to carry the team either. The villain looked shocked. Martha was still awake. "Better than the other trash," he sneered. "You got senses. Still weak. Prepare to get squashed. Die, you undisciplined bugs." Enter Ron. "Nah, pretty sure you're the one checking out. 1,000 flames, spin, slash, goodbye." Bad guy's arm. The officer actually looked impressed. "Nice ambush. Surprised you got inside my guard without dying." "You're a psycho," Ron spat, sacrificing an arm just to stay in the game. "Cheap shot," the enemy grunted, "but mad skills. Promising for a Z, but you blew your mana bar on that." Ron knew it too. He'd bet the farm on that one crit. Now, he was empty. "You, the boss?" Ron asked. The guy laughed. "Cruel and cold. My leaders wouldn't step foot in this dump." Kid looked cute, but his tongue was razor sharp. "Keep yapping, brat. Let's see if you last 5 seconds." Ron was running on fumes, but he had to clutch this. Swords clashed, hitting hard enough to crack the map. The officer looked shook that Rayon was still standing. Not bad, kid, better than I thought. Rayon smirked. Please, if I couldn't handle this, I'd quit swordsmanship today. Then, boom, they went back to trading savage hits. The guy admitted Rayon had a killer attitude for a rookie. It got so fast and furious that Burn couldn't even track the movement. He recalled this officer wrecked everyone else with just one hit earlier, but Rayon was matching him blow for blow. Plus, Rayon used Burn's own flow technique. Burn realized he was total trash in comparison. Thought he was catching up. Nope, not even in the same zip code. Martha chimed in. That's Rayon's real deal right there. Everything else was just a warm-up. Still, not enough to win. They were dead even in muscle. But Rayon was running on fumes. Martha started doubting the win. He had power left, but his stamina was toast. Run-In spoke up. We're jumping in. Martha argued she'd get one shot since she's weak. Run-In didn't care. Irrelevant. Martha blinked. Whoa. Expected Run-In to panic, but she was ice cold. Girl had leveled up mentally. Burn felt like a loser for hesitating. Run-In's right. They had to save Rayon. Martha asked, did you guys get amnesia about the beating earlier? Rushing him now won't fix anything. Burn insisted. Dangerous or not, we don't ditch our squad. We're Ziggurt swordsmen. We fight together. Martha sighed. Whatever. She's in, but warned him, if we mess up, it's on you too. They knew the risks, but were ready to bet it all. Meanwhile, Rayon was still solo versus that big shot officer from Eden. Dude was shocked a mere trainee lasted this long. Impressed, he thought about recruiting him. What's your name, kid? Rayon told him, and the officer noticed his face. Blonde hair, special eyes. Classic Ziggurt, bloodline traits. Curiosity killed the offer. Instead of hiring him, he decided to go full power to delete him. Wiping out a Ziggurt heir. Big bonus points. The officer buffed up, literally getting bigger. His next hit was a new. Rayon barely scraped by. Got a haircut from the wind pressure. Rayon realized the guy was burning life force for juice. Even with his ring of fire skill, Rayon was struggling. His body was still wrecked from before. Suddenly, Martha popped up behind the guy and smacked his back. Annoyed, he yelled, how dare a weakling touch me? But he slipped up. Run-In hit him with her freeze aura, locking him down cold. Burn saw the gap and charged in, spamming flowing sword combos all over the guy. Didn't matter. The officer grabbed Burn and laughed. Nice try, brats. But cheap tricks won't beat me. He was like, if y'all were like Goldilocks there, maybe, but as is, no chance. Zero. Burn, getting squashed like a bug, groaned. He knew that. He just needed to stall. Then Martha dropped her ult, Meteora. Boom! Direct hit. She smirked, wondering if he could tank that damage. Spoiler alert, it hurt. Dude actually bled. Okay, now he was actually sweating. So, he chucked Burn at Martha. Strike. Both out cold. Guy gloats, calling them bugs. Give up. It's useless. Classic villain monologue. But Ryan? Yeah, he wasn't having it. Big thanks to the squad for stalling. He was fully recharged now. Time to clutch up. He was ending this. Now, officer dude panicked. How do you still have HP? Who even are you? Ryan prepped his finisher. 1,000 flames. He told him to feel special, cause this was the debut of his sickest move. Thought he was out of mana, but that mid-battle XP hit different. He was ready. 10th flame, Wind of the Blazing Empire? Sounds epic, right? The bad guy froze. The vibes from this fire were just ... wrong. His gut screamed run. He had to delete this kid. Stat, he lunged, but got hit by a blast so bright it blinded the whole server. Everyone gaped one crit, and Ryan sliced the boss in two. Brutal. Clean cut, battle 1. GG. Ryan wobbled, running on fumes. The cadets just stared, jaws on the floor. He beat the green ghost, but Ryan panted. Hold up, not done yet. Eden's creeps might still be lurking. Gotta clear the map to keep the village safe. Hyped up, the squad charged back in. Total victory achieved. Later, Burn walked up. Yo, if not for you, ... In group 2, we'd be toast. Villagers would have been goners too. He thanked Ryan for the save, feeling bad about going rogue. But honestly, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Can't ignore bad stuff. That's not the Ziggurt way. Ryan shrugged. You did good, man. You fought hard for the peeps. That team effort let me land the kill. You were the MVP to Burn. Without you guys, we might have lost. He meant it. 100%. Ryan doesn't fake it. Burn blushed a bit. To know why you're hyping me? ... But I'm gonna get stronger. Watch me. Next time, I won't need carrying. Ryan then thanked Martha. Got my strength back, thanks to you. Glad you listened. Martha smiled just a little. I would, died if I didn't listen to you. She promised to help back home. She told him to chill, ran totally fried, wondered if it was finally over. Adrenaline crash hit hard, and he could barely stand. He almost face-planted, but Renan caught him, asking if he was good. Ran asked if she saw that coming. Renang was like, duh, obviously. She roasted him, saying he looked as wrecked as he does after training. Ran got the picture. Guess he wasn't the only creep watching everyone else. Runnin said thanks, but a system pop-up blocked his view before he could reply. It said he went beast mode in battle. All stats up by 1 point. Plus, for jumping a stronger dude, he unlocked the backstab perk. And for beating an op boss, he got the title, Unbeatable. Stats checked. 57 strength, 50 agility, 59 endurance, 42 energy, and 64 perception. Rayon figured this loot was for wrecking that Eden officer. He was stoked. Told Runnin to head back, cause he was solid. Claimed he'd scout for trouble. The zone. But honestly, just needed solo time to check his new hacks. Alone later, Rayon peeped the details on that unbeatable title. The buff was way sicker than he thought. Boosts all stats by 3% when fighting tougher mobs. Basically, a permabuff for Rayon, since everyone he fights is gonna be stronger. So yeah, constant cheat code engaged. He also checked that backstab trait, which, oops crit chance and lowers aggro during sneak attacks. Figured if he had that skill, during the Office of Bra, he could've one-shotted the guy. Suddenly, the Essence King's voice boomed in his head, salty about the rewards. He called the officer a scrub and said the system's glitching, even though he made it. Rayon just smirked internally, getting buffed, thanks to him. The king raged, promising a nasty death, an infinite body. Ran snarked back that yeah, sure, that happens if the king kills him first. Q. Angry screaming. Later cadets helped patch up the village post-orc raid. Ran laid down for a sec and totally passed out. Stepped out of the hut and saw fences and houses were mostly fixed. Guessed the squad ground hard while he napped. Runnin popped up, asking if he was better. Ran was like, yup, feeling fresh. Nope, she said, everyone's waiting. Hit the square and the whole village was there. They did a deep bow, super thankful to the Zigguard crew. The chief gave props, saying they risked it all to save the hood and won't ever forget it. Ron got looked at his homies, and felt the love. Totally new vibe for him. Old life, 0, thanks. Just kill, or be killed. Rough. Doris always stole his thunder. 0 clout for him. But the vibe shifted. Finally, he got some props. Never felt seen like that. Total game changer. Ran craved the hype. Wanted the warrior life, not ninja stuff. He needed that main character energy, on repeat. And he'd grind to keep those WS coming. The squad decided to crash at the village. With the vibes chill, Rayon pulled the chief aside. He asked who was pulling the strings on the orcs. Chief nodded, cause Burn spilled one of Eden's 5 demons. He didn't get why they'd target such a basic town. Rayon said he caught some major intel from Canva. Apparently, Chief snagged a red gem ages ago. The chief admitted it was true. Found the rock hiking as a kid and dragged it home. Is that why? Ran nodded. Eden wanted the loot. Chief panicked. Was the chaos his fault? Ran said they punted Eden away for now. But if the gem stays, the bad guys return. Chief said bearing the gem made the village boom. Crops went wild, weather stayed nice. Folks started treating the rock like a deity. Turns out, it's a mana stone attracting creeps. Rayon asked what the move was with the stone. Toss it, Chief asked. Nah, I'll take it, Rayon said. Eden thinks it's a cheat code to revive the dead. Hiding it is useless. They'll sniff it out. So Rayon's moving it to Zigguard turf. Chief stressed, that puts a target on Rayon's back. Didn't want to dump drama on their hero? But Rayon was chill. It's all good. That's the Zigguard born to defend. Emo Chief said Zigguards were saving them again. Said he owes them big time. Rayon was confused. Again, what do you mean? Chief said Glenn Zigguard saved them decades ago. It was a total core memory for him. Saved them. Smiled gently. Then just dipped. Rayon was totally lost. That guy never smiles. Is he talking about the same dude? Chief said TMI, then led Rayon to the stash spot. He carefully started digging up the dirt until he hit the item. Thought it was a buff, but it was total trouble. Rayon saw the cloth wrap and asked, why? Chief wrapped it to hide the bling. Rayon stared at the Goblin King's shiny rock. If Eden grabs this, they'll bake a fresh nightmare monster. Boom! Deep voice drops in. Giant ska guy pops up, acting like he solved a puzzle. The cloth muted the vibes, so he couldn't sniff it out earlier. He hunted forever, but snuck up on Rayon. Who's this guy? Rayon guy summons. An orc helm. Mockin' Gis click Eden's bloodthirsty demon. Villain grin. Smart rookie. No in the gear. You, the kid who smoked the green ghost? He asked. Rayon nodded. Wait, heard you weren't showing up? Demon shrugged. Gave the gig. His lackey, but Rayon killed him. So here we are. Blaming Rayon? Dude's aura froze. Rayon solid. Unbeatable. Even a team-up would fail hard. Essence King chimed in. You're toast, kid. 2 options. Croak, or let King drive the body. Elsewhere, Burn Quiz Marzi is lurking. Checking your barricade skills, she quipped. Better carpenter than fighter, huh? Zip it and leave, Burn growled, but she only obeys one boss, and he ain't it. Then Runnin popped up with snacks. Picked 'em fresh just for Rayon. Burn, we have tons. Runnin, these are special. Martha smirked. AW, you're so devoted, like a wifey. Runnin bailed, blushing. Kaboom. Runnin sensed Rayon trouble, and bolt. Martha spotted the chief's place smoking. Burn yelled. Then WHAM, bigger but Rayon went airborne. Clutchin' chief. Wrecked. He tossed chief to Burn. Save him. Everybody out. Now. Run, Martha hesitated. Then the ground shook. Scary vibes flooded the zone. Stuck like glue. Couldn't budge. Demons scanned the area. Ooh, more kitties to play with. Yep. Definitely an Eden big shot. Ziggert. Cadets. Weak sauce. Can't even stand up? He laughed. Rayon gritted his teeth. Not today. Move or die. Snap out of it. Fight the fear. Get up. Focus your mojo. Stat. He yelled. Burn's job. Grab the chief and hustle folks to safety. Martha and Runnin stuck around to distract the bad guy. Don't solo this guy. Rayon warned. Just watch him. Recall Rimmer's tips. Time to go plus, ultra, body and mind. The demon dug his guts, but said vibes won't win this. Rayon knew he wasn't Squad and locals were behind him. No quitting now. Needed a shot to lop his head off. Still wasn't sure he could pull it off. Felt like a void. Tough, even in his past life. Way worse now. The demon got annoyed. Waiting for a rush. He saw Rayon just standing firm. Beast mode, engage. Fine, I'll come to you then. Thing moved way faster now. Rayon spun a fire vortex with his 10th flame tech. The demon clapped, but with a single hit, he busted the fire like it was nothing. Rayon blocked, but got wrecked. Near-death experience? Barely dodged. Wanted to bail, but nope. Had to stall so the crew could watch. Their only shot at catching a dub. Rayon hit back. Demon loved it, buffed up, and said, now it's fun. Monster jumped high, prepping a sky hit to keep playing. Boom, so big, you could see it for miles. Admitted Rayon's fire was a legit Weird and Eden boss died. But fighting Rayon? He got it. Just made it more sad cause fire failed. Rayon knew why. The helm was loot from a forest king. Mobs that tank fire while guarding turf. Forest burns. They take 0 damage. And smash castles while full of fire arrows. The demon had that fireproof buff. So, he figured Rayon's aura was totally useless. Bummer, he said. But Rayon held on. Fire's a dud. Switch it up. Cue the ice. Aura. Demon laughed. First, epic fire. Now weak sauce water. Still, he was hyped on the kid's skill level. Who are you? Rayon said. Does it matter? You're dead? Cocky kid, he sneered. Let's see how long that lasts. The brawl was so lit, you could see it from miles away. Burn rolled up and caught the crazy scene. Rayon and the demon were tied. But Rayon's aura, weird. Plus, his blade was radiating some heavy pressure. Burn wondered if the kid hit Swordmaster rank already. See? Warriors here get ranked by their power levels, swords, spears, whatever same ranking system. Start controlling aura. Congratulations, you're a beginner. Project that energy out. Boom, you're an aura user. When they refine those skills, and blast aura freely. That's aura specialist. Tier. Burn figured Rayon was already at that level. Aura blade. Super hard to pull off. Yet Rayon was tanking the demon heading. Totally OP for his age. Rayon kept scrapping, but even blocking everything, he wasn't really hurting the boss. Still, kid was strong. Rayon shot, Burn a look. Message received. Clear signal. Time for a team-up combo. Training buddies, read minds. No words needed. Burn saw Martha and Runnin were locked in too. He thought, yeah, there's Ziggart. Protecting the turf is the gig. With easy dub. Burn seized the gap and iced the demon's hand. That was the opening they needed. Trio launched the final ult together. Win or bust. Thought they had it, but demon guys saw it coming. Waited for you, bugs. He blasted them back. Ooh, astral energy. Dude's past specialist. A legit master. Thought I'd have to hunt you. He laughed. Thanks for the delivery service. He loved seeing their hope crash and burn. Always a blast. Like he'd lose to kids? Nah. They were toast for not knowing their levels. Rayon smirked. I was waiting to channeled past life killer vibes. Mixing, Isora, and the 10,000 flame skill. Focused it all. Unleashed the 10,000 flames. Ult, direct hit. Pierced the chest. And dropped the demon. Force was insane. But Rayon knew. Not enough. Demon tanked some of it. Impressive, he admitted. Guard down. He would have been smoked. Nope. One punch and he straight up yeeted Ryan across the map. Called Ryan a total noob. Saying the power gap was way too huge. Snapped Ryan's blade like a dry pretzel. Thought he had a shot, but nope, barely scratched the paint. That musclehead blocked it just by flexing. Literal steal a total boss level aura skills. Ryan, playing squad leader, yelled, plans bust, scram. Zero chance of winning this brawl right now. Save the townies. Burn, don't be a hero. Just do your job. Everybody fall back. Now, squad booked it with the locals. Run-In was sobbing. Don't die. Demon guy sneered. Think you can stall me, June? Ryan turned to the king of Essenzio. You in for a bet? You're toast, the king scoffed. What's the ante? My life versus him. Winning looked bleak. So, he proposed a trade. Fix me up, and I'll let you rage a bit. The king of Essen shrugged. Fine. Hate to see a good vessel wasted. Deal, seal. Ryan got a dose of pure, unadulterated fury. Instant chills. Shook him to the bone-brain freeze-level pain. Dima blinked. Confused. What's with the light show? That healing factor was cheat code level. Totally illogical. Ryan didn't bother explaining. Just grinned. Don't think, just fight. Let's dance till sunrise. Ugly. Burn led the pack away. Hustle. Grab the wounded, and book it. Nobody got the logic, but they didn't argue. Martha broke it down for them. He's soloing that beast with busted ribs. Are you blind? We just gonna stand here while he gets flattened. Burn nodded. No moping. Move your butts. Crane radioed for backup. The fam was inbound. They rushed the survivors out. Double time. Boom. Orc pops out of the woods. Burns like, seriously? Then, another. And, another. Totally surrounded. Great. Martha clocked the situation instantly. Those Eden creeps really can puppet these monsters. Puzzle solved. Demon ignored us, 'cause he sent his orc pets ahead. Sneaky. The cadets lost it. Game over, man. Thought they'd get wiped without throwing a single punch. Burn wasn't having it. Ryan stilled kicking back there. If we go down, we go down swinging. Giving up meant never facing the Ziggurat Clanor Ryan again. Martha heard that and smirked. Finally said something cool. Burn, Run-In was like facts, said let's bounce, and zoomed to Ryan. Burn stressed. They couldn't game over here. Cadet duty. Just then, a wind slice wrecked the orcs with aimbot precision. Everybody instantly knew who just unleashed that beast mode. Meanwhile, Demon Dude told Ryan he just doesn't know when to quit. Told him to rage quit since Ryan was totally wrecked on the floor. His busted left arm was seriously cramping his style. Who even thought about chopping it off just to clutch the round? Then he was like, why try? Whole bod hurt like crazy. Pain level was off the charts. Worse than his past life. Old him would have bailed. But now he was stuck there. Remembered his mom wanted him to be a legendary Ziggurat warrior. Plus, all the core memories with the squad and his new the one acting cool, but actually the biggest softie. Runin, and Bone, who started as a bot but is legit now. And Martha, the savage one, he trusted 100%. He'd be straight capping if he said he didn't vibe with them. Just wanted to keep his homies safe. They were grinding to be goat swordsmen, worthy of the name. The king admitted Ryan tanked the aggro and bought mad time. Called Ryan bold, but said don't get it twisted, there's limits. Ryan got slapped by the king's rage again. King said if he takes the rage, his body is basically gone. Even fighting the possession, he was already cooked. The demon saw Ryan was totally out of HP. Said he'd save Ryan for dessert and clap his squad first. That would be way more entertaining for the lols. Imagined Ryan's face while his friends got deleted one by one. Ryan knew the squad would get folded. Had to stall him. So, running on empty, he stood up. Screamed, he's Ryan Ziggurat, future rank 1 player on the server. As long as he's breathing, no quitting. Demon respected the hustle. Said his willpower is awesome, doesn't cover it. So, he show respect, and remember the name Ryan Ziggurat forever. Ryan knew he couldn't tank or dodge this old. Ready to respawn? But wind hit him. Rimmer blocked the hit. Ryan, super relieved, was like took you, long enough. Reimer said my bad, overslept, but he'd carry the team now. Demon guy recognized the famous Radiant Blade immediately. Rimmer threw shade, saying it's been ages. Baldy said he'd never let trash touch his squad. The enemy guy mocked him. Ziggurat's desperate, sending this guy to babysit. Then they just started wailing on each other. Demon guy was like, bruh, you're rusty, and totally off. He smirked. Guess the gossip about your busted energy core is legit. Reamer rolled his eyes. Fake news, buddy. He told the creep to update his sources cause he's living in the past. Demon Dude cracked up. Yeah, right. Liar. He dissed Rimmer's sword, saying it used to be scary, but now it's just a weak fambrisa. Couldn't cut butter. Rimmer just sighs. You're so messy, dude. Rayon watched and spotted something huge. Teach was flipping offense to defense, smooth as butter. Total pro moves. Plus, his sneak attacks were insanely on point. Full power. Game over. But he was stalling on purpose. Rayon totally got. Why? Rimmer was dragging it out for a lesson, showing off his moves live so Rayon could take notes. Rimmer teased. All that yapping, and you still can't beat me. Even nerf it, he warned the demon was gonna lose his noggin. Zip it, the demon yelled, swinging. Rimmer dodged again. Easy peasy, Batty screamed. Get serious. Reimer figured holding back was getting tough. Guy was strong. Things were getting messy. He told Rayon, watch close. Kiddo, this is real Z-Art style. Your future goals. Boom. Rimmer popped his ult. Eye of the storm. Crazy tornado spun up right there. When so sharp it'd slice and dice anything. Demon Dude felt Rimmer's vibe take over the whole room. No exit. Had to face Rimmer straight up. He tried to smash the blade, but Rimmer counters smooth and fast. When they banged together, both stood, but the demon admitted he was totally drained. Rimmer had sucked all the chill wind into his sword. What's with the field? He asked. You're not even main family. Rimmer shrugged. Technically, not a full field. Just copying nature vibes. Elf perks. You know, the enemy, got it. Even busted up. A beast is a beast. Said he regretted not offing Rayon sooner. Shug squashed him. Kid's gonna get Rimmer grinned. Not on my watch. Can't touch the little king. Enemy nodded. Kid's got potential. But don't get cocky. There are 5 big bads, all super gifted. Still, he took the L from the Z-Art blade today. Boom. Rimmer landed a crazy fast, deep cut. The demon dude just flopped over, totally toast. He turned to Rayon. Hope you were watching closely. Kid, that's the secret sauce to being a real Z-Art pro. Not lay-made shields, this field's pure soul and grit. It's basically his entire vibe made real. Every win, fail, and crazy dream he ever had. Since you're main fam, you gotta master this eventually. Just gotta grind for experience, and keep leveling up, non-stop. Rimmer glanced around. You guys catch that show too? The trio saw it all. Run and bolted to Rayon, total tears. The rest of the squad trailed behind, looking stressed. Rimmer was totally faking the chill. Dude was hurting. For a non-bloodline, popping that field is extra brutal. You need insane HP and energy stats just to tank it. TL, doctor, using the field literally eats up your life bar. And Rimmer's energy core was already totally busted. Hurt like crazy, but hey, 0 regrets on his end. Even showing up late, he saw a total king rising up. Right there, he decided Rayon was the new big boss. Since his core broke, he kind of felt like vanishing. But those little brats actually gave him a purpose. They basically became his whole new life now. Gotta stay alive just to make sure they survive too. So trading a few life years, honestly, no biggie. He just wants to see the kid rule before checking out. Glenn totally flipped out hearing the mission report. Ryan vs. Eden Demon. Sounded totally fake. Rimmer grinned. Ranhera, just to see your shook face. But seriously though, Glenn was like, cut the drama. Just spill it. Rimmer's like saw it live and I'm still shook myself. And it wasn't just him watching the madness. Bunch of level 5 and 6 students saw it happen to. Plus, Chibu locals swore the kids soloed the beast. Glenn blinked. That demon was Swordmaster tier. Easy. So, is Rayon actually okay or totally wrecked? Rimmer said, kid got pretty banged up. But, he lived, which is honestly an epic win alone. Impossible or not, Rayon's officially a total pro. He deserves the elf. Sap. Glenn looked unsure though. That World Tree sap is seriously legendary loot. Rimmer pushed it. After that fight, kid earned the drop. Glenn was salty, claiming he was totally playing favorites. Rimmer just shrugged, said he's helping the squad level up together. Glenn told Lone to ping the division heads. Meeting time once the trainees got back. Before signing off, he actually hyped up work, saying he crushed the mission. Rimmer totally shook, noted Glenn hadn't praised him in 20 years. He also mentioned the rookies were inbound. Meanwhile, Rayon recapped the quest. Mission complete, though Eden's meddling caused some lag. The village got wrecked by demons, so the squad stuck around to help rebuild. Since Rayon was beat up, he crashed at the chief's pad to recover. Eyes open, he checked the loot. He won off the Essence King. The king kept whining. Cancel the bet. But Rayon ignored him. The stats were too sweet. Best of all, he unlocked a sick trait. Ire Will. It let him nerf pain temporarily, boosting his grit after taking heavy physical or mental damage. Rayon figured he could tank way more now, even with Wrath active. But the Essence King himself wondered why a kid got such an op perk. He mused that the system, while solid, was totally blocking him. It was designed to spawn skills based on what the user needed. Without that trait, he'd have snatched Rayon's body by now. Still, he cheated. He had time. His juice was coming back, and Wrath was already eating Rayon. Soon, the kid's soul and bod would be his. Back home, Ilan the Z-Art, external boss, met the kid. They were exhausted and homesick, but Ilan said, no nap time yet. They had to march straight to the Lord's mansion. Everyone there was buzzing about Rayon. Thanks to the demon fight rumors, Rayon felt kinda weird about the summon, but saw it as a lucky break. All the bigwigs were there. Perfect place to grind XP. He knew he'd always be fighting for his life. So getting stronger was mandatory. Squad leaders, bosses, and main bloodline masters showed up. Meaning Glenn was watching this closely. The Z-Arts never mixed business with pleasure. But but they paid up for good work. Knowing this, Rayon planned to flex his win and snag a new martial art. Glenn asked for the tea on the mission. Since he heard Rayon played captain, the kid said it started when he felt eyes on them at the village. That's how he jumped the green demon hunting the Goblin King's stone. They thought it was game over there, but a bloodthirsty demon crashed the scene. To save the squad and locals, Rayon offered himself as bait. Karun triggered, called it sus, and accused Rayon of lying. Dude swore the Green Goblin could have wiped him all solo. Now he claims he fought something way gnarlier. Ryan was like, "Yo, Doran, cough up the stash." Bag open. Greeny's head and the big bad demon boss. Rayon asked to unseal his blade and flexed his aura. Asked, "That clear enough for ya?" Karun, fuming, stayed zip, but mentally cursed the mixed blood. Clear as day. Rayon's pro level now. Glenn finally gave props to Rayon, the MV, and the crew from Camps 5 and 6 for killing it out there. Shocking praise. The whole mansion went dead quiet. Not just the kids. Some cadets got all weepy, wiped tears, holding their breath at the hype. Report done, Rail showed off the Goblin King's rock. Before the end, everyone got bronze plates as a Rayon got the only silver, but he was super bummed. Hoped for bonus loot or secrets on Eden's plot. Realized that sweet new skill wasn't happening. Essence King roasted him. Big intel drop and zero reward. Lame. Called him a dummy. Ron thought, maybe I trusted Glenn way too much. Lone crept up, asking to visit around midnight. Boss sent him to give Rayon prize, number 2. Later, Ran went home. Stepped in and bam hugs from Sylvia and Helen. Sylvia, crying, checked if his arm was okay. Ran was like, totally healed. Relax. She apologized, thinking she caused the demon mess. Ron just thanked her. He admitted that. When he faced that psycho demon, he wanted to bail. Doubted the win, even thought of using pals as bait. But he recalled Mom telling him to live like a true Zip. That gave him the juice to fight. Said he's only alive and a pro cause of Mom. Sylvia started sobbing hard. Helen got teary, too. Rayon was like, why the later, Jadil reported, said Marshal Palace, ordered her back. They want to waste her for hiding Rand's stats and the mission mess. Rand, sharp, told her. Want to live? You only listen to me. Don't go back, he said. Send a note. You're Rayon's maid now, picked by his worried mom. The Palace won't suspect squat. Actually, they'll see an easy spy chance. If they start acting sus, she just needs to say Rayon's healing up fine. Only the big boss, and Teach, know the real deal anyway. Finally, he told her to fix her face and keep her trap shut. Jodil bounced, and the Essence King started roasting him immediately. He was like, why you keeping that loser spy around, bruh? Rayon shot back. She ain't useless. She's bait to smack Karun. Plus, he won't toss her out like trash. One last thing on the daily tattoo list. Midnight struck. So Rayon went to meet Glenn. The family head cut the chase. Which move did you spam the most? Rayon said, just that basic river step everyone learns. Glenn nodded. Not bad. It's chill, but too basic for the big bad bosses out there. Then, he dropped a bomb. You busted Eden's schemes, so I'm teaching you a killer move myself. Rayon was shook. Did not see that coming at all? Pay attention, Glenn said. 1, look. That's it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. Watching the strongest guy on the continent move? Super rare. Glenn's technique was totally wild. Never seen anything like it. Looked slow, but actually crazy fast. Smooth but sharp. Trippy. Felt huge, like he could teleport anywhere, instantly. Power. Even in a blink. The moves were so perfect, they were hypnotic. Glenn named it, the Supreme Harmony Steps. His Ring of Fire system scanned it perfectly. Locked it in. He learned the first step. Heavenly Advance. Riona admitted, can't max it out yet, but I snagged the basics. Glenn smirked. That's the prize. Up to you, if you want to master the rest of it later. Rayon gave a huge thanks and dipped. Lone was like, whoa, didn't think you'd teach him that? He freaked cause Glenn made it personally, and it's insane hard. But Glenn said, Kid already nailed the Heavenly Advance. That first step is half the art. Kid doesn't even know it's the foundation. Glenn knew, for a fact, he'd figure the rest out eventually. Days later, Rayon's still grinding, using hacks to master the steps. Couldn't do the full combo yet, but he felt super close. Mid-grind. Sylvia storms in screaming, stop right now. She was absolutely fuming. You swore you'd rest till you were fully healed. Rayon's shocked. How's she scarier than a demon king with a broken core? Sylvia nagged him into pausing the grind. Tried to sneak a sesh, but Helen and the maids were hawking him. Seriously, folks loved crashing his workout sessions. Rayon guessed chillin' a bit wasn't total trash. Then, Helen showed up looking totally spooked. Drama alert, Raiden Zegart crashed the party. Rayon knew exactly who this clown was. Roden Ballard's kid had zero biz at the annex. But guess who showed up anyway? A shaky maid said he was bullying the ladies. Roden Tresh talked Sylvia and the messy yard. said she should have fixed it for His Highness. Sylvia was like, nobody warned us. Raiden hinted she was calling his ... butler a fake. She panicked, promising to clean. But Raiden was getting super salty. He wanted clout for crushing some Instead, everyone was hyping up Rayon. Not cool. Furious. He actually spat on Sylvia. Helen stepped in and got smacked too. I'm main blood, he yelled while they panicked. Then Rayon busted in, sword already out. Rodin tried to play it cool, saying things ... might get ugly, bragging about his rich dad. Rayon though, totally he walked up, said so, and decked a butler, warned about rank Rion, just said, I know. This jerk crashed his pad. He need the butler's gut and tossed him. Raiden screamed threats, but Rayon shut him down. This was Sylvia's crib. He was basically her bodyguard. Before it blew up, Rakel crashed the fight. Rayon knew that name instantly. The boss's personal guard. Why was he here? Mad Raiden ordered him to off Rayon ASAP. But Rael said he only listened to ... The big boss and Raiden needed to bounce. The butler begged Raiden to chill out. Raiden bailed, swearing he'd hold a grudge. He vowed payback on the loser. Once gone, Helen said, sorry. ... Silvio, for snapping. Sylvia said it was fine. Actually, she was super gutsy. Rayon stepped up, admitting he took the bait, but now he'd fix the mess. Trust me. Next day, they met Glenn to talk. Raiden swore he sent a heads up and claimed he just wanted to chat, but got totally shaded. Said Ryan jumped him with zero warning. Ryan thought, dude's a better actor than fighter. So he yelled, that is all cap, bro. He still saw Raiden raging at everyone like a maniac. Raiden tried to flex, but Glenn shut him down. Know your place. To clear the air, Glenn called for backup. Rakel stepped out. Nope. Inbox 0, here. Added that Sylvia was just chilling in the garden. Ryan was shook when Rakel actually showed up. Thought the rich kids would stick together, but Rakel kept it real. Glenn stared Raiden down. You lying to me? Raiden stammered, claiming the real problem was a nobody hitting a VIP. Major foul, Glenn nodded. Yeah, big deal. But, said both messed up, punishment for 2. Raiden raged. Just that. Not enough. Ryan took the L, but said, we still got beef. He dissed my mom and hit the staff. He's gotta pay. Fed up, Glenn crushed them with his aura pressure. Air got heavy, choking them. Yet Ryan spoke up, told Gramps, we're fighters. Let Blades decide. That is why he demanded a 101. Glenn blinked, huh? Actually interesting. He okayed it. Main arena, 1 week. Be there. Meanwhile, Raiden's dad got the tea. Said Ryan has skills, but is still a nobody with zero clout. The gap in class will show real quick. Raiden promised. An easy clap. Claimed he just lagged last time. Dad said, don't kill him. Just embarrass him so bad, he quits. Because of the fight, Ryan got to train again. Helen panicked. Sylvia, you sure about this? Raiden is kinda pro now, you know? Sylvia nodded. Yeah, super risky. All, 'cause Raiden could not chill. Baldur looks posh, but his snake style is tricky and hits weak spots. Since Raiden trained under him, he will be a total beast in the ring. Sylvia watched Ryan. Stressed, but chose to trust. She knew he had a plan. Faith was key. Later, Judel snuck in with snacks. But surprise, a secret book under the food. A cheat sheet on Raiden's moves, totally hidden. Honestly, the breakdown was fire, and super clear to read. Round realized Jadil wasn't just doing this for his sake. She saved his mom too. He basically owes her big time now. Cue the montage. Everyone kept grinding for Duel Day finally dropped. The whole fam was glued to the action. Raiden was twitchy. He'd been counting down the sec. He wanted to wreck the kids so bad, it'd be a permanent game over. Pre-fight. He was flexing hard, acting all top dog. Couldn't wait to see Rayan's face when he took the Rayon stayed chill. Bro, you'll be knocked out before that happens. Bell rings. Raiden yeets himself forward for the speedrun win. Rayon glitched out. Bam. Sword at Raiden's throat, instantly. Didn't kill him, but ... showed everyone who's actually the boss here. Rayon clocked his jaw. You're dying 8 times today. Pal, first ones, for the fake newsletter. Raiden raged, called him cocky, and swung hard. Total whiff. Next, second, bonk. Rayon smacked him with the sword hilt. That's for dissing my mom's flowers. More hits landed. For stepping on M, and for shoving Helen. The match was basically Rayon toying with his food. Raiden was shook. How was he getting owned this bad? Recognized the moves, but thought Rayon was total noob tear. Didn't matter, though he was getting absolutely stomped. Sylvia and Helen were totally starstruck watching this. Helen realized Rayon wasn't ending it. He was roasting him on purpose. Not just a win, it was payback for all the drama. Helen got super emotional seeing that. She's just the help. But Ryan defended her like a queen. Meanwhile, Sylvia was deep in her feels about the past. Her dad chased clout while the family vibe got icy. Felt like an outcast despite her status, so she bailed. Now she gets it, she should have stood her ground. Rayon proved even weak people can have massive guts. You gotta scrap till the end, no matter who the boss is. Finally, Rayon knocked Raiden out with one epic punch. Ref screamed it. Winner is Ryan Zagar. GG. In the crowd, Balder was like, wait, what? Just hit my son? Rimmer smirked. Called it. The camp squad was hyping Rayon hard. Lone, the OG vet, was totally shocked. Never seen such hype for an outsider before. G thought the squad's loyalty was actually pretty dope. But the real shocker, what actually went down in the fight. Even as a newbie, Rayon nailed the harmony, steps Glenn's own move for fighting demons. So sick. A skill so hard, normies couldn't learn it in a lifetime. But Rayon nailed it in 2 weeks flat. Plus, the hype he got for a kid was totally legit. The old man realized he'd only cared about power. Toxic fam vibes. But Rayon, the underdog who knew the struggle, might actually fix this mess. Then the boss stood up and said, game over. Pay up. Glenn told Lone to slash the palace budget by half. Make up whatever excuse. The only thing that mattered was they paid the price. So, on Glenn's orders, Raiden had to own his screw-up publicly and apologize to Sylvia. The martial palace got banned from the annex. Glenn was scary, serious. The maids finally breathed easy. Sylvia and the girls finally stopped stressing. Tears of joy everywhere. Then everyone headed home. But on the walk back, some peeps were eyeing Ray, whispering that he just looked like a regular kid now, totally different from battle mode. One lady said Rimmer wasn't capping. How Rayon survived that demon fight? Another guy said Rayon's moves were basically glitchless. Too crazy to just be talent. He thought about recruiting Rayon for Black Tiger, but was told, no chance. Bro. A blonde guy mentioned that the 5th camp was graduating soon. After finals, it's draft day. Rayon wasn't the only beast in camp. Martha and Renning were there too. All 3 were top-tier material. So, the selection ceremony was gonna be spicy. Later, Jadil asked Rayon if this was his master plan. Rayon was like, yeah, I knew I'd win. She called him scary, but kinda sweet. She thanked him for the save and said goodnight. Rayon could tell she wasn't faking it. She did protect Sylvia, so maybe she's chill. Figured he could tell her the worm was fake. Next morning, Rimmer was strutting, flashing bling on his way to Glenn. Glenn was like, where'd you get that cash? Rimmer grinned. Bet on Rayon, against those idiots. Easy money. Glenn sighed. Scamming people. Get to the point. Why are you really here? Rimmer pitched an idea. Let's remix the final exam. Glenn perked up and tuned in. Tests used to be just sparring buddies or teachers grading you. But Reem reminded him these kids already fought knight candidates from Owen's Kingdom and survived legit life or death drama. So he figured Camp 5 earned a totally fresh kind of challenge. He pitched a hardcore survival test. Kids got a live solo outdoors, 0 help, and no using the fam name. Pass that, and they level up, even if they ain't pros yet. After explaining, Rimmer asked Glenn, so, what's the vibe? Glenn noticed Rimmer's vibe totally shifted. Since his core broke and he quit the front, he'd looked super gloomy. But training Camp 5, it brought his spark back. Big time. Dude looked hyped, same wild energy as the students. Rimmer got shy and played it cool, but Lone backed Glenn up, said Rimmer's face definitely looked way less zombie-like. Rimmer admitted, hey, maybe he's a crack teacher, not just a fighter. Now he gets to mold the next king with his own 2 hands. Glenn asked if he meant Rayon. Rimmer shrugged, could be Byrne, Martha, whoever. Glenn demanded the full deets on this. New test in 1 week, or he's ghosting it. But Rimmer just smiled. Already done, bossy smirked. Later, the squad waited for Rimmer, who was late. Classic Rimmer. He kicked the door open, claiming he got delayed, donating to orphans. Byrne wasn't buying it. Stop capping. Dude, he snapped. Every excuse got way more cringe and ridiculous than the last. Rimmer ignored the roast and said, listen up, big news. He'd been thinking hard. Graduation test is right around the corner. You guys are almost pros. So I decided to switch things up this time. You've already scraped through duels with Owen's troops and South Union forces. You won when folks thought you'd lose. So giving you a basic exam, totally pointless. New test is a solo survival trip across the whole continent. You gotta make it alone, relying on nothing but your blade. But hey, if you're scared, there's an easier backup option. Run and ask Ryan if he's in. Yup, he said, 0 hesitation. Run nodded. Cool, then I'm doing it too, she mumbled. Byrne figured there was a reason for the switch. So he's game. Martha was obviously in. Rimmer noted, Ryan's lead swayed the crew. Someone piped up. So, any clue where you sending us? Rayon said he knew it'd be a rough trip regardless. But he trusted Rimmer wouldn't pull a stunt without a reason. Rimmer never gave them a challenge they couldn't crush before. Rimmer felt the love but warned, don't think I'll go easy though. Then he started dropping the locations for everyone's final exam. Byrne got the Levine, Desert, Martha got sent to Sayan Canyon, run into Kadam Jungle, and run to Haben Castle northwest. Rimmer spilled the tea. Haben Castle is basically a monster mosh pit. It's so sketch that peeps call it literal hell on earth. Everyone's gonna struggle, but Rayan, he's getting rope. So, prep time, 1 month, back home, Rayan went full try hard. Helen told Sylvia he's totally overdoing it. Dude's grinding, non-stop, zero sleep. She wished he'd just rage quit, cause the place is a death trap. Sylvia knows it's risky, but sees the XP potential. She knew Rayan's hitting Haboon to get absolutely jacked. She figured the only vibe was to back him up, even if he saw. Rayan was totally fried though. No sleep plus insane reps equals zombie mode. Still, he felt weak. He pictured the Habanasi, big tanky boys with built-in knives. Walking in, naked, total, game over. He considered spamming his 10,000 flames ult, but it drains mana like crazy. Bad for long fights. Even with his Ring of Fire buff, he can't just cheese it. 3 weeks left on the clock. Needs intel and a sword skill that vibes with his fire. Time to spend some loot. Went to the boss to swap his silver tag for a skill book. Glenn saw him and was like, wait, didn't you say ... you'd use that to fix your mom's rep? Rayan nodded. Yeah, I thought about it. But that Cebu mission was a wake-up call. I crushed it and got what? Silver, not gold. He hadn't forgotten Glenn's speech. Only gold gets you into the VIP club. Hoarding silver is pointless. So he's trading this one for raw power. Get strong now. Farm gold, easier later. Glenn dug the logic. Tossed him a book perfect for Haboon, called Fangs of Insanity. Glenn picked it, so it's legit. Rayan knew it was hype. He said thanks, but Glenn stopped him. Why'd you agree to this suicide mission so fast? Scared? Rayan said, nah, that Eden fight taught me stuff. Almost dying is the best XP boost. Gotta break limits to get gains. Plus, Rimmer wouldn't send me to die, ... probably. So even if it sucks, the grind will be worth it. Future me will be hyped. I survived. Glenn dropped one last nugget of wisdom. He said the move's only limit was the kid's own imagination. Kid said thanks and bailed. Then Rimmer popped out from behind the throne. Dude was lurking there the whole time, eavesdropping like a creep. He was like, see? This is why I hyped that kid up. Said Rayan gets it. Unlike Bernor, as he joked, that Moore and Martha, Glenn called Rimmer a trash teacher for dissing students behind their backs. But Rimmer was shocked Glenn actually handed over the Fangs of Insanity. That scroll is worth a gold tablet. Thought Glenn was going soft on the grandkid. Glenn said, zip it. Rimmer noted it's super violent. Worried Rayan might lose control. Glenn just shrugged. I gave the book. My job's done. Rest is up to the kid now. Rimmer smirked. That warning sounded like Grandpa loved to me. Annoyed, Glenn magic bound him. Guess you're fully healed, huh? Slapped him so hard his scream echoed outside. Later, chilling and studying in his room, Rayan realized this move wasn't silver tier. It was gold. Fangs of Insanity. Name says it all, pure gut instinct. The vibe? Just attack the enemy. Savage and fast, like a beast, ripping a throat out. But since it's all instinct, reading books won't cut it. Gotta spam it in real fights to master it. So Rayan started non-stop duels with other cadets. Swung his sword 24/7, sharpening hits to level up. When the others couldn't keep up anymore, he finally got what the fangs were about. Time flew. Night before the big test arrived, Judal was like, whoa, you're way more beat up than usual. Said he went too hard, especially with the test tomorrow. Bet Lady Sylvia would freak out seeing him like this. Rayan admitted he kinda overdid it, dueling non-stop every single day. Judil's fixing him up. Then Rayan goes, hey, gotta confess something. Confessed, he lied about the whole rageworm thing. She stayed quiet. Totally. Already knew. Said at first, she totally bought it. Had no reason not to. Was scared stiff and just wanted to live, but chilled out eventually, cause the Annex crew is awesome. He treated her nicely, zero strings attached. Even schemed to distract the Marshall Palace. Saw how he looked at Sylvia. Always, super protective. He loved the crew and wanted to keep the Annex safe. She low-key suspected he was faking that rage bug thing. Still, she asked, why spill the tea now? Rayan? He told her it was cause she'd totally changed her vibe. She was creeping on him, but he was creeping right back. Her poker face cracked, showing the real like that day Rayan went beast mode at the building. Jadil actually stepped up to guard Sylvia. Plus, Rayan knew she was the mystery sender of that Haboon Castle intel he found on his bed. She really came in clutch, so he gave her major props. Then she dropped the lore. She's got a missing little bro. Location unknown. Got split up when they were sold off. Rough. She still followed main building orders, but felt super guilty about doing Rayan dirty. Rayan promised to save the kid. Fighting Karen was gonna happen anyway. But once the drama with Karen was wrapped up, he'd hunt down her bro. Zero excuses. Before dipping, she asked, what if I snitched on you to Karen? He just smirked. You wouldn't. She called him Dailula, but swore loyalty anyway. Total stant behavior. Rayon left her in charge of the annex. Don't burn it down while I'm gone. Night flew by. Test day arrived. Showtime. Rimmer rounded up the squad. It's go time. Peeps. The mission? Survive solo for 1 year. Easy, right? Crush this, and they'd level up big time. Then he made Rayon give a speech. Rimmer loves trolling him like that. Still, he got up. He quoted, "Survive the first fight, and you're basically y'all survived that mess before, so you won't die now. Get buff, come back, and make the 5th training ground proud." The crowd was hype. Rimmer watched, thinking, I knew this kid was built different, not just his skills, though. Chill vibes, big heart, and a rock-solid mental game. In their last 1v1, Rimmer saw Rayon master that insanity technique. Kid keeps shocking him. He even landed a hit on Rimmer. The disrespect, cadets swore to get stronger. Rimmer promised to wait for his kids. Byrne told Rayon, I'm gonna get swole, so watch out. Rayon better keep up or get left in the dust. Martha was like, don't die, you still owe me a rematch. Die and I'll kill you again. Then Renang walked up. She gave him ice cream balls for the road. Sweet. Rayon thanked her. She said bye and wished him luck. Rayon grabbed Dorian. Let's bounce. Dorian wind. Why do I gotta go to Rayon said, chill. First stop is ... Double quotes, ... Kamloon, we need to go shopping. Gotta gear up. Later, they hit the Kamloon Central Market. Rayon saw cool stuff, but not the good stuff. What he needed was hidden in the black market. Yo, are we lost? Dorian asked, 'cause we're just walking in circles. Dude, he even cracked a joke about me digging a tunnel underground. Then I froze. Wait, how did Dorian know about the shady market? Dorian shrugged. Don't let the face fool ya. I grew up in the trading biz. Makes sense. Explains why he acts like that 24/7. I kinda guessed he had rich merchant blood, but now it's official. No point faking it anymore. We're heading straight for the black market. But Dorian warned about the secret door, asking, wait, how do you know the way? I totally lied and said Rimmer told me. Classic excuse. Hoods up. Incognito mode. We slid into the underground market. Dorian was like, dang, this place is cleaner than the streets. Upstairs? Then asked if my mystery loot was actually down here. I scrolled through the auction catalog until ... bingo. The black butterfly. Saw the deets too. Auctions this afternoon. Bidding starts at 10 gold. Ouch. Dorian thought that was insane money. Honestly, he's right. I had travel cash, but blowing it all? Super risky move. Decided to hunt for a pawn shop or some sketch store to stack up more paper. 1 hour later, I'd sold off all my junk. With cash to burn and time to kill, I went window shopping. But honestly, nothing. Looked cool until ... Whoa. The OG Jart family ring. No way. Recognized the bling instantly. Saw it in my flashbacks from the 10,000 Flames training. Crazy fine. Played it cool. Asked the merchant the price. Guy goes, hey, you got good taste? Kid claimed it, buffs, strength, and focus. Wanted 5 gold coins for it. Dorian heard that and absolutely lost it. He called scam, betting the guy bought it for pennies. He was like, bro, if the focus stats were real, this would be in a pro shop, not this dusty stand. Kept roasting him. If the strength buff was legit, it'd rival an ogre gauntlet at least. Look at it. No magic seal, just ugly scratches. People wouldn't even pick this up out of the garbage. Dorian offers 1 gold coin. Merchants shook but takes it. I was stunned. Dude actually pulled it off. High five, Dorian. The Essence King in my head agreed the ring's got secrets. He noticed Dorian had flipped a switch, like a whole new dude. Gotta admit, Dorian's a savage negotiator, even if he's blind to quality. Either way, total steal. Suddenly, this mystery girl walks up. You buy that ring? She literally offered 10 times what he dropped on it. Money wasn't an issue for her. And she totally pegged Rayon as some broke adventurer desperate for cash. Even the shopkeeper was shook, realizing he sold the bling for way less than it was worth. But Rayon clucked it she knew exactly what that ring was worth. She hinted it was worth at least 100 gold coins. But Rand still said, nope. He hit her with a sorry, not for sale. He doesn't trade his loot. Her butler stepped up, telling Rand to watch his attitude. Basically, said messing with a VIP like her would bring big trouble. Rand wasn't fazed. He said he didn't care who she was and told them to beat it. The girl got salty at his nerve and asked who he thought he was, acting all high and mighty. Rand clapped back that they started the drama just because he wouldn't sell. He asked if she was done flexing her privilege, or if they could wrap this up. Furious, she told him. He had zero clue how scary the real world gets. Rayon was like, cool story, I'm out. But she wasn't letting it slide. She vowed to crash the auction house and snatch everything he tried to buy. Price be darned. She was dead set on getting the W. Later at the auction, Rayon watched closely, but nothing caught his eye. He was just waiting for the black butterfly to drop. When it finally showed up, he hyped up. It was rare and totally gorgeous. High maintenance and short-lived. But that glow made everyone want it. The bidding war started at 2 gold coins. Hit 5. Then Rayon dropped 13. He thought he had it in the bag until that same girl shouted 50 gold coins. The crowd gasped, and the auctioneer was already getting ready to slam the gavel. She was confident. Rayon didn't stand a ghost of a chance. Dorian whispered. She did that on purpose. Good luck finding another one of those. But Rayon didn't even flinch. He just told Dorian to grab some gear for a night run. With a serious look, he calmly said he was going to swipe the butterfly from her. Dorian was like, wait, what? See? The top ninjas around are known for speed, stealth, and accuracy. But out of everyone, Rayon was famous for being the most silent. Now he was sneaking in to liberate that black butterfly. His secret weapon was an old-school move called Shadowless Steps. Even with his fancy new moves, he realized he had to go retro for this one. 10 minutes earlier, Rayon had broken down. The plan to Dorian and was shocked by how fast he worked. His buddy snagged the night gear and was already digging up dirt on the masked girl. Dorian spilled the tea rumor. Headed, she was Princess Jana of Balar Kingdom, famous for being a magic prodigy. Since she was a kid, and known for her crazy ability to appraise magic items, making her a total VIP. He suggested maybe they should just bail. She figured her VIP status meant special perks. So the goods were being prepped, not just tossed in her room. Total VIP treatment. Prime chance. He made his move. Rayon checked. Yep, the bug was an ocean. Some staffer was like, 50 gold coins. Crazy. For a bug, rich kids are totally nuts. Rayon saw the guards were zoning out nearby. Time for a little magic trick. Those black butterflies needed air, or they'd croak. They hugged mana stones for a snack. Sensing his 10,000 flames, it flew right to him. The crew panicked when it vanished. But too late. Rayon ghosted them like a pro ninja. Dorian was sweating bullets. Terrified that if Rayon got busted, it'd cause major beef between Balar and the Ziggurat. Boom! Rayon popped up, scaring him stiff. Dorian gasped. Dude, did you snag the bug? Then Princess Jana crashed the party. Surprise! She had Rayon. Bet you realized back there, you couldn't beat my cash? Wanna swap? Give me the ring, I'll give you the butterfly. Rayon was ice cold. Nah, not for sale. Jana got ticked. Hand it over, or you're toast. A lackey ran in. The butterfly's gone. Seeing his smirk, Jana knew Rayon swiped it. She flipped out, calling him a crook. Do you have any idea who I am? Mask off? I'm the princess. You're done for. Her butler stepped up, but Rayon caught him instantly. A voice chimed in. Is that seriously, Rayon? It was Prince Greer, loving the drama. He walked up. I know him. Ziggurat's sword genius. Jana's jaw hit the floor. She finally spotted the red eyes and blonde hair. He was kin to the Northern King of Destruction. Rayon glared. You called me a thief? Big mistake. Is this an official throwdown from Balar against the Ziggurat's? Last chance to say sorry. I might let it slide as a rookie mistake, but I need that apology. Sensing the danger, Jana bowed and said, sorry. Rayon chilled out. I'll let it go this time. Just watch it. Don't shame your kingdom. Jana looked totally salty about it though. Later, Greer asked Rayon if maybe he'd crashed the party at a bad time. Rayon was like, nah, perfect timing. You saved me from a fake charge. Greer promised to chew Jana out for it. Later, then switched gears, asking what Rayon was doing in Kamaloon, Ziggurat business. Rayon explained they were heading to the clan's practical exam. They needed to grab some gear, but he was, specifically, hunting for a new sword. His old one was okay, but it was time for an upgrade. Greer knew just the spot. He mentioned a tiny workshop in the crafting district corner, run by a total pro. He'd have taken them there himself, but he was swamped. Rayon thanked him, saying the tip was plenty. Greer waved goodbye, wishing him luck on the road. Once he dipped, Dorian sighed. Man, he really saved our bacon. Dorian thought Rayon was nuts for acting out, but Rayon swore he had a plan. Honestly, they just got lucky. Greer showed up. Anyway, Rayon decided to hit the workshop tomorrow instead. He had some other business to handle tonight. Back at the cheap inn, Rayon stared at the black butterfly. Showtime, buddy. See, this butterfly eats mana, but can't actually digest it. And the Telton flower can't gather mana. Put 'em together. Boom. Magic. The flower soaks up the mana, the butterfly grabs, and turns into a super rare high-level elixir. Almost nobody knows this hack. Rayon only knew, 'cause of the 10,000 flames memories. When he downed the elixir, the system pinged. Part of the ice curse was toast. His core got tougher, and his energy, stamina, and willpower spiked. Every single stat leveled up. 70 to strength, 66 stamina, 79 perception, 70 energy. He dug the results. Next morning, Rayon and Dorian headed to that workshop. Walking there, Dorian was kinda shook, just looking at Reincarnated. You could literally feel his vibe was way stronger than yesterday. At first, Dorian was just curious about the guy. He'd watched Rayon train quietly, even while getting trashed by everyone, even the direct bloodline snobs. But now he realized Rayon deserved the Ziggurat name more than anyone in the 5th ground. That's why, even with the other cadets gone, they all stuck with Rayon. Dorian figured teaming up with him might help fix his family drama, but he knew better than to just use him. Rayon stopped walking. Yo, you coming or what? Dorian snapped out of it, vowing to get stronger alongside the boss. He felt like everything would be chill as long as he stuck close. They finally hit the workshop, a humble spot tucked in a quiet corner. Rayon said Prince Greer of Owen put him on. Smithy was sus. No way Prince Greer sent you. But he spun around, saw Rayon, and fully gagged. Kid was young but had major main character energy. His sword skills were already slaying harder than Greer's. Your vibe is different, Smithy noted. You a zig. Dorian was shook at the instant clock in. Spirit Dude went. Duh. Real masters, just know. Pros can spot your stats just by glancing. Smithy said he'd seen tons of fighters, but Rayon was built different. My bad, didn't intro myself. I'm Kabar. Called himself a rusty old hammer swinger, but Rayon peeped the truth. He was secretly Coop J-Tan, legendary loot maker famous in Owen and below. Rayon never thought he'd find this icon in a hole in the wall. He needed a solid blade to start his quest but not endgame gear since he wasn't max level yet. Plus, someone else had dibs on making his first real sword. Vulcan asked Kabar. Heard that guy on Re? He couldn't steal another dude's crafting gig, but since Rayon just needed a rental, until going pro, Kabar said. Pick whatever. Kid told Dorian to grab one too since he was feeling chill. Inside, Rayon checked the inventory with laser focus. Kubrad's rep was totally legit. Any of these swords would slap in a fight, but one blade caught his eye dripping with dark emo energy. While Dorian browsed, Kabard felt the vibe shift hard. Rayon grabbed the weird one. Smithy panicked. Bro, take literally anything else. Not that. That thing is cursed. Rayon dared Dorian to take it. But then things got weird. The cursed vibes weren't hitting him at all. Like the evil mojo was scared to approach him. King Essence was firewalling Rayon's bod from the bad juju. King roasted the spirit. You thought, too weak for this vessel. Honestly, what looked like a sword was just a dagger. Kabar had asked if he was Gucci. Rayon said, yeah, but what is this? It's a flop, Kabar sighed. A possessed fail. Mentioned a southern village siren, standing a tree named Ath. Chill place, wholesome people, total cottagecore vibes. Then the white blood cult crashed the party. Half the town got iced, and the rest got snatched. 0 survivors found. Hearing the bad news, Kabard snagged a branch. He carved that all wood into a dagger, hoping to bless the victims' souls. But wow, did that backfire? The second he finished, the pristine white gear turned blood red. Villager rage soaked into the steel, totally ruining his holy vibes. Kubrad shelved it since nobody could handle that toxic ghost energy. Then Ryan grabs it and stays totally sane. Go figure. Gripping the hilt, he downloaded the villages. ... Tragic history, pure pain, rage, and major heartbreak. With his schedule, he knew revenge might be a luxury. But swore to serve justice if he ever saw those white blood. Ryan asked if he was still cool to swing it around. The smith noticed the spooky vibes were actually fading. Ryan realized it soothed souls, dubbing it the Requiem Blade. Later, he gave props for the sweet gear. Never expected to score a legendary drop in this dump. Kubrad shrugged, honored a prodigy was wielding his work. Ryan promised to set up a ... VIP party at Z. The smith was totally rooting for him. He figured the kid was just skilled ... But taming a haunted blade? That's next level. Zegart's fame would return. The boys headed north, exiting just endless snowy fields and creepy forests. Bored of the view, they finally hit Hobbin Castle for finals. Dorian ... was already grossed out by the bloody vibes, but the Essence King loved it. Smelled like a battlefield. Ryan asked why he was whining since the trip was a cakewalk. Dorian snapped, asking if he was joking. Freezing trek, yet Ryan made him work out whenever he winned. Spent the whole trip nitpicking Dorian's form, from the crack of dawn until they ... crashed. Ryan even trained during night watch. Dorian was fried, claiming he got 0 sleep. Essence King agreed with Ryan, but suggested chilling out a bit. Even he couldn't nap. Finally, someone came to say hi. Tyrion, the vice commander, and their new boss. He was taking charge. Ryan said it was an honor. Tyrion checked on Dorian, but Ryan answered for him. He's always dramatic. Then he dragged his buddy inside. Inside, Ryan realized the place was a total dump. Walls were just a mess of constant patch jobs. Everyone looked dead inside. Smelled like burnt exactly like the intel Judel gave him. even though she hadn't visited the ... place. She dug up all the dirt fast. Yue was totally eyeing the new guys. Like, who even are these random merc wannabes? Ron just gave her major sigh. Next stop, the big boss's office. Met Milan Brighton, castle head honcho, officially welcoming the Zig. Rayon figured they already knew the fam ties. He clocked the guy Milan, the famous northern giant. Legend, dude's been guarding Haboon for over 20 years. Essence King saw that legit general stare. Only decades of war give you eyes like that. Milan's like, your secret IDs stay in this room. K. He also spilled that Inu Reimer sent M to grind X, but this ain't no tutorial level. No cozy food or plush beds here. Just endless brawls and freezing wind. If you want cozy, leave now. Scared Dorian asked to bail, but Ron's like, nah, we're here to level up. Milan dug the vibe and said he would be watching them closely. Boom, they're bottom tier knights now, told Charles. Put him in group 3. Dishes to death. Once they left the room, Tyrion was like, hate those guys, said Dorian's shaking like a leaf, totally unready. And Rion, dudes to chill, like it's a game. He thinks they're just trouble. Tyrion roasted Rayon's flower bracelet, not warrior gear. Milan goes, don't judge by looks. They survived Ziggurat's training already. That stuff's brutal. They ain't soft. He'll decide later. But Milan didn't get the report every 2 weeks. Order, Tyrion, from Rimmer. Milan, nope. Straight from Zig. Tyrion gasped. King of the North.
Yep.
Glenn himself wants the tea. First time Glenn. DM. What's the boss thinking? Later, Rayon was shook. At the room, he peed, and Dorian, it was a dump a second ago. Now it's a rainbow suite. Rayon, where'd you get this? Dorian, packed it. Head red, yellow, green sets. Pick a vibe. Or Ron's baffled. How big is that bag? Then a knight pops in. Meet Raiden, boss of group 3. The squad they've got stuck with. Total chaos everywhere. But yeah, time to bounce. Back at the Lord's crib, Glenn asked why Rimmer was crashing there again. Rimmer, all chill vibes. Said he heard some tea. Heard Glenn asked the Haven Castle boss for constant updates on Rayon. Said he didn't think Glenn actually dug his grandkid that much. Glenn figured Lone, that ancient butler, spilled the beans to Rimmer. Knew those two were plotting stuff after hours. So he kept it hid. Rimmer called Rayon's saga totally wild. He bloomed that bicolor flower from the tiger bandit Mish and ate it. Dude also managed to smack the Balar princess, who was basically the queen of stuff. Glenn asked if a teacher was egging him on to start beef with Kingdom. Rimmer's like, nah, Rayon just ended the fight that princess started. Added that the butterfly, which used to be a stolen item, wasn't stressing him out anymore. It played out like some dope weekly drama series. But Glenn said he already scrapped the secret order. Rimmer, all nosy, asked why he stopped stalking his grandkid. Glenn said he only did it to stop the main fam from meddling. Rimmer cracked a joke. Glenn was getting secret demas straight from the boss. Glenn asked if Lone snitched, but Lone was like, nope. Rimmer said it was so obvious he didn't need the butler's clues. Clear that Glenn wanted to lurk like a protective grandpa. This way, Glenn could fix Annex messes and block the main branch. That, according to Rimmer, would fix things with Sylvia. Total win-win. But Glenn realized Rimmer hadn't learned squat last time. Said Rimmer needed a real punishment. So yeah, Rimmer got beat down. Guys seemed to like it, since he always came back for more. Total drama. Magnet screamed so loud, Ra heard it way over at Haboon Castle. Right then, he and the crew were with the Group 3 boss on Mount Sterling. Rodin said Snowy Mountain and North Sea monsters both showed up here. That's why Haben Fortress is known as a total hell. At least the mountain view was sick, so that chilled things out a bit. Since they were starting their recon, Mish Raiden wanted to run a test. Check Rion and Dorian's skills. Pointed at some tracks and asked if they knew what made him. Dorian guessed a troll cause it was huge, but Ryan was like, no. Said troll prints look like human ones, just way bigger and deeper. Plus, those prints were from a 4-legged beast. Definitely a carriage. Rodin was totally shook by the spat and answer. Bro, can you really tell when those tracks were made? Rand poked the droppings. Squishy, definitely fresh. Less than 24 hours old. Those Karagors are probs. Chillin' just west of here. Raiden points at a clawed-up tree. Like, yo, what beast did this? Rand's like, big wolf, obviously. Deep scratches mean my turf. But Rand says this. Specific doggo is toast. Apparently, giant wolves always circle back to check their tags. Old marks, 0 updates. Yeah, wolves definitely kicked the bucket. Raiden's mind is blown. Who is this kid dropping facts so fast? Usually, rookies get roasted on these trips. It proves that book smarts are useless here and scarce them straight. But with Rand, nada. The prankster just got pranked. Can't rattle Rand, so Raiden trolls clueless Dorian instead. Dorian's an easy mark, so Raiden kept messing with him while Rand went solo mode. Figured his snowflower powers would give him HD radar senses. Shockingly, his Requiem blade started pinging a target. Low battery vibes, but it was still leading the way. Wait, the blade totally vibed like this on the hike up earlier. Even after clapping monsters, it buzzed. Is this knife? Helping. Suddenly, King Essence slides into his brain. Deem is like Wid. He's salty. Ran is using some basic dagger skill. You've got the epic snowflower from the deep underworld. But Rand's like, why try herd if I don't have to? Lazy way works, I'm taking it. King argues Rand's current power is just a free sample of the real snowflower deal. But even that beats the rusty knife. Rand skeptical. The king swearing on his rep as a hell boss. Rand ignored the ego trip but admitted the king's cheats were oppen worth a shot. Plus, who knows if that dagger has nasty glitches? The king claimed his skills. Hacked Rand's inner chill. Offered an exclusive tutorial to Rand blinked well. Unexpected bonus loot. Time to learn Glee. Said basic humans have zero chance learning this. Need that pure ice vibe to unlock it. Told Rand to chill out literally and loop that cold energy inside. Ask for a status update. And the kid said his inner chill and the outside snow were syncing up. King's like, bingo. Inside and outside cold were finally clicking. So, the trick was syncing his internal chill with the frozen vibes outside. Ryan found that part super tough. Never thought of it before. And yeah, not exactly a walk in the park. The connection still felt sketchy, but he knew he had to keep that mental pic high def in his brain. Even if he couldn't reach it, scoping the surroundings helped. Snow was drifting, the air was crisp, and the silence was weirdly loud and detailed. He felt cold and heavy, but his senses were suddenly 4K sharp. He clocked Raiden, Bug and Dorian, a wolf hunting, and something sus nearby. Couldn't see it, but his gut was screaming, incoming. Just a vibe, really, still, pretty sick range for a newbie. The move was wild, but since he was new, the range was kinda trash. Then, boom, he felt something creepy tunneling right under them. He zoomed to Raiden. Baron's Mauls are digging straight at us. Underground Raiden looked lost. See, critters don't dig this far out. This is mountain beast turf. Shark moles usually shake the ground. Two massive shark moles popped up right in their faces. Cap froze for a sec, then snapped into gamer mode. Just him and the noobs. He had to carry this match. Drew his sword, and slipped on the ice. Epic fail. Ryan saved him, slamming his blade into a mole's chest. Clutch, grab the squad. Ryan yelled, I'll keep these ugly mugs busy. Even if the cap thought he was sus, he had to trust the skills. Raiden grabbed Dorian and bailed. Ryan stood his ground. Zero fear. 3 moles charged. Whatever. He used Mad Fang, slicing like a pro. He realized the combo was hitting way harder than he thought. Usually, needed mana for this. Just raw sword skills, baby. He felt lighter, steadier, and totally immune to the freeze. Gotta be that Glacia buff kicking in. Hyped. Ryan wanted to milk this new trick the Essence King taught him. He tuned his senses, turning the fight into a flow state. Last maul dropped. Dang, he was leveling up fast. Grinding mobs here for a year. He'd be totally OP'd by the end. Soon Raiden came back with backup, but the mobs were already deleted. Ryan soloed the lobby. The captain was shook. Cap felt like a jerk. Doubted the new guy and almost caused a wipe. So Raiden bowed low. My bad dude, seriously. We're alive 'cause of you. I almost threw the game. Ryan blinked. Didn't expect the apology. Guy owned it fast. It's chill, Ryan said. He got the trust issues thing. Cap finally vibed with who Rayon really was. Called him a Totaline Joe sent to save their butts. He told the squad, party tonight for the rookie. Drinks are on him. Chill time at Frozen. Branch pub. Rayon spilled tea, but folks were sus. With that chill face, hard to believe he wrecked shark moles. Meanwhile, Rayon smashed a pineapple pizza. Essence King dug it, but Rayon thought it tasted whack. Dorian dissed his taste. He tried that pie earlier and gagged. Essence King got salty. Who's this pig roasting my food? Just then, Yue popped up saying the gossip was true. Said the newbie was a total hottie with mad skills. She said hi and noted the menu was kinda quirky. Take a peek, she said. Rayon gave a quick thanks. King thought the menu was extra. Mint choco, ice cream, wild. But Rayon was like, Pass Yue said, it's fancy mint from Haboon Forest though. The king roasted Rayon for being totally ungrateful. You got a dope skill, but cry over snacks. Rayon sighed. Fine, I'll try the ice cream. When it hit the table, a dude asked if Rayon, really? SOLOED 6 shark moles? He looks kinda scrawny. Another added, no shade, but you don't look the part. Still, thanks for saving our skins though. Rayon shrugged. Wasn't that big a deal. A vet said, nah, that's promo material right there. Dorian hyped up his young master, getting props. Rayon still felt awkward with the fame though. Then, the huge Minchako scoop landed. Rayon hated it, but King craved it. He only ate so the spirit could taste. Rayon took the moment to ask about Glacia. Are there other ways to use this stuff? King nodded. It's like those human cultivation hacks. Not just radar, it controls cold energy like a beast. Can I use it to attack or block? King said, it depends on your skills. Said with grind, Rayon Cadace. Tech in a year. Control the flow. A year? That's forever. Dude. King said it's hard. Only works if I coach you. Rayon smirked. Teach it in 6 months. Then, the king paused to think. Rayon bet. Master Glacia in 5 months? Make it worth it. King said deal. Clock sticking. 5 months to get gut. Rayon told Dorian, let's bounce to the dorms. Suddenly, UA popped up. Yo, got a delivery for Ray. Since you vibed with the pineapple pizza, I turned the leftovers into pineapple cookies. Rayon said thanks, but the Essence King practically screamed, Y-A-A-A, as they strolled back to the dorms. Scouts dashed through the woods screaming about a crisis. Ice trolls. A whole mob, right nearby. Roden heard the tea and sprinted to the dorms to alert the squad. Dorian freaked. Brr, we literally just clocked out. Another one? Already Roden shrugged. Sorry fam, no choice. Total emergency. Flashback to how the news dropped. Tyrion pinged his dad, the commander, immediately. Squad for had eyes on a nasty troll mosh pit. Tyrion counted 13 trolls. Plus, potential backup incoming. Gotta delete them fast so we can scope the area. Need to know why those shark moles went rogue last week. The commander said he had major bad vibes about it, so he told Vice Commander Tyrion, you lead this one. Grab the command team and the wolf. Mercs, smash trolls, check the North Sea, then bounce. For backup, Tyrion specifically requested Team 3. Why? He saw the receipts on Rayon's soloing monsters. Tyrion needed to verify the hype. Heard Rayon took 0 damage versus the moles, so he wants to see him in action again. Roden remembered the orders. Told everyone. Bedtime. Now? Then he dipped, leaving Dorian spiraling. Dorian was shook. We just got back. And they're sending us on a suicide run already. He grabbed Rayon. Yo, is it true? Basic swords bounce off ice trolls? Rayon nodded. Yup, their hide is crazy thick, 'cause of the cold, like armor. You need an aura blade to even scratch M. Plus, they regen way faster than the basic ones. Dorian turned pale. I'm writing my will. Right now. Rayon tried to chill him out. Bro, you're fast. You could clap a troll easy. Dorian wasn't buying it, so Rayon proposed a plan. Spar with me for a bit. After that, a troll will look like a teddy bear. Let's train. I'll cure that fear real quick. Dorian paused. Actually, trolls sound super weak. I'm good. Good night. He passed out instantly. Next morning, Tyrion was already grinding, prepping the raid. Rayon saw Dorian looking rough, but he claimed he was Gucci. Anything's better than fighting you. Suddenly, a new challenger approached for Rayon. It was Bateau, boss of the Wolf Mercs. My guys are dying to scrap with you. He grinned. Didn't know Rayon was here? Rayon kept it polite. Nice to meet you. Let's get this bread. Bateau claimed it was just a quick sup. He'd bounce back to his squad later. Just wanted to vibe check Ron first. Moment he dipped. The Essence King was like, I'm not feeling Betho, told Ran. Never trust dudes with snake eyes. Experience says shifty eyes equal backs. Ran didn't brush it off. He took notes. He already got a weird vibe from Bateau anyway. Decided to watch him. Then Yuav popped up with cookies for the squad. Everyone was basically obsessed with her. Super chill, sweet, and totally the crowd favorite. Ran didn't know her deal, but she felt like the castle mascot. She even brought Ran's special beef jerky her gramps made VIP style. Ran was like, wait, why me though? She said it's a congrats on your first mission gift. Ran thanked her big time. Then Tyrion lined him up for the briefing. 2 main goals on the menu today. Wreck the ice trolls and sniff out clues on the weird stuff. Rule number 1. Don't get wrecked. Stay safe. That's when Ran noticed the Essence King looking super serious. King said there was some funky energy coming off a mountain. Not super strong, but definitely there. Sus said it might be nothing, though. So the crew rolled out. Near troll turf, Wolf Mercs made scouts tote their bags. Careful, they said. Warned things would get ugly if they messed up. Ran asked the cap. Yo, why are we there, pack mules? Raiden said. First time. Yeah, this garbage is standard. The attack squad claimed. Needed to save their juice for the fight. Yeah, right. Since scouts aren't fighters, they get treated like luggage boys. Raiden admitted, it sucks, but they gotta deal with it. Scouts are basically bottom of the food chain here. Still better than hauling gear, even after fighting though. Raiden knew it was trash, but told Ran not to let M walk all over him. Ran thought this whole setup was a total joke. While the heroes chilled, the scouts were the ones risking their necks out front, dodging traps and creeps. And they still get treated like dirt. Make it make sense. Ran expected brotherhood, but nope, totally wrong. Raiden said dealing with the attack squad is a whole different beast. They weren't even mercs, like Ran first thought. They were Edquell soldiers, and he thinks bullying is normal. Ran realized Edquell was the one keeping these toxic Vobzalavanasi, might be easier to just crush the guy. Later, Tyrion popped up asking, "What's the deal?" Arrived at the spot, but zero monsters in sight. "No trolls anywhere," he asked Raiden. "You sure about this?" Raiden was like, "Yeah, 100%. He spotted over 30 ugly trolls huddled in the forest. Ed Quill griped that this was exactly why scouts needed a babysitter with a sword. Tyrion told him to save the lecture for later, and ordered the squad to hunt for any footprints nearby. Hours later, zero zip. Even the pros were scratching their heads. No clues anywhere. Ice trolls are sneaky, sure, but this was total ghost mode. Rayon stepped up. "Commander, mind if I take a crack at it?" Ed Quill scoffed. "Don't get cocky, Roki. Stay in your lane. Sun's setting, and you're just wasting daylight." "Zip it," Tyrion snapped, giving Rayon the green light. Rayon fired up his Glacia technique to scan the vibes. Ed Quill kept yapping in the background, annoying as a mosquito. Rayon tuned him out. "Got him. Frozen Valley, northwest of MT Sterling." Ed Quill flipped out. "Is this a joke to you? You didn't even move. How could you pinpoint them?" "I'm 100% sure," Rayon replied coolly. "What's the matter? Don't trust me?" Ed Quill fumed. "This isn't a game. Kid, you gonna take the heat if you're wrong? I'm not dumb enough to prank you when we're endangered." Tyrion stepped in. "Chill, Ed Quill. Used a special energy tracking trick," Rayon explained. "Picked it up from a master hunter." Ed Quill rolled his eyes. "That's ridiculous. That valley is massive. You can't just guess the spot." "Commander, you seriously buying this kid's fairy tale?" Tyrion knew Ed Quill had a point. Technically, the valley was huge, but Rayon's eyes were dead serious. Those red Z-Guard eyes screamed. He wasn't lying. Tyrion recalled Rimmer's insane tracking skills back home. If the kid learned from him, this was the real deal. Just then, Beto popped up, saying he wanted to see this magic in action. "Hey kid, what's the ETA to that spot?" 30-min hike, plus 10 to set the ambush, Rayon replied. Beto smirked. The kid had already planned the attack. Sharp, so Beto told the boss, "We got 2 hours. Let's roll the dice." Ed Quill was salty, but Tyrion said it was worth the risk. He marched the whole squad straight where Rayon pointed. Tyrion told Ed Quill, "If night hits, they attack the castle. That's game over. Rayon's giving us a shot to stop." And Rayon slid up to Igwil with a grin. "Still doubting me? How about a little wager to make it interesting? If he nailed the troll location, the snow squad had to stop dissing the scouts. Big respect only. Plus, they'd be stuck, lugging all the gear and doing every boring chore." Edicquil grilled him. "And if you lose?" The kid shrugged. "Your call. Do whatever." "Bet locked." Edicquil smirked. Sure, the kid was bluffing and ready to eat dirt. Tyrion marched the whole crew to the Ice Valley. But yo, a creeper was spying from the dark. An enemy clocked them. This move was definitely off script. Climbing the mountain wasn't the deal. Total game changer. The spy realized the trolls were about to get jumped hard. They knew the spot. Impossible. He'd wiped every single track. If he didn't move fast, the whole scheme was toast. Too late to shift the trolls. But he could still flip the script. Squad rolls up, and boom, trolls right where he said. Edicquil was shook. No way the kid sniffed out monsters from that far away. Rayon grinned. "Remember the bet? You guys are pack mules after this." Edicquil got salty, calling him cocky, but Tyrion cut in. "Zip it. We got trolls to mash." Tyrion admitted Atreyon's senses were legit. The kid did awesome work. Everyone geared up to rumble. Using the high ground, archers fired, while swordsmen rushed in to drop the beasts. Rion scoped out the scene. These guys were total pros, slick moves, perfect formations. They were wrecking those ice trolls. But Batodu dude was built different. He had this crazy look, eyes wild while enemy blood splashed his face. No, Dorian saw Rayon chillin' on the sidelines. Weird, usually he dives right in. Rowan broke it down. His job was guarding scouts. His real boss fight hadn't started yet. The trolls were getting owned. Zero chance to clap back. Raiden saw the wind coming. The ambush was absolute chef's kiss. Trolls couldn't breathe. All props to the rookie, Rayon. Suddenly, the vibe got heavy. An ice warrior and shaman popped up. The warrior blitzed Raiden, but Beto tanked the hit just in time. Then Tyrion jumped in to assist. Things got spicy. The shaman was camping far back, spamming buffs. Tyrion yelled, "Stay sharp. Don't slack." He'd tanked the warrior. Scouts had to wreck the shaman's casting. Roden ordered, "Focus fire on the shaman." Suddenly, a hooded mage blinked in, charging an ice blast. It was gonna wipe the scouts, but Rayon parried it cold with his blade. The mage gave to kid blocked his spell. No way. He scoffed looks, like they had a pro who knew anti-magic tactics. He actually dug that. Tyrion scoffed. He knew those missing troll tracks were super sus. Avi Eden had been pulling the strings from day one. That meant totally Eden's blue ghost, dude. Ghosty was like, "Don't sweat the surprise. Y'all are gonna die anyway." Boom. Dropped a spell so heavy, even the pros hit the dirt. Said everyone at Haben had to croak for his grand plan. Lame. Morphed into a troll, but Ron just straight up punched him. Spirit was shook. How's this kid moving under my hex? Ron goes, please, I've survived way worse curses than this weak sauce. Literally nothing. Popped his wild fang dance. Rely on magic? You forgot how to throw hands? Ediquel noticed the bad vibes vanished the second the ghost dropped. Mind-blown kid broke the hex and clapped the boss. While Tyrion hopped up, wipe out the leftover trolls. Now, post-fight Tyrion roasted the ghost. Embarrassing 0 kills. Bruh, why ambushes here anyway? You tryna dip or what? Blue Ghost smirked. Dip? Nah. I wanted you to unalive me quick. Turns out, he was just bait to distract the guards. Meanwhile, Casa total chaos mode activated. Explosions popping off behind the walls. Not good. Ron was confused. How's the castle getting wrecked so easy? Ghost was like, plan worked perfectly. Well, kinda wanky. But still, a W. Lured you idiots out. Summoned a mob inside G. Bet everyone inside is toast by now. Tyrion decked him. Shut your trap. Haben ain't falling to some trolls. Stupid. Ron agreed. Facts. Commander's still there. He won't fold to a mob. Ghost laughed. Cute it ain't just trolls. Ground started shaking like crazy. Okay, that's new. Ron felt it. This wasn't just shaky ground. Spirit mocked Tyrion. You thought that was it? Haben was ours from the start. Enjoy the show, losers. While he was yapping, Tyrion slapped his neck. Everyone, back to base? Move. Got back Andy Ike. Castle's on fire. Boss was barking orders. Squad 1, douse the flames. Squad 2, block the doors. No more intruders. Tyrion rolled up, and the commander asked, intel on the ambush. Tyrion sighed. Total setup. Eden made his move, already suspecting something was totally off. Said that blue spirit guy was definitely the one summoning trolls. Ghosty croaked, hinting, this was just the intro level. Then the ground quaked. Trolls were just the appetizer. Tyrion figured a beast mob was speeding in thanks to Eden. Trolls, hidden tracks, big shake, ... Total disaster vibes incoming. Castle went full panic mode. Chaos everywhere. People screaming, we're doomed. Rayon saw, losing it. Keep freaking out, game over. Then the boss stepped up. Chill out, guy. Roasted M4, acting like chickens. Right now, we never lose. This steel fort protects the whole map. If we wipe, no. One saves your fam or squad. Boss hyped. We ain't just trying, we're winning. Get a grip. Swords up. Fight for everybody. Ryan was shoot. Boss's speech actually worked. Dude's definitely a pro. He kept barking orders. Guard the noobs. Rest of you, wall duty. Ron and Dorian got rear guard. But Tyrion wanted wall action. Boss said, nope, no matter how cracked a kid is, no XP means death. Tyrion pushed back though. Ryan one shot, that spirit, Dorian's barely scratched. Just trust, this one time. Please. Boss mulled it over. Fine. You're in. Protecting Haven together. Sean gave a nod. Up top, boss asked for enemy updates. Scout yelled, huge mob. It's bad. Boss looked and his jaw dropped. Even Rayon got good. Flashback to Reimer's talk about monster hell. Rimmer wasn't kidding. Tyrion spotted over 100 beasts. His first huge raid. Rayon sensed M, but couldn't count M all. This was the real deal, hitting Haben. Meland asked Rayon, know how to handle mobs. Rayon was like, yup, stopping them means tons of damage taken. We scout and prep just to save a few lives. Broken. Walls can be fixed, but you can't respawn people. Meland said, that's why you gotta save M. That's the quest. Mobs roared loudly. Boss said, time's up. He yelled at the squad to get their blades up. Yeah, the mob's huge and scary, he admitted, but time to hero up and save the civilians. The bow squad fast. Rained death on the charging trolls and creeps. But a scout yelled, Boss Orc at the gate. Arrows did zip. It almost wrecked the gate, then bam, sky zap, fried that beast crispy. Commander Meland's epic move. The squad got totally hyped. With the boss there, easy, win. Then orcs climbed the walls. Rayon stood his ground, guarding peeps and slicing a dude perfectly. Total nightmare, he thought. He sensed hundreds dead, but the mob wasn't shrinking. Then someone screamed, fireball. Boom, he wobbled. Do they have bomb skeletons too? Seriously. Smoke cleared. He saw Geist with busted limbs. The wall squashed him. He ran to help, but a mindy M stopped him cold. Meland said, don't move. His job, guard the remaining walls. Sweat the small stuff. Lose the war. He knew Meland was right. But watching his brothers suffer? No way. He wasn't the boss. His job was saving lives. So he bailed to help. S's King yelled, you nuts. Leaving safety? He was like, I know, but he was ready to go beast mode for this. King called him a dumb, emotional wreck. True, he admitted. Logic said run, but no, not a sneak anymore. He's a warrior now. He drew his blade, swearing nothing gets past while he breathes. He'd survive this mess. Non-stop fight. He slashed and bashed, losing track of time. Soaked in red stuff, clothes, skin old, dipped in crimson. Drained his juice. Even gripping the sword hurt. Vision got fuzzy. Blood in his eyes. Didn't quit. He raged until sunrise. He stayed upright till every creep was gone. Someone creeped on him from the dark. The bad guys just wanted to wreck the castle and grab the body. But spotting him, way better prize. Woke up in bed later, brain totally blank. Last thing he recalled. Walls crashing down. Peepers open. Dude next to him was like, "'Bout time you woke up." Dorian spilled the tea later. The whole squad was low-key panicked. 3 days flatlined. They thought he kicked the bucket for real. Ron said sorry for the scare, but Duran was like, "Nah, fam. Wasn't me playing nurse?" Glued to Ron 24/7, nursing him while still grinding shifts at the pub. QAA walking in with steaming hot soup. Rowan gave big thanks. She shrugged. "Just basic manners? Dude, he did save the squad. So as a lil, thank you." She promised free tavern grub anytime once he's back on his feet. Rayon vibed with that. Asked Dorian, "Wanna hit the tavern today?" Said it's been forever since a chill meal, but Dorian was like, "Hold up." Before snacking, "You gotta show the crew you aren't a ghost. Go say hi. Fans are waiting." Bruh. Rayon stepped out and the crowd went wild. Hero of Haboon. They cheered, hyped he's up. Most thought he was permadead for sure. They instantly dragged him to party and chow down. Even Boss Milland was stoked to see him walking. Boss admitted he didn't expect that massive mob to spawn so fast. Usually, that's a total party wipe. Game over. But some crazy dude YOLO'd into battle and saved our skins. Miracle, that mad lad was our... 'Cause of Ron's guts, nobody got deleted during the raid. 0 deaths. Milan said even though Rayon's a merc, we all owe him big time now. Big thanks from the whole Castle Haboon crew. Tyrion goes, "Yo, Ediquil wants a word too." Ediquil got real. "My bad. I totally read Ryan wrong. Thought he was a cocky noob. But nah, Ryan jumped in to save the homies. That proved he's a legit swordsman. He said sorry for being a jerk before." Vibe check passed. Milland yelled, "Raid's over. Let's party. Open bar and free grub at the tavern tonight." His treat, told them to go crazy. No stress allowed. Everyone got instant hype. Joked that the cheap boss finally spent a dime. Miracle. Milan told Ran to go. He'd join after a quick mod meeting. Terry, Ediquil, and Beto were in that sesh. Dorian saw Ryan lagging and said, "Go chill for real." Melanda asked, "We just giving Ron claps?" "That's it." Tyrion was like, "No way. Kid saved everyone. Needs some epic loot." Milan thought, "Forget gold. Let's give him the good stuff." Considered the castle artifact, Ediquil asked, "The iconic sword." Tyrion wondered if that makes Ron the new boss. Milan was like, "Nah, the castle sword is just a prop, not real." He wanted to hook him up with some special armor from his stash, crafted from a mana stone ripped straight out of an orc. Lord, the White Soul armor. Way more pricey than that fake castle sword. After what Ren pulled off, it was the absolute least he could do. Hoped it'd save his skin later. Tyrion and Ren were totally down with it. He just had to ask. Asked if R was really just a merc, cause his skills were way too open. Said he wasn't buying that backstory anymore. Commander Milan shut it down. Said that info is top secret right now. Strictly hushwash. But he swore Rayon was legit and would stay loyal. Yahello Castle Haboon. Said Rayon would drop the truth bomb later. For now, time to party for the new hero. 10 months flew by since Rayon started crashing at the castle. Felt like forever and a sec at once. He snagged so many wins. Mastered the vibe of that Requiem blade. Survived the infernal horde, and spent 6 months remixing his Glacia moves. He really started vibing with his squad, trusting them big time. After all that early drama, folks even gave him a cool nickname. Without him realizing, his rep was blowing up across the map. Up in the northwest Leveni desert, Byrne was catching rumors about this Castle Haven hero. Some guy mentioned a kid diving into a monster pit to save the crew. Now they call him the Castle Hero, or even cooler, the Sword Demon. A blonde kid, Byrne's age. Byrne clicked instantly. He knew who it was. It was Rayon. Good to know. The dude leveled up. Byrne's master asked, "That the kid you're trying to be?" "Why the grin?" "Rivalry." Byrne just said he was stoked. He'd be bummed if his competition got rusty. Knowing Rayon got buff meant he had to get stronger too. Master grinned. Besties. Byrne denied it. "Nah, just rivals." Elsewhere in the desert, Martha heard about this blonde castle hero. Her master chimed in about the gossip, saying he soloed a horde. Figured Martha knew him since she looked keen. She admitted she was hoping he'd get strong, but not that strong. Master laughed. Rumors lie. Didn't know the kid, but swore Martha was way tougher right now. That Monstashi disrect proved it. But Martha, she disagreed, called the boy a total prodigy. Said she wasn't on his level yet. Martha Kajos feel Rayon getting insanely powerful. Curious the master asked who this kid was to motivate her so much. Martha said he was the guy who saved her life, but also a rival she had a crush one day. Way out in the Catan sticks, the tea about Rayon, that Casa Haboon legend, was piping hot. Word is, dude saved. ... SOLOED. The whole castle squad. One chick wasn't buying it though, calling it total fake news. She was like, no shot, a literal kid did that. Another nosy girl asked Runan if she knew the guy. Runan didn't blink. Yep, I know Rayon, and the gossip is 100% real. She knew he could pull off all that and probably crazier stuff too. One girl gasped, asking, just how OP is he? Admitting she was way weaker than Runan. Runan shot back that Rayon was totally out of her league, muscles and brain-wise. The squad was shook. Impossible, one cried. Nobody's tougher than you. Then another lady jumped in, asking what the deal was between them, cause Runan's whole vibe shifted whenever she mentioned him. Runan blushed a bit, claiming it's not a big deal or anything. She wasn't trying to outflex him, just get strong enough to hang without being dead weight. She just wanted to be useful on his quest. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Rayon was grinding He finally got the hang of those Glacia Sintus crystal, clear now. That skill was seriously cracked. He could map out the whole area with his eyes shut. No wonder the Essence King got so salty when he unlocked it, but Rayon realized Wrath had been super quiet lately. Still, he eyed Mount Sterling, itching to bet the king just to see what was hiding up top. Funny enough, the Essence King brought it up right then. He proposed a fresh wager since it had been a minute. Real simple terms. The Ziggurat's challenge. Survive this hellhole for 1 year. Rayon nodded, noting there were only 2 months left on the clock. Then the king dropped his bet. You won't last the final 2 months. Rayon blinked, thinking the guy was just trolling him. But the king insisted he was legit. Rayon clapped back. You always lie. But he paused. He started wondering if the dude was actually for real. Maybe he had intel. Since beating the Blue Spirit 10 months ago, Eden's crew bailed. They hadn't tried any new raids on Castle Haven, which was totally sus. Rayon figured that Silence was hiding something big. Maybe the king smelled disaster. Either way, Rayon was game. No reason to say no. So he's in. The king smirked, calling it a smart play. And boom, the bet was on. If you're digging Rayon's adventure as the Castle Haven hero and want to follow this world of crazy fights and sick characters, don't forget to sub and smash that bell so you don't miss what's next. Drop a like and comment your theories below. Catch you next time.